Hey, cheers, everybody. Unfortunately, one of those days. Cheers, everybody. I'm just fooling. You know I'm still here. I ain't changing teams. Not yet. No. Cheers, everybody. This is definitely our biggest opening here. Welcome, everybody. Those are the short robots right there in theory, because we don't know who it is, but see, look at this. 14 kept on falling. I actually just sat down. Keeps on going. What else is new, dear? Cheers. I said GME, BYOB therapy every single damn quarter. It's the same. What is there to say? Okay, so much to say, so much to unpack. I have not been able to get through everything. Welcome, everybody. We'll get through it together. My first just quick take, as you know me, my resilient bull thesis, I have not seen enough to break my bull thesis. I have long said I need to see subpar Q4 performance, Q1 performance. We're closing in on that. We got the Q3 performance. There's other stuff that was announced on it too, like the at the money offering and some other stuff. There's a lot we'll dig into. Nothing that breaks my thesis. I would say it's like kind of par for the course. We always knew it was going to be a weak Q3. I'd say that November guidance wasn't quite as strong as I was hoping it would be. Some of us were talking about on that stream how strong November was going to be. We know we're in the middle of the console cycle, but we got to see how the rest of the quarter goes. And no mention of Cohen on the call. It's abundantly clear. They almost certainly said we're not going to answer any questions on Cohen. You have to think that. That's a pretty safe assumption. I'd say explains why it didn't come up in Q2. I will be very curious, as many of us are. I'm sure. How does Cohen respond to this? I'd say do I have it up? Oh, I got it up. Oh, so we did call this, huh? We knew that was going to be the e-commerce number. What was that figure going to be? So 257%, right? That's still it's a big, huge number. That's a headline grabber, right? In the SG&A stuff, so the usual stuff. What wasn't here? A lot of the nuts and bolts type stuff, right? A lot of we're continue to cut costs. We were just a lot of the same stuff. What was kind of missing from this was similar to what was missing from Q2, and I suspect is what stuck out to Cohen as well. It stuck out to me is if you're trying to model that material upside, if you're trying to model that stuff, you need more information along those lines. And we know the management team is battling a lot of just tremendous uncertainty, and this is part of the reason they weren't going to offer guidance, right? I mean, they said they weren't going to offer guidance. They stuck by that. That should have been the base case for many folks. And part of this, there's just so much uncertainty, right? Store closures in certain areas, blah, blah, blah. But even without that guidance, there wasn't too much talk about those sexy initiatives we wanted to hear about. That seemed to be missing from this. Now it's getting late into the game. Like at Q2, I'm kind of like, all right, get to the console cycle. But now it's Q3, and it's like, all right, if you're serious about modeling that upside, you need a bit more information. Didn't have enough information on that front. That doesn't mean it's not in the works and blah, blah, blah. But as far as my modeling goes, I need a bit more to run with. And it wasn't there. But as far as the thesis, that doesn't break my thesis. That's me trying to get to that upside, as we've talked about a bit, is that we want to be. So we get this new presentation. Heads up if you haven't seen it. I got it up. Is this it? Oh, this is it. They got this presentation up. We'll walk through this. We'll get a bit. I haven't had time to go through everything just yet, but this is on their website. You can check it out on their website. Navigate the investor relations website. You'll come across it. Look at the branding change. You see it in action here, and so we'll get to that. But let me just say let me just do the quick takes here. Just quick takes. I'm very curious to see how Cohen responds to this. I know that they were talking about stores were closed on Thanksgiving, so that kind of impacted some of the things. But even still, I was curious to see what were those year-over-year comps going to be for Q3, but in November, and it was kind of in line with what some people were forecasting, some analysts were forecasting. I was hoping for something a bit more up. Like I was like, oh, maybe they'll surprise on that. Remember we were talking about how what isn't priced in, like if they surprise with something crazy, something big, whatever it might be. It doesn't seem like there's anything in here at this point, right? There's no major bullish surprise. Oh, we surprised everybody, right? I'm not seeing it in here, right? That's not to say that that was one upside optionality I talked about, right? That upside optionality that the market was kind of like, nah, you're not going to get it. As it turns out, there wasn't no boom, some crazy upside thing that wasn't priced into by the market. So concede that point on that one. But you saw the cash balance. The cash balance remains fairly strong, in my opinion. They had a bit of, was it a beat on the earnings? I think it was a beat on the earnings, but they had some gains there as a result of the sale leasebacks and stuff. just quick takes. There's so much to get. Whoa, look at this. Whoa, oh, we broke our record. We got a record for most folks here. Obviously, no, I did a crappy job pouring the beer today. Oh, I mean, I might have a couple. Today may be is it a hard alcohol night? That's what I asked my wife. I'm like, shit, it might be. Should I crack that stuff open? Okay, so no buybacks today. Obviously, no buybacks. Talk about buyback probabilities, right? Here they are with the at-the-money offering. We'll get into that way. It's like the opposite. That I was thinking too. I was having a laugh, like, oh, if you want to be viewed as a high margin growth stock, right? High margin growth company and stuff. Well, maybe the quick way to that is to just issue shares like Tesla. just issue some shares and you'll be viewed that. I joke, but I'm not even totally joking on that front. Like, we talked about this a while back. Like, it can be opportunistic to issue shares, raise some cash. If you're serious about really transforming the business, we've talked about this a number of times on the streams, about even Cohen might propose this. You would raise that cash balance and you would go gangbusters and you would just be deploying that cash all over the place. No matter how big their cash balance was, if you were very, very serious about it and that was the path you wanted to go down, you would issue a ton of shares, raise a ton of cash, and you would go at it, right? And so I wouldn't even put it past. We don't know Cohen's full plan, but it wouldn't be crazy to me if that were part of Cohen's plan. Like, raise a ton of cash and do this in earnest. Now, this at-the-money offering isn't anything crazy big. It's nothing nuts or anything like that. What was it for? I think the quick take was it $100 million or something. That seems to align. Is this it? Do I got it open? Where is it? Yeah, about $100 million, right? Which just so happens to be a bit larger than what the debt coming due in March, right? It just so happens to coincide with that. I do think. Are we still selling off here? I do think the market tends to struggle with long-term optionality. If you heard in the conference call, the market management team was making abundantly clear the purpose of this at-the-money offering is not because they need it. They said a whole bunch of stuff, but that's it. It's not because they need it, right? That's an opportunity. It's a potentially opportunistic raise, right? I believe them. It's for optionality reasons. They said that where I'm like, oh, that's great. At least they're getting that. The market's knee-jerk reaction to something like that is like, oh, I don't know how to model that. But you know me about that upside optionality. I'm like, oh, that's terrific. But then I'm like, why even stop at 100? You know what I mean? And then I'm like, maybe you stop at 100 because you are doing it for a specific purpose. If it relates to some upcoming whatever it might be, whether it's inventory needs or the debt payoff, the debt that's coming due. You know what I mean? Like, that's otherwise you go forever. Like, don't even stop at 100 million. Keep on going up, because if that price keeps on rising, and I brought this up a number of times with Tesla and Elon Musk and how he may will that company to succeed by way of those equity issuances. And here did they do it today or yesterday or whenever it was? And I'm like, wow, doing it again. Now, it's not the same thing with GameStop, but that's kind of the idea behind some of these. So, but anyway, when I saw it was just as of right now, just the offering price that they're listing is at 100 million. I'm like, all right, maybe it's time to. They just want to have that flexibility, make sure they got all their bases covered the next couple of months, and that way they can have the cash that they have and that they'll generate can be used for whatever, right? I think the market's going to focus on this stuff too much personally. I kind of like that they're kind of going down this path, the optionality side of things, right? That's me. I wouldn't that's the thing. Even if it were higher, the market might still not like that. But someone like me, I'm like, hey, what if that price keeps rising? The stocks, hypothetically, like 20 at 30, boom, issue some shares. That's what you see in Tesla too. Not that it's like a fair comparison, but that's the type of stuff I think about, and that's what effective management teams, they should be thinking about that stuff. So I think they made it abundantly clear in the conference call for me that it's not for need, it's not because they have to do it, blah, blah, blah. But sometimes the market's slow to come around to that stuff. So that's at least part of this. Also, it's coming back up. There you go. Hey, we're doing work here. We're getting the price is rising from. Did it go below 14? I don't. If you check the after hour stuff here, what's this? The WAP. What's the WAP at? It's like you know what I mean. Like, these are the marginal stuff. You see it come down. It's at 1541. The WAP as of 20 minutes ago, right? We'll bring this up just, as we drink our beers, right? Take a peek at that, but. Just a reminder, this isn't a forecast, right? But if y'all remember, following Q2, the stock sold off. The knee-jerk reaction was, what the hell is this? And then after a couple of days passed, a week passed, the stock was actually higher. I'm not saying that's going to happen here, but sometimes with these GameStop releases, in fact, after every single quarterly earnings release at this point, the stock is sold off, right? Sometimes the market's knee-jerk reaction is kind of like, you know what, we overdid it. It remains to be seen. Let's see what happens. What I'm kind of curious about is some of the analysts, we talked about the analyst upgrades last week, right? They got to a higher price point even before this earnings release. Now that they will have seen Q3, I wonder how that modifies stuff. Specifically, I'm curious about what they're going to point to about that upside stuff, right? Like I look through this and I talk about how I need a little bit more, whether it's digital partnerships or the advertising platform. I need something to run with so that I can kind of factor it into a model and be like, all right, I can assign this probability. But without that, it's hard for me to assign a high probability to that. I have no choice. My hands are tied. But sometimes with those analysts, with their analyst reports, they can point to some of this stuff. And it for something at this point, now it's December 2020, I'm like, it could be insightful. And also, is there going to be a Cohen response? We were talking about in the past couple weeks, is management, forget even mentioning Cohen, but are they going to satisfy his requests in this letter, right? Many of us said no. They can't. They just can't do it in a conference call. It's just not possible. It's not possible to cover all that stuff. And I think what you'll get is, well, what you have now is the presentation, right? You'll get this presentation. This is probably a start of that. But we'll have to see if they do release something else. This might be again, I didn't even get all through this. But this is paired with the offering, right? In fact, there must be more to it, or if there's more coming. But something to keep an eye on, because if I'm Cohen, I haven't seen enough. If I'm Cohen, I'm responding to this, right? I gotta be like, whoa, what's going on here? So you didn't satisfy my request. You had very clearly documented requests. You need to do this and do that. And I would argue that wasn't covered in this conference call. But I didn't think it was going to be covered. I didn't know if they'd follow up with a more robust presentation. I'm not sure this would satisfy him, but we'll see if he responds, especially if maybe he doesn't respond publicly. And because the question is, what's his goal here? All we know is that one lone seat. Does it say? He says it here. Oh, right there, actually. The one lone seat isn't enough. That's all we know. So based on this, I'm like, all right, well, what is it? What exactly that you're talking about? Someone was talking about CEO, talking about takeout odds, all that stuff. These are good discussions that we don't know the answer to. But I am curious about how this conference call is impacting his thinking. I would say that he's on board with this letter. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't see enough in here. If I'm Cohen, I didn't see enough in there that I was like, oh, okay, everything's good. All right, we're good to go. We're good to go. Cheers, everybody. But now the question is, all right, if you're Cohen, what's the plan? What do I do now? What's the goal? And I don't know. We just know that a lone board seat is enough. That's all we know. Certainly, you'd have to think maybe hopefully that they're talking, trying to figure out some sort of a resolution. It's always great to have some sort of a resolution, even if you meet halfway. You know what I mean? That way you can put the activist stuff behind you and get moving on the transformation. That's always great stuff. And now, if you're a shareholder, you want it to be in your best interest, right? But I mean, Cohen is a shareholder. In fact, he's a large shareholder in GameStop. So we certainly want him to be aligned with what management's doing. So quite frankly, whatever it is, his goal, I just hope they figure it out soon. Then you can just put this stuff by them. If they don't, then you get it. It could be a longer activist battle. And then if it goes to a vote and all that, who even knows? Don't ask me what the impact that has on the stock price. That shit is beyond me. I don't know. Above my pay grade. But so I'd be curious what he responds, especially if he responds publicly. And that's something to keep an eye on. In addition, as always, the price action. How does the stock price close out the rest of the week? We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Again, it was a similar. Here's the thing: in Q2, it sold off. We were going down to where the hell? I don't even have the chart up. It was selling off, and let me go just to the daily. It was selling off, right? And then when we go down? We go down to the $6 range. Here we are after 20% sell off. 20% sell off. And we at 14.26. Like for the long term, cheers to the long term people who have been invested in GameStop for a long while. That we can be in free fall, as some people are describing it, and that the whole thing has gone to shit, and the stock price is at $14. Whew, all else equal, you like to see that. That's just why, like, all else equal, you like to see that stock price going higher. And that way, if it falls or if it bounces off, either way, it's like you're at a higher level. And I'm of the opinion that this isn't enough to break a thesis. So this is why I was talking about what is the prevailing trend. If you're down into the $14 range, you're back into this box. But if you think this is it or anything like that, or the market is done buying into the thesis, I strongly disagree with that. Let's see if maybe it keeps on selling off, blah, blah, blah. Like that stuff's possible. Let's even see what it does tomorrow, especially if the stock price is selling off into upgrades. You know what I mean? We're in that weird case where I'm of the opinion we're going to continue to see upgrades. It's because the previous price targets in analysis, they were too discounted in my analysis. This is the benefit of dealing in value stocks, right? Because if they're tremendously undervalued and the market's just catching up to it, then even if you don't have some crazy, surprise, gotcha earnings release that the analysts may be still trying to catch up and they'll upgrade stuff. So that doesn't always impact the stock price, but just something to watch. And I got to say, if this is it, this ain't, I'm like, all right, okay, 14 it is. It would have been nice if it popped to 20. I'll take that shit. All else equal. I want the higher price, but this for someone like me, this isn't a game changer. It doesn't break my thesis, blah, blah, blah. But I actually don't think that it would break. I think that would be the case for many of the serious bulls out there. There's always the marginal holders, the marginal buyers. Sometimes those are weak hands. And they'll trim out. Oh, they were buying it. You were buying into the trend that I was talking about. Boom. Well, then it might not continue for right now, and they might get out, right? That quick sell off. But who knows? It could resume. This is the benefit of not just, I talk about value stocks, right? But of a strong trend. If you have the backdrop is a strong trend, and if it suddenly, if I would say I would be surprised if, like, based on what I saw here, if the stock price just ended up collapsing, you know what I mean, like 13, 12, 11. I'm not saying it couldn't happen. It absolutely could. All of these things, anything's on the table with a risky, risk-on, volatile stock like GameStop. It is. You learn this over the years with experience. However, in light of the free cash flows that I think are ahead of them and this strong trend, I would actually be surprised because I feel like that kind of supports the price. It supports the price a bit. We talk about supports on the charts and stuff, but this stuff supports these moves up. And so when the stock price falls, it goes, but then you got this stuff here like, oh, here you go, get back up, get going. You know what I mean? And you can continue resuming. As long as the thesis, if the thesis breaks, it's time to reassess. You got to be honest with yourself. Now, there's certain elements to this where I'm like, all right, that wasn't quite as, I was hoping for a little bit stronger year over year stuff here, or maybe that wasn't quite as bullish as I was thinking as it might be here and there. So there's tweaks, right? But at the end of the day, the tail, I mean, it remains undervalued to me. And that way, if you're just tweaking your model and it's still undervalued, it's okay. Maybe you just need to tweak it down or tweak it up. Sometimes you get the incremental news information. Like I've been a couple of times this past quarter, you've seen me talk. You know what? Maybe my model of even the legacy business was even a little bit too low at times. Sometimes I'll like the Microsoft news and this focus, the primacy of the omni-channel experience, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm like, that stuff was tough for me to model. But so anyway, so now I'm like, all right, there's nothing that was like crazy, like, oh, you definitely need to update your model. But maybe if there's, we'll see the incremental stuff we get. You know what I mean? Like what if they got incremental stuff in particular from the analysts, like I mentioned, from Cohen, who, if they can come to some sort of resolution, whatever the hell that is, that would be bullish for the stock. Because if you got Cohen on board with this, whatever it looks like, boom, the market's like, oh, okay, we're on board. Because now Cohen has critiqued them, right? He has outright critiqued them. He has made his concerns known, but now he's on board. And he knows how to fix them, and people buy into him because he's Ryan Cohen, et cetera, right? Everyone gets on board with that shit. And then where was I just go? So those are the types of things I'm just watching. But I don't know, because I still think it's undervalued. And this quarterly release didn't impact my personal thesis all that much. Maybe it did yours. I'll be curious. Cheers, everybody. Cheers. Hey, oh look at this. Oh, we had over 200. Holy shit! Cheers, everybody. This is sick. Let's go. If you think this, you can't keep us down, right? You can't keep us down unless the thesis is broken. But until then, cheers. Welcome everybody to the stream. Sick. I can't wait to hear everybody's thoughts on this. Again, I didn't get through everything. I was doing my best. I'm like, you saw me post that tweet. I'm like, trying to do my best. I don't know. Any other quick takes? I think. Not much else. I got to get through this. I got to get through that. We saw this. Oh, and then the other thing, the incremental thing is the at-the-money offering. Like I said, I wouldn't have, the market might not have liked this, but I was like, yo, bump that shit up to 200 million, 500 million. I don't care because I like that optionality to this stuff. So, again, market might not, who cares? I mean, it's what is it, an extra 6-7 million shares? It's like not that whatever. Like I said, it's probably tied. It seems likely that it's tied to a specific purpose, inventory, debt, whatever it is. But for me, I'm like, whatever. So that was the other incremental thing I was thinking. All right, well, let's see what happens here. If they actually issue the shares, they get an extra 100 million in cash. Then what? You know what I mean? Don't they have like 600 million? Do I get the balance sheet up? Don't they got like 600 million and inclusive of restricted cash. So I'm like, an extra 100 million. You know what I mean? Like, not that much. It's not that big of a deal. It's like, but everyone's going to be talking about it. I can appreciate. Yeah, close to, but just about 600 million. But that's going to be the talking point. And it's just like, it's not as big of a deal. But we'll see. We'll see what the market thinks. Anything else? I didn't get through that. Got this. At the money offering 16.35. At the time, it was 16.35, right? We'll see where they go. Oh, you saw Jeffries, right? So look at this. You see the Jeffries. They're the one doing the helping distribute the shares, right? And we know you've been seeing me pull up the Jeffries stuff, talking about that upside. And so they're the ones running this. I didn't hear Jeffries on the call, though. I didn't know if maybe I missed it. I don't know. But now I'm curious to see what their update is to their. Hopefully that gets. Sometimes you come across it on Seeking Alpha. Hopefully we see that shit there. But I picked up on that. I'm like, Jeffries. Interesting how that might tie into their research that they've been that we've seen on Seeking Alpha. I brought up countless times. But that's in fact that's the research I brought up when I'm talk about those different revenue streams down the line. You know what I mean? That can make up for software, the declining software legacy business, right? But we didn't get it. I didn't get enough. I didn't get enough on this on that front to ascribe a high probability to that type of stuff, right? It's more to the probability of it than it is to the outcome. You know what I mean? For someone like me. Okay. What else? No, that's how that. Let me know if I've missed anything here. The chart's looking good though. I know. I mean, we're all gonna. It's broken. The chart's broken. But I'm telling you, this was good going into it. Like, this was a good trend to have going into it. That's why you saw me tweet that. I'm like, what do you like? I'm not. These aren't. I don't have high conviction. These quarterly forecasts. I don't have high conviction in this stuff. I tilt one way. I tilted bullish for the second damn quarter in a row. I have tilted bullish. We've done the real time stream, and I look like an idiot. What am I gonna do? We'll see if it bounces back. It'd be nice if it bounces back. Fall in a couple of weeks. That'd be nice. So I don't look like a total idiot. But this is the trend looks good. And it's a support. It's a support. Just not even just the support lines. It's just a bullish trend because it's telling me the market is buying into the turnaround. Like there are folks out there who don't buy into it, right? No problem. I personally that downside protection. I feel pretty strongly about that. Disagree with the upside. Blah blah blah. But what is really hard to deny. I would say it's undeniable that the market is buying into the turnaround, right? The market. Look at the chart. There was plenty of opportunity for the market to, okay, this isn't happening, sell it off. They've been you had Q2, which you did, bounce, it's, what is it, triple? It's doubled since then. And now here we are again, sell off. Let's see what happens from here. We can always reassess and review, but so far the market has bought into this. And so I think, all right, well, you can have a bearish forecast on this stuff, no problem with that, especially if it's grounded in reason, you have a legitimate reason. I may disagree with it strongly, but I'm like, all right, that's how you interpret some of this stuff. But I think the market's disagreeing with that. And that's something you like to see going into just all the time. All else equal, you want that backdrop. And so right now, because you didn't get that crazy, surprise, bullish shit, surprise. I'm a bit relieved that we had a chart that looked like this. In addition to all the fundamentals, how many? I mean, fundamentals are the focus here, right? That's what drives this stuff. That's the real support for all this, especially downside support. That's why, I mean, if people are, I don't know, I haven't seen what people are saying too much, but if you're thinking that the stock's going to go, I have to disagree with that. Because of that downside protection, maybe, if anything, maybe if things take longer or it takes a while for the chart to reverse, blah, 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 okay, that's a bit more reasonable to me. But now I'm like, yo, kick back and watch. Because if this is, if this is the sell-off, right? We got to see what happens tomorrow. It could keep on going tomorrow, but if that's the sell-off to $14 to $15, if you're super short, right? That's not enough. It doesn't confirm it. Like I said, this earnings release doesn't it doesn't confirm the tremendous upside, right? It doesn't say, oh, this is definitely happened, but it's, in my opinion, it does not confirm the crazy downside either. So this is what I mean. That degree of confidence in the bear thesis, I'm like, oh, I don't understand. You didn't get it. I said this after Q2, sold off, bounced back. I don't think you got it this time either. We're in Q4. This was always going to be a shitty quarter. It was always going to be a shitty quarter. And yes, you can say, okay, hey, well, the start of Q4 isn't as bullish as I thought. Okay, but it was still up over 16% year over year, right? And if you're talking about the downside protection, right, that's a good sign. That's a good start to the quarter. And stuff was delayed late in the quarter. There's supply constraints, blah, blah, blah. Maybe some of these free cash flows are going to be spread over a number of months, a number of quarters. that may interfere with a short-term type thesis, right? Which is always inherently more risky, right? But the longer-term thesis, not impacted by that specific variable. So yeah, I like Q2. I just don't see enough to break. I still wanted more. And I'm super eager to see here, y'all. Cheers, everybody! Cheers, everybody! Again, but super eager to your takes. I'm almost certainly missed some stuff, so that's going to be helpful for me. But Cohen's how Cohen responds to this. But was there anything else? I saw the $1 billion in revenues. I'm pretty sure the year-over-year comps were roughly in line with what people were forecast. I don't know. SG&A. The cash, the balance sheet. That's the thing. So for some folks, it's like still kind of this balance sheet play. That balance sheet play is still what's how it's being priced, and it still hasn't yet been priced as this high margin growth opportunity yet. Not that it deserves it or anything like that, but I just think I look at the balance sheet and I think, all right, it's kind of a similar thesis as it's been this whole time. You don't really have that sexy upside story yet. For better or worse, as I always say, again, now it's December 2020. I want to start hearing more about that, but that balance sheet continues to remain strong, so that's going to support that for now. The gross margin stuff. There wasn't much else. You know what I mean? Like, even during the conference call, did y'all listen to the conference call? Oh, did I hear? I got on the conference call. Were they max capacity? I'm not sure I've even seen that before. But even I saw some of the analysts press them on the conference call. I always like to hear that. And I liked pressing them on the at the money offer. That was good. That was a good question. Press them on that. I like that. And some other things too. But nothing. No big. Oh wow. Oh okay. That's what we're doing with this. I do on that at the money offering. I really like that management's response to that because that kind of made it abundantly clear. Because even I had my questions. I'm like, I kind of figured what it was for, but I'd like to hear them respond in a question, like when they're being pressed, and they did. I'm like, okay. That's what I thought it was when you're sitting on this much cash, but you want to hear it. But other than that, like I'm like, I hope I get more. So then I'm like, I got to go through this presentation, see if I get a bit more information on this, like delivering transformation for growth. I still wanted more than this though. Capitalize on the new console launch. I got that. They always crush it in the early months, in the early quarters of newness. Increase our addressable market. We're talking about monitors, tabletop gaming, TVs, PC gaming, all this stuff we've talked about so much. Drive improvement in operating profitability, sales stabilize, growth, blah, blah, blah. New mobile app launch, blah. They acknowledge that they were kind of behind. Their e-commerce was behind, which so many of us knew, and that's going to be an active pursuit on their end. At a glance, significantly strides. Not too much else. Is there too much else? Improved expense. Sorry, I didn't get through all this. I ended the period. Strengthened balance sheet, store fleet optimization. A lot of the store stuff, I'm like, I already know all that. We kind of know all that. That's what I mean. And Cohen was talking about that in his letter. It's like, they're kind of doing that stuff. I didn't do a cross-reference yet because I'll do it once the conference call is published. Well, I'll look at all the stuff they talked about and then compare it to his letter. Anything else? That's it. It's just only 11 slides. It's just, that's not that many slides. I don't think that this will satisfy Cohen personally. Okay, cheers everybody. How far behind am I? How far behind? I don't even know. I gotta. You definitely gotta pour this out. You know which beer. You know we need this beer. You know we doing the cat's meow tonight. No doubt about that shit tonight. I think I got everything, huh? Okay. Oh boy. Oh no. Look at this. Hey, we're cranking tonight. Ooh. Here we go. Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. Let's see if I can get caught up here. Okay. Oh boy. I'm sure I'm behind. I'm sure. Oh jeez. Good luck to me. I'll do my best. Okay. Hey, Gats. What up, Gats? I'm just going to assume. Actually, how far behind am I? If I'm reading, what time was Gats' evening, gents? Cheers, Gats. Welcome. I don't know what time that was at, but we'll see. It's 7:32. No way I catch it. Oh, it just jumped. I see Chris Rob. Cheers, Chris. Oh, it just jumped. Oh, crap. Oh, shit. Okay. Let's do this. Okay, super saucy. Cheers. Yep, demand's been pushed back along. Like I said, that it only delays stuff, but the cash flow still seems likely to come for GameStop. So if you got those short-term type, well, that's always tough. That's inherently tougher. But if you get the longer-term thesis, no big deal. I agree. It's just been kind of elongated a bit. Am I 2 hours behind? Oh, it keeps on jumping ahead now. Am I 2 hours behind, Chris? Oh, shit. What are we at? Oh, okay. Let me just see. We'll keep an eye on this as I scroll through, huh? You know the importance of that. Oh, what's the volume at after hours, actually? What's that at? 6 million. All right, that's not nothing. That's not nothing. But notice the WAP 1540. Those marginal sellers, right? I'm telling you. Like I'm really curious to see about this bounce back tomorrow because, as you know, you see me utilize a lot of technical analysis and stuff. But hopefully, you know, I'm a fundamentals focused value investor. Blah blah blah. But as far as like this type of stuff, like I'm of the opinion, my analysis is that this is a really bullish trend. When you have a really bullish trend in conjunction with the other attributes of GameStop, I tilt bullish. That's just what I do. And but now I'm like, yo, let's put this to the test because it worked last time where I tilted bullish. It sold off and then boom, boom, boom. Now I'm like, let's see it again. That's not even a forecast. I'm like, yo, let's just kick back and watch what happens. Let's see how strong this trend really is if the market is really coming around to it. Because I don't know. I don't think you should be surprised by a bounce back. That's all. Not so much a forecast, but like if you're right here in the chart, you're right here. Imagine you're pulling back 20% and here's where you are in the chart. It's like that ain't shit. I don't know what to tell you. But is that where it closed? 1694? Damn. Okay. Yeah, it was a bit of a broke 17. I saw that. So let's see what it does. It could keep on selling off. But let's put this to the test. I'm really curious to see how this reacts again with another earnings release that just didn't break it. So I don't know. We'll see. Okay. Yeah, we're setting our record here. I see people talking down at the bottom there. Yep. Okay, back up. Andy W. Welcome, Andy W. Cheers. Can I say happy Monday? Can I say is it happy Tuesday? Look at this. It's not. I'm losing track of my days. Maybe instead of happy Tuesday, I'll say, hey, I don't know. I'll think of something. Rod? Cheers, Rod. Welcome. Curious to hear your takes on this stuff. Their commentary about allocations was somewhat disappointing. Oh, okay. I don't know what that specific language was, Rod, on allocations. Okay, I got to follow up on that. Let me know if the conference, they publish the conference call on Seeking Alpha. That's usually where I pull it up. If it gets published during the stream, let me know. I'll pull it up. I feel like it takes more time than that, but sometimes you're quick about it, so let me know. Yep, stock price tanked. Initially, beep, beep, boop, 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 boop. I mean, it's like I said last time, like I've said on every sell-off, not just the Q2 sell-off, but also this sell-off, right? Late October, the whole market was selling off, blah, blah, blah. Tomorrow might be focused on just GameStop, but it's not just shorts, right? It's also marginal longs, so just weak hands. Then they didn't want to hold the stock. They were buying into it for the trend, for a short squeeze, and if you don't get it, they sell off. Boom, stock sells off on that. What would hurt the bear thesis, or even the short thesis rather, if it only sells off 20% on that, right? You at least want like a 30% sell off or something like that. You want to go back down. You want to go down to the lower end of this box because I don't know. But those short, that was still really heavy, and I don't think you got enough to support that thesis. So we'll see. But there are certainly aspects that they'll trump it, like bears will trump it, right? And you can't blame them because it's not like it was all roses. I'm not saying that. So you kind of, that confirmation bias on both sides, bullish confirmation bias, bearish confirmation bias. So you kind of like, all right, that stuff they can run with. In stuff, you might see some stuff bulls can run with and stuff. And so that's how I try to think through it. Try to view it through the other lens. Okay. Let me think. Okay, Rigo. What's up, Rigo? Welcome. Yeah, Sherman. I don't know. Rigo. On Sherman, like on Sherman and Bell and stuff. I mean, it is. Obviously, there's a lot of people thinking about this. They bought back all those shares last year, and now they're issuing shares, right? That's going to be what a lot of people are talking about. But I still think Sherman and Bell are executing on those the nuts and bolts type stuff. Where in particular for me, what I feel as though they've kind of fallen short on is like the narrative, the storytelling type stuff. That said, as we all know, it's been a difficult hand to have been dealt with the. I feel confident that when Sherman and Bell were stepping into the GameStop situation, COVID was not on their radar, right? So this is the case for a lot of retailers, but GameStop had its own idiosyncratic risks that it was up against, and now it's just like, it's just a bit of a struggle. And so for some of how the stock price has generally been stagnant, right? Not so much in the recent months, but I mean over the past 18 months since the management team hopped on board, kind of a bit stagnant, right? It hasn't been so much attributable to management execution or lack thereof. I mean, it's kind of been the hand they've been dealt too. So, but the market it can be hard to parse those, and the market will conflate those, and they'll be like, well, and the story isn't all that sexy. The stock price hasn't really gone too crazy. That's the thing. It's up recently, but like someone like a Cohen, he might get more backing because of this. And so that some of that storytelling type stuff that I really wanted when I was first getting involved, we're not seeing it. And part of it I know is because of the literally store closures in certain geographic regions for GameStop. But even still, I still wanted more on that stuff. So that's one thing where I'm like, I feel like someone could be doing a better job on that, even if it's, or if it's Cohen. And I think even Cohen's like really doing a good job of talking about that upside. So that's one thing. Okay. Okay, Alex. Cheers, Alex. Welcome. Oh, I see you atting people. I'm just going to say, welcome, Philly Steaks. Chris Roth. Cheers. I'm thinking shorts exit some. Yeah. You might see it some. You might get, that's the thing. That's what I mean. This isn't a victory for either side, right? But maybe you could see some, I can't believe that there haven't been more shorts closing already. We'll see what the short interest is. Oh, is it tomorrow? We'll see it tomorrow. But maybe they'll close up some. Okay, my drinking sound. Hey, Justin, cheers. My drinking sound is strong if I believe them on optionality. Oh, yeah. You don't, Justin. Interesting. Oh, I do because that was my assumption when I was first seeing it. I didn't like. Interesting. Believe them on optionality. Yeah. Only partly because Justin, because of their current prevailing balance sheet in that we're in Q4. So I do think that. Oh, I'll be curious to hear your take now. This is great. I hope, especially if I'm tilting bullish on a particular comment. Yeah, it cost me to dial it back. Let's do it. Okay. Jen, cheers, Jen. Cheers. Welcome, Cruise Control. Okay, Matt. Welcome, Matt. Cheers. Yeah, so Matt says, hey, once the initial sell-off happens, could be an influx of buyers. I don't know. You can that's difficult to forecast. Like it happened in Q2, but obviously there might be less. It could be less likely because we're at a higher market cap. But that's why the story is important, because is there something for folks to buy into? That I think generally speaking, even if we were up 16%, I tend to discount that knee-jerk reaction because it's like, all right, is it really going to hold that? Blah blah blah. So we'll see what happens after that if folks step in. There's still that's the thing, is that there's still always that risk of a squeeze, even if not likely. But I think now people will be discounting that because you didn't get that pop following earnings. Okay. Oh, okay. Hey, Josh Klein. Welcome, Josh Klein. Cheers. Oh, I don't know what you're referring to. Okay. Is there a chance Jeffries was the first? Oh, Jeffries was the first question. It wasn't with Sync, though, was it? Okay, it was some. I thought I heard Jeffries, but it wasn't. I had said I think they said Rachel instead of Stephanie. It was just someone else. Okay, timeline is clear and obvious. Oh, I'm so far behind. Oh, this sucks. Like I'm missing so much shit. So my bad. I can't believe I can't go higher. And maybe it's for the best, because then I'd be so far behind, you know? Okay, I agree with Matt, though. Matt, you say this before me. I agree with you. Too much focus on the offering. I agree. I think it's definitely a talking point. Make no mistake. I just don't think it's a huge. I don't think it's not as big a deal for my thesis, but definitely a talking point. I mean, how often do you see this, where you see a company buy back over a third of their shares 1 year, and then 12 months later issue shares? I mean, you just don't see that often. And there's a case that, I mean, let's see how it goes out, but it could be brilliant, right? It could be. It might send a conflicting message, but from a capital allocation standpoint. Okay. Okay. Alex Subazasi. Tyler S. Tyler. Welcome. Oh, you talking about for related to Ryan Cohen stuff? Oh, okay. Interesting. I doubt this. So they blatantly dilute. That's the thing. I don't know about this. The Ryan Cohen angle with the at the money offering. Let me keep reading and see what y'all are saying. Oh, Hugo. What up, Hugo? Cheers. Yeah, they do their holiday readout in early January. They typically do that first or second week. They talk about how the quarter's going so far. Oh, we got to do another cup and handle. Yeah, Rigo says we got to do another cup and handle. Yo, legit, we might. We might. It might be another cup and handle. Oh, I was going to do the cupception, but those Inception posters, they're tough. It was tough to try to, I was trying to crop in some cups, and it was messy. Messy poster. All right, what else we got? What else we got? Okay, yeah, holiday sales release. Made a huge thing with shelf. Oh, okay. Well, the timing of it, Justin. The timing of it, like it would have been. I'm always. This is. Were we talking about this recently, Justin? About that optionality? What the hell were we talking about? It wasn't about the money offering, obviously. Oh, I can't remember what it was, Justin. But like, I'm of the opinion. What the hell was it? Like this at the money offering. The 10b5-1. Like it should have been done weeks or months ago, quarters ago, especially when sentiment was already in the drain. Because who gives in the gutter? Who gives a shit? Toss the at the money offering, and the stock would have sold off, no doubt about it. Would have been crushed. But it's like, yo, do it then, and do it for $1 billion, $5 billion, $10 billion. Let the stock sell off, and then if your thesis comes true, the management thesis, and then you start turning things around, boom, issue shares opportunistically. You know what I mean? So I mean the timing of it, maybe the timing of it, but I like that optionality. Let me keep going. Okay. Okay, Hyperbole Kid, welcome Hyperbole Kid, welcome back. Hey Jordan, cheers Jordan, cheers. Here we are again, Jordan. Here we are again on our quarterly conference call as usual. Pissed off all shareholders, just opposed to shareholder value, just in the offering. Oh, okay. I don't know about huge mistake. But I'm on board with this. Okay, at least this Cohen. I agree that this, just the quarterly earnings, and not just this quarterly earnings, but everything so far. Cohen has an opportunity here, right? I mean, I don't know. I know I'm missing some of this. It's not for me. For me personally, I don't have the right take necessarily. It's just my take. That the at the money offering isn't as big a deal on this as much as it is a lot of the stuff Cohen's talking about, like this clear and transparent. Here's the roadmap. That's the bigger thing. And I agree that we didn't get it on that conference call. That's not to say we don't get it in the coming weeks or whatever. I doubt it. But that like this has opened the opportunity for Cohen to make whatever the hell. That's what I mean. What is he trying to do? I don't know what he's trying to do. We talked about CEO and stuff, and we know one board seat wasn't enough. Who knows? I hope we hear from him soon. I'd be curious about that. But especially if the stock price sells off, he can talk. He can call, like I said, from the whether it's a bullish thesis, bearish thesis, you can pick out certain elements and just trumpet them. Be like, oh, you bought back shares last year and now you're issuing shares, right? Even though I don't think in the grand scheme it's as big a deal to this bull thesis, but the optics of it, the optics of some of this stuff is like, oh, Cohen can run with this, and the market. Well, if they see what they'll just lean toward Cohen. I think they might have enough ammo. I think Cohen has enough ammo to more strongly make his case at this point. That's what I think. Okay. Who even knows what I missed? Who knows what I missed? Probably brilliant insights. Okay. Okay. What's the problem that I missed that? Michael Peterson. Welcome, Michael Peterson. Welcome. Cheers. A stoic Tuesday. A stoic Tuesday to you, Michael. Okay, Gats. Okay, strategic error. I assume that at the money offering, they almost specifically say it is a poison pill. Okay, so I didn't get to this part. So Justin's saying how they almost specifically say it's a poison pill in the document. I didn't get to that part. I was trying my best. I know it's in one of these. I got them open. Actually, I looked through it. Was it this one? I think wasn't it right near the top? Nah, not that one. This one? This one? I want to say it was like close to the top. Ah, shit. Well, y'all can tell me. Oh, man. So much to go through. Okay. This sell-off is the last significant... Okay, so Matt says this sell-off is the last significant chance shorts have to exit. Could be. There'd have to be some really unexpected, crazy bullish, like a Cohen move type thing. You know, like some sort of... I would say the most bullish thing that could happen in the near-term future, again, even if not likely, would be a GameStop Cohen resolution. That's the most bullish thing that could happen in my mind. On the fundamentals front, I mean, you got the January holiday readout that's coming, but based on November, I don't know if it's going to shock and surprise the market at this point. And maybe, and then you'll get the Q4 results, right? Which could be they could surprise on that front over the full quarter. How much free cash will they actually generate during the quarter? I'm not so sure that's fully priced in. We'll have to see. But I'd have to say the most bullish thing that could happen in the near term is a resolution between, not even just Cohen speaking out, but them coming to some sort of resolution, right? If not, then maybe it goes down to a proxy fight and blah blah blah. Then it takes a bit more time, and then in which case the market doesn't love uncertainty, right? The market doesn't love uncertainty with the broad market. With the broad equity markets, I mean, any market for that matter, but for individual stocks as well. So if there's a lot of uncertainty out there, the market's like, I don't know what to do with this. Do I go up? Is there a tremendous upside like Cohen's talking about? What are they going to make for Q4? I don't know what to do. The horse and buggy? Well, I don't know where to run with this. So you know what I mean? So that near-term resolution would be big. Okay. Okay. It is not to be used. Pointless. Okay, so yeah, Justin, you thinking the at-the-money offering might not be used? It may never be used. I agree. The optics of it, it may not be used, and they made that point clear in the conference call. I did hear his emphasis on that, if at all. We get this at-the-money that we'll use, if at all. I mean, that's the right thing to say. That's what I would say too. I'd probably stress that too. But I agree. The optics of it, it's like this. At least it's part of the reason for this sell-off because the market's like, "What the hell's going? What are you doing? Who's at the wheel? Who's at the wheel here?" It's a little bit confusing to digest. And so, but I agree with you. They may not use it at all. It's just for that optionality. They want to cover their bases. Just imagine if they had to close their stores again, and they needed to use that cash, the cash that's on the books, for other reasons. It's like a fail stop, whatever it's called. Well, I don't know if it lost them everything though, Justin. I don't know. In the short term stuff, the short term impact, the market's well, you're seeing it right here, but I don't think it loses them everything. Oh, I'm curious where you're going with this. Yeah, so then Super Saucy says shareholders are 100% with Cohen now. Oh, okay, I see. So Justin, maybe you're going with the poison pill type stuff. Okay. I mean, if that's true and that was a big part of the reason, I doubt it though, because of how much it's for $100 million. It doesn't seem that much. But maybe you have read more than I have so far. But I agree with Super Saucy saying shareholders are 100% with Cohen. I wouldn't go that large. I wouldn't go that high personally. But that's what I mean. This has opened the door for it even more. He can more likely get what he wants. Whatever it is, whatever the hell it is. I agree. Okay, so I assume that's what Justin talked about. They defended the wrong thing. Yeah. Okay. I'm curious to hear that. Okay. Okay. Polygon. Well, welcome, Polygon. Cheers, mate. Josh, I didn't get on the call because of the capacity. Yep, no chance he walks away. I agree. The chances of Cohen walking away are still, for me, low. I don't think you go through. I don't think you buy as much as you do. It's his third position is that he's talked about, and you turn activist and you write this letter and you own 10%. Sure, he could turn around and sell. I mean, the stock did run to 19, but that's not that big. He's kind of got a reputation to uphold. Wouldn't be that great of a look, in my opinion. Talk about optics. Doesn't mean he couldn't do it. He could. I'm not saying it's not a risk. I still think it's not particularly high. I try to avoid strong language, but I doubt he walks away like Josh. Okay. Yeah, no mention of the Microsoft deal. I didn't think they were going to go. They might. I thought maybe a sentence or two. They weren't going to dive deep into that. Welcome, Commune. George Nelson, welcome. Who cares? Welcome. Who cares? Welcome. Yeah, so I agree with Jordan. That's Jordan says. Jordan says Cohen ain't leaving. This call makes his job so much easier. Okay, that's right. I agree with that, Jordan. Right? He's not in this for a quick double or triple or anything. I don't think that. That's my opinion. In which case, it's kind of opened the door for him. I agree with that, Jordan. Okay, standable on before Sean. Welcome, Sean. Sean Luce. Okay, Sherman Cohen. A gentleman's agreement. Oh, I don't know. This letter was kind of coming at Sherman quite a bit, though. Comment? Did they comment the console allocation comment? Yeah. Sometimes I miss stuff when I'm listening to it. Hey, Steve Stock. Welcome, Steve Stock. I love your work. I've been loving your work, Steve Stock, as always. Limit Act. Maybe that's true. Maybe they'll recover in December sales in November. Still, I thought November was going to be. I thought it was going to be bigger. I think many of us thought that. But that's December could be bigger, holiday sales and stuff. But we'll have to see. Semi-dress Q&A. Figures seem slow. Cameron, welcome back, Cameron. Welcome back. So Rigo says the same thing. So this must be what Justin's talking about too. Rigo saying Sherman focused more on Cohen than shareholders. I must be missing something. Is the at-the-money offering you think is Cohen specific? I don't know. I don't think that. I'll keep going. Could be I missed something. Like an extra 7 million shares? This doesn't seem like the management. That doesn't seem like their type of. I don't know. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, what am I? Oh, Jen, tell me to skip it. Oh shit. What should I skip? Did I miss something? I missed about 2 hours. Oh no. Oh, skip the chat. Should I skip the show? Should I just skip ahead? Maybe I should just skip ahead. Oh shit. Okay, I'll keep. Let me know. Let me keep going. So many good thoughts. I'll have to come back to this video. Okay, we just agree here. Okay, going to be here. Makeshift, welcome back, Makeshift. Haven't seen you in a while. Cheers. I'm gonna be to the next day, right, Makeshift? Yeah. Oh shit. Hey, Cleese, I see you. So, oh wow, I'm so far behind. It jumped ahead on me, Cleese. I saw your comment. Should I just jump ahead? Maybe I should jump ahead. I'm trying to go quick. Let me try to scroll through quick, see if I could pick out some shit as I'm going through. I feel like there's gonna be a lot of. You can now ask. Yeah, asking confidence for support. Yep. I just screened about. Did it twice. I'm 2.5 hours to be exact. Oh, Jen. Amagus, 2-card Arsenal. Welcome you too. Okay, just agreed. Let me go. Clear timeline. Joseph, welcome, Joseph. Yeah, I think Cohen's an investor. He doesn't want to drag his feet on some of this stuff too. I kind of agree with that. TM, welcome back, TM. Happy Tuesday, all things considered. Trying to short their own company. I don't know, but Michael, this management team has kind of always treated their conference calls like this. That's what I mean. Like, that's the base case, that the management team kind of does what they've done the whole thing. Even though I'm willing to think about, what if they do this? What if they do that? What if they were not talking stuff up this whole year because they knew it was a bit of a struggle, and now's their opportunity. I mean, I'll factor in that probability, but base case should be like what they've done this whole time is inclusive of like kind of like not talking up too much stuff and like not commenting on too much stuff. Not surprising the market, not offering guidance like they said they would. They kind of just stick to their plan, for better or worse. What sounds like what many people are thinking, for worse in this case. Okay. Okay. 2-card. Tigran, welcome. Next year's, I would say okay this time. Value investor, welcome. Wow, we're rolling deep. Let's go. What are we at? All right, they're hanging there. That would be the charter section. Speaking to the anti-token. Okay. Tonight, Raul, welcome. Go, Dave Farrell, welcome. I'll be interested. Serious, welcome. Hello, welcome. Hey, thanks, Gabby. Appreciate that. Look at this. We already have 50 likes or 49 likes. Who's gonna be 50? Who's gonna be like 50? Is anyone gonna be lucky? Like look, there's a big night. Too bad it wasn't on crazy upside, right? Maybe someday we'll get there. Maybe someday. Okay. George on his Twitter. Okay. Polygon can't be the likes are recorded. Yeah, that's the thing. So certain management teams are specialists in like turnarounds and stuff, and like, hey, we need to get this back to square one. And then you have certain management teams who are like the visionary types, like, yo, this is the future, this is where we're headed, and this is kind of what people have been talking about lately, following Ryan Cohen's letter, because it's like, yo, maybe this management team succeeded in what they wanted to do, what they were going to accomplish. It's like, yo, now maybe Cohen would be the better fit moving forward. It's not always, it's not black and white. Like sometimes it can be tough to analyze that stuff, but I saw someone talking about that. I guess that's what Michael's getting at. Yeah. Okay. Oh, talk about the Bloomberg article came 12 days after the earnings release. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, okay. Jen says Telsey was the one who asked about the console allocations. Okay. There was an increase in demand, and they're always wanting more. Yep. Sabu, welcome, Sabu. Welcome. Cheers. Closing. Okay, yeah. So Andy, welcome, Andy. Andy's saying, hey, the 16.5% of their, you know what I mean? Like the bear thesis, I'm not even not so much. You know my thoughts on the level of short interest, right? But a bear thesis about the GameStop business model, that's still intact. Maybe not the level of short interest or the complete downside, but if you're bearish on GameStop's tremendous upside, at least I can understand where you're coming from. And Andy's saying, well, 16.5% for November. It's like, oh, that's not as strong as some people were hoping it might be, myself included. So it's like, oh, that was the month of the new consoles, and last year was a depressed year already, and you're only up 16.5%. I agree with that take, Andy. I am of the opinion that GameStop has historically been priced so cheap relative to even the free cash flows it will continue to generate based on this. But indeed, it's not as, yeah, I hear where you're coming from. I hear you. Lots of questions. Welcome. Lots of comments. Okay. David Chen, welcome back. Yeah, so David says, hey, the 100 million is going to limit it to 10 million. Yeah, not too many. And this is the thing, I was just like, well, I already made this joke, right? Like, if you're serious about, are we gonna see a 13 handle? Maybe we'll see that 13 handle. If you're serious about some crazy turnaround, the more cash you have, the better. The more cash you have. So, okay. 2 week sell off rally, Michael. Hey, Michael, welcome, Michael. Shelf cost and wow. So Rod, the shelf. Oh, okay. The shelf. Okay, I think I know what Rod's saying. The shelf cost and everything market. I think you're saying the cost them the reins. Is that what you're saying? In which case Cohen, whatever he wants. I mean I kind of agree with this. Not just that's the thing. It's not just the at the money offering for me though. It's kind of everything. That's why I'm kind of curious about this take. That you know what I mean. It seems like some folks are really negative on that at the money offering. Interesting. Maybe more negative than me. Okay. Not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's a huge positive or anything like that. I'm not saying that. I just didn't think like it's. I didn't see that and think, well, this is. It sends a confusing message though. In conjunction with everything else, I was talking about that storytelling type stuff and a lot of the stuff that Cohen brings up, even though they are executing on some of these things, it's like that. That paired with this stuff, it's like Cohen, whatever Cohen wants, he's probably going to get. That's how I feel. And that's what I think y'all are getting at. But what does he want? What does he want? Okay. Oh, you go. EO, welcome, EO. What's next? Okay, so Rod says he was erring toward Cohen based on what he's heard about his vision, but Sherman and the board of director that signed that document forced my hand. Okay. I appreciate that. Actually, I'd be even more. I feel like that's going to be, especially because the stock price is selling off, right? Whatever the stock price tends to do, like they'll run with that, right? Is there anyone who disagrees with that take? Is there anyone who disagrees and they're like, nah, like that's what would be like, ooh. That would be the spicy take, I think. If anyone's like, nah, management's doing a good job. They need a bit more time. You know what I mean? Like, that seems like the spicy take today, I'd say. And I'd be super curious because yeah. Okay, Rigo doesn't think we're going to do the offering. I lean toward that too. That's my base case. Big strategic error. Okay. Right into the hands of, okay. Hey, Snowcarver. Welcome, Snowcarver. That was you. Okay, so Gats says the nuts and bolts of survival aren't good anymore. Time to evolve or die, and they just nailed their own coffin. So I agree with you, Gats, right? That nuts and bolts, I felt it was hugely important. Many of us did here on the stream. And I felt as though they were executing on that front. They were kind of doing what they were supposed to be doing, but I agree. This is December 2020. The consoles are now out. Granted, they're getting meted out. I mean, there's supply issues and stuff, but like, I'm with you, Gats. Is that needed a bit more? If we're gonna take that tremendous upside seriously at this point in December, I mean, yeah, maybe they would say, "Oh, it's coming." It's like, come on, we need a bit more to run with at this point. Space Burrito, welcome back. Space Burrito, welcome back. And there was one more. Yep. Jen talking about the allocations. Yep. software, yep, continue to differentiate themselves. Some of that stuff we kind of already knew, you know? Lack of, so Matthew still welcome Matthew, saying lack of enthusiasm. Oh, Michael, you think we're going to get downgrades tomorrow? Oh, I don't know about downgrades. Oh, I don't know about that. For a short analyst giving downgrades tomorrow. Wow. Downgrades. That would surprise me. I'd be curious about that. I lean toward you're still going to get upgrades. I could be wrong about that. Let's see. I'll know soon enough. I'll know soon enough. That's what I mean. I don't think there's enough in there for a material downgrade. Some of the I feel as though the analysts were behind on some of these fronts, and I think you're more likely to get upgrades. Maybe not as big of upsides as you would have gotten if there was some crazy oh shit, this is really good, way better than we were expecting. But even still, that's my we'll see. If I'm wrong, we'll know soon enough. We don't need to wait around. Hell, you heard me tilting bullish. Look at this shit. Whoa boy, it just wouldn't be the same. This GameStop investment's how we get through this. Okay, talking about this. Chris Roth, welcome Chris Roth. If I didn't say what up, cheers. That's how he rolls. Cleese, welcome. Yes, so I agree with this. So Cleese, I like this take. He says realistic bulls tempered expectations. I did. Q4, I mean, it was 16.5%. That's not as strong as I was kind of hoping for. I was hoping for something stronger than that for reasons I've already laid out there. You got to temper your expectations a bit on Q4, but that's the thing is like I'm not so sure as far as like that upside. There's like I need stronger expectations to have and to have those expectations of that big upside. I just need more information. Like there's nothing here that's like I don't know. Even still, cheers to that, Cleese. Okay. Going forward, 14, brutal. Okay, Rod says only positive was the SG&A. I didn't even get through all that yet. That's the thing. So that in December 2020, I would have liked to have seen something else headline the Q3 press release. That SG&A improvement. It's I'm not saying it's not important. It's hugely important, and I applaud their efforts on this front. But that's it. That's your headline. I mean, I'm okay with this. 250%. That ain't no joke. I mean, they're serious about revamping their omnichannel and crushing e-commerce. You should be crushing on that front, right? 800% last quarter, to over 257% this quarter. But like the SG&A improvement, that's not. I need something more. I needed something more. You know, that's nuts and bolts. It's cute. It's December 2020. If you have people really betting against your long-term viability, whether or not there's something there, SG&A improvement does not get you there. It does not change their minds. It doesn't do it. Certainly, management knows this, right? And that's what they trumpeted. Okay. Oh, Jordan says if we didn't have the at the money offering, we would be up after hours. You say I think. Yeah, you qualify that. I don't know about that. When you have such heavy short, I know some folks disagree with this because I know and some folks are even betting on a short squeeze. But when you have heavy short interest like that, that is a manifestation of generally bearish sentiment toward the stock. It's not just those shorts, but there are folks out there still bearish on the stock. And when you see a press release like this, like I'm saying, like you see SG&A trumpeted, and you're betting against long-term secular irrelevance, it's like you didn't really. This doesn't really change your mind all that much, even without the at-the-money offering. You know what I mean? So I'm not. It might have still sold off on that. That tends to be the market's knee-jerk reaction to quarterly releases like this, because we know this because we've seen it every damn quarter for the past year. So that's how I think about that. But indeed, the market's gonna talk about that at the money offering quite a bit. In fact, we're talking about it a lot here already. Oh, okay. So Jordan, okay. Jordan just, oh, Gats agrees with that. Okay, interesting. Hey, James, welcome, James, welcome. Well, undoubtedly in your mind. Ooh. Oh, am I the weirdo here? I'm the weirdo? You think the stock is up on this? I don't know. Here's my thing. Like, well, I'll keep on reading, but like, I'm not sure how this quarterly press release is much different than what you've seen in the past. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like, all right, yeah, this is it. That's a GameStop quarterly release for you. The one thing that's different this time is you got a chart that's on your side, right? The chart is screaming bullish, and but other than that, it was like your usual kind of humdrum quarterly release and conference call. And the market sells off GameStop on that all the time. Interesting. Oh, so Rod's saying uninformed observers may interpret it as a sure thing rather than an option. I'd probably agree with that, Rod. Right? I agree. I think some people see that they go, oh, they're doing this. It's out of necessity. They're not going to read the conference call, Rod. Right? Rod knows they're not going to look over that stuff. They're gonna pour over that. Like the knee jerk might be, they need it, desperation move, blah blah blah. But I think we'll see. I could be wrong about that too, but I agree. And so I like after hour stuff. This tend to be like marginal, like big moves aren't like sizable moves aren't happening after hours in pre-market out. Not usually. So they tend to be like marginal buyers or sellers. It was a clear earnings beat, was it? Wasn't it because of like tax benefits? Did I miss something? Was it a clear earnings beat? I mean, I think most folks, even if it were earnings beat, I was thinking this when I was. Again, I don't even know what the hell was it a revenue beat, earnings beat? I don't know, but for a company like GameStop, revenue is more important, I'd say, because that represents relevance. I'd say. You know what I mean? Like value investors, we care about earnings. I'm not saying it doesn't matter. Obviously, the free cash flow is what's most important, right? But with a company in GameStop situation, I think revenue might, you know what I mean? Because if you're beating big and then say, oh, wait, that you're irrelevant, people still shopping there? Now, part of my, if you've heard me say this before, is like maybe Q3 revenues weren't as large as some people were hoping. It was still $1 billion. Now, this point is less relevant now that the market cap is rising. But I remember when GameStop was at its really discounted market cap, I'm like, yo, people still shop here. When it was literally priced as if no one shops there anymore and nobody would buy their new consoles there. I'm like, yo, their stores were closed. And they still had $1 billion in revenues in that one quarter. I'm like, oh my gosh. And they still had $1 billion in this quarter, which was a weak quarter. But anyway, I'm like, all right, they're not nobodies. They're not nobodies. But it may not be as strong as some people are hoping. I can appreciate that. Okay. Issuing shares. Okay. They don't need it. Yep. Shelf offering. Yeah, I heard that too. So Cruise Control says that during the Q&A they were bullish on pre-owned hardware. I heard that too. And that's I mean that's such an important part of their free cash flows, right? The pre-owned business. And and their pre-owned business seems to be doing pretty well. Folks who can't get a hold of one of the more recent consoles, maybe they're dealing. I saw it looks like the PlayStation 4 was one that was frequently purchased on their website, and but then the backwards compatibility and stuff. So that's big for GameStop, and they dominate that market. They dominate that. I know. Yeah, Chris Rod says they tagged that on at the end. Oh yeah. Wait! Don't go yet. Everyone, sit back in your seats. We have slides. You got to check. I was just, when I had actually had it open already, and I thought, oh, what are they gonna say? I'm like, oh, this is good. What are you gonna say about it? And then I'm like, that's it. And then I'm like, I thought they were gonna give it maybe more context. And there's only 11 slides here. I'm like, all right, okay. Oh yeah, Gat says if you took a shot every time they said omnichannel, you'd be dead by now. Oh, okay, Justin, thank you. The S3 ASR, which I do have up. Is this the one I was going through? Yes. Anti-takeover. I think I might have seen this. Yeah, yeah. Is this right near the top? Yes, I think I did see this. If I just scrolled one page further, I didn't get it. I didn't like pick it apart. I just saw the section, I guess. Prevent tender. Okay. Our charter and bylaws may be deemed to have an anti-takeover effect and may delay, defer, or prevent a tender offer or takeover attempt. Our charter contains a provision expressly stating that we are not subject to, which would otherwise restrict certain trends. All right, yeah, there you go. So they got ways. They got ways out. They got ways out. If they use it, we'll see. Yeah, so Jordan's in it for the Cohen news to see if he's serious. Well, I don't even know about taking over. I don't even. Okay, so Jordan's lost faith. Stock is not dead though. Okay. So I'm not. So here, let me toss this out. Let me know if you agree, disagree. So Jordan talking about Ryan Cohen buying out the company, right? Taking it private. I'm not so sure that's the best. I've said this before. I've said this. I said this months ago when Ryan Cohen was still getting involved. I'm not so sure it's the optimal outcome for long shareholders, especially OPMIs like smaller investors in the company. It could be that the best outcome is not for Cohen to take it private or anything. I mean, we've talked about board. We've talked about him maybe gaining control over the board. Like that might be the best outcome. Not even if he gets control, but is there's some sort of public resolution between the two, and Ryan Cohen is involved with the turnaround. That could be the optimal outcome, as opposed to him taking it private at whatever stock price. You know what I mean? Like you miss out on some potential upside, some upside optionality there if that were to happen. But just imagine. So for me, Jordan, I'm looking for, like, if he responds or if they come to some sort of resolution. I mean, especially it happens soon, which they're incentivized to have it soon, to just be done with it. Come to a resolution and move on. Let's focus on the turnaround. If there's no need to have this drag on, have it go into March and April and go to the, you know what I mean, the shareholder meeting or blah blah blah. It's like just nip this in the bud, get it taken care of. And just move ahead and put this stuff behind us, and we can focus on this, blah, blah, blah. So, like, that could be the ideal outcome. That, I don't know, what is the resolution? Is it board seats? He talked about that lone board seat. Is it more board seats? Is it, is it CEO specifically he wants? In which case, that's going to be a more of a point of contention, right? I get that part. But that's what I mean. Whatever it is, if it were possible, if there were some near-term just resolution. That's what I'd say would be the big thing for me. I'm like, oh, shit, because, again, might not be necessarily the base case. This letter was pretty aggressive. It was pretty aggressive. Did seem like he was kind of gunning for Sherman a bit more so, I thought, than the board generally, and that maybe he's kind of inching toward maybe a potential CEO role. He does call out that lone board seat, receiving a lone seat, so could it be more? I don't know. It seems almost too aggressive. Like if it were just a couple, was it just 2 board seats or 3? Do you go through the efforts of this letter and stuff? I don't know about that, but so we'll just have to wait and see. I'm with you, Jordan, though. Let's see what happens. Okay. I did hear them talk about digital first a lot, right? Isn't that in the presentation too? It's like digital first this, digital first that. Digital first. Whew. Oh, so James says, if Cohen comes out guns blazing, doesn't matter which side you're on, shares will fall. That's the thing. Market doesn't like that uncertainty. It kind of depends. Okay, so I see. Okay, so Jordan says, as usual, Rory and Kitty and here were wrong on the results, but the results were okay. Okay, the offering really hurt shareholders in support for. Really hurt shareholders? Am I crazy for not thinking it really hurt shareholders? That's the one thing, Jordan. Optics are odd, confusing a bit. It may have hurt their chances, but let me keep going. Yeah, that's right. But Jordan says that's the story here. This is the important thing, as is always. Hopefully you all know this about me. What's the story? What's the story being told by all the inputs that we have? What story is being told? What do we have to run off today? We have this press release, we have the conference call, and the Q&A from the analysts. What story is management telling us, and how does it align with Cohen's? And what's the price action doing? Like what's unfolding here? It sounds simple and straightforward, but it's that. I mean, that's kind of the narrative. That's a lot of. All right, let me keep going. And you want to be careful. You don't want to subscribe to the wrong story. That's. I'll keep on going, but that's the thing. Like, what is the story here? Can be careful. Let me keep going. Okay, so Rod says his model had. Also, cheers to Rod. Rod's been. I got it liked. If we'll get time to. I got a whole bunch of shit liked, but had more pre-orders than they were truly allocated. But that now we can. You might be able to adjust accordingly, right, Rod? That's the thing. You didn't have anything to what do you call it? Like calibrate, right? Now you can calibrate a bit. But okay, good observation there. So disposition they can offer. If they had less than 800 in November, exactly, Rod. Exactly. Yep. Antoine, welcome, Antoine. Anti-takeover stuff. Yep. Stockholder might consider its best interest, including those attempts. Might result in a premium for the market. Okay. I mean, talk about another. The GameStop damn story has just been all over the place. I mean, talk about another. Who just made me think of this? It's just like another thing to factor into this game. It's like been kind of an all over the place story over the past year, and then you get Ryan Cohen get involved. Then you get an at the money offering after buying back a 30 of shares over that. It's like, what the hell? It's been kind of complex story-wise. It's been like, what? Like, you don't see these types of... You see different types of oddities sometimes, but... Bear case numbers. Okay, Steve saying Rod's bear case numbers on the model. Looking closer. Okay. Which is closer to I think to some of the analysts were out there already, which is interesting, right? Because if they were kind of aligned with what was in the pipeline. 10. Hey, Philly steaks. They use it for two reasons. They dilute. I don't know if Cohen. You think Cohen's on their mind with this? Really? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think that's the primary intent. Yeah, well, I don't see. Oh, I see, Philly. You're saying if it gets used, here's why. I don't think the dilute Cohen stuff. That doesn't seem. Am I missing something? It's just not that much. It'd be so easy for just you just can't stop. You can't stop a Cohen with something like this if he's motivated. The squeeze type stuff is interesting. I was thinking that. Philly stays maybe that with this at the money offering, if the stock does squeeze and it goes crazy high, then they can issue shares. In theory, maybe they couldn't actually get enough. They couldn't get enough buying demand at the prevailing stock price at the time. But I was thinking that, Philly, and my knock against that is that it's only 100 million. If that's what you're doing, you go way more than 100 million, right? You go more, 500 million. That's what I was thinking, Philly. But I agree, and I don't think either of those are particularly likely. So I agree. I don't see it getting used. But optics, we may not see it getting used, but market sees it. Market will be like, what the hell? Well, that's okay. So Justin's saying, because I was saying how it could help. The most telling statement was that they're saying there was what? Yeah, how did they phrase that, Justin? I don't know if they said no chance, but I do remember them saying that wasn't what they were using it for. In fact, it says right here. It says right here the use of proceeds for working capital and general corporate purposes. But this is the thing, as Justin knows, cash is fungible. They can use the cash that's already on the books to pay it off. and just say, oh, that cash wasn't used for that. You know what I mean? But you just, it's all cash. And so technically they could get away by saying that. So that doesn't break, that they said that, Justin, that doesn't, I don't think they think that they'll need it. I agree with them. I don't think that they'll need it. I could be wrong about that. I could be wrong about that. I don't think that they'll need it, but they'll be like, hey, we're not using it for that reason. We're going to use the cash on the books, and the cash will generate in Q4 to pay off that debt. Make no mistake. But in the back of their minds, to just ensure, like, remember how we were saying how it could be too that they wanted to keep cash in the books all throughout this year, maybe partly because they wanted their vendors to just, remember their credit rating and stuff too. They wanted to just, they just wanted to show for allocation purposes, we're sticking around, we get a strong balance sheet, we're safe. And it could be this is part of that too. Whether it's related to debt, whether it's related to inventory, whatever it is, they can point to this and be like, hey, we still got that. If we have to, we can just do this. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, fail safe. Thank you, Makeshift. I don't know what I said. Yeah, closing tons of store. It is clearly anti-takeover. It's just not enough, Justin. This isn't enough. If you're anti-takeover, why not just adopt the poison pill? What is this? Why not go the poison pill path? Why am I? And I am not an expert on this type of this type of analysis. This is educational for me, but I think if you want to stifle a takeover attempt, poison pill. Or like at the money offering of $100 million, I don't know if that's enough. If you get a couple of big investors interested in making, I don't know. It seems inadequate to me. So why do it at all if that was the intent? That's what I was thinking. But this might be the wrong take. Let me keep on reading. So right, lots of questions says it's already a depressed valuation. The shelf offering has already diluted the shareholders. That's right. So. As with when it comes to buying back shares, you want to buy back shares when they're trading below fair value. You want to issue shares when they're trading above fair value. I think the stock's undervalued. So if they were issuing issuing shares at $15, $16 a share, I'd be like, what the hell's going on here? You know what I mean? Because then we are getting diluted. Especially only $100 million. I think if it's for, hey, we're reinventing this business, we are doing this shit, do it for $1 billion or something, change the narrative with one issuance like that, something crazy that there's no dispute over what the intent is. $100 million, don't dilute me for $100 million, what are you doing? So I don't think that's going to happen. If they did, I'm like, no, so Philly, so Gats, everyone says, all right, maybe I'm missing something. Okay, everyone's saying base case, bear case. Yeah, bear case numbers are looking good. They're looking good tonight. Wow, everyone's saying anti-takeover. Oh shit, am I missing something here? Whoa. It just struck me as why not go poison pill? Oh shit, okay. If they didn't need it, then it was a waste of money to file. No, well, okay. Well, I've shared my view as to why I think that it could be beneficial to have it. Ideally, you don't have it, just to be clear. But given their situation. Okay, hopefully, let me keep going. Yep, boilerplate language. It does seem like boilerplate language. I didn't get through all of it from what I've seen so far. I was quickly scanning stuff. Interesting. Saying they did not need it. Yeah, okay. I mean, no. Yeah, so Matt says that bullish trend still intact. I agree with that. Still intact. Oh, let's do the weekly. Boom. Sold off to 14. You fall right. 14 is above the, what is this? What do I got? It's above the 8-week moving average on the weekly. Still above. Not ideal. Oh, hey, I'd like it higher. But now if it keeps on dropping, and then it would suck. Once you're in that box, if you're in that mindset of that market is, then you could just pull back to 11. Like that's how I'm thinking. I'm like, oh, it'd be nice if it didn't do that. What are we at? Hey, no 13 handle. Whoo. Yeah, Jordan says not the first time confused by this management team. You know what I mean? Like, Autonomous. Yeah, $2 down. Not a huge deal yet. But if it keeps on running, another thing. Not top 2.8. That's why it sold off. Yep. Oh no, Cleese is saying I'm so far behind. Oh, I already saw that comment. Oh no. Oh, Jordan's more bullish to buyout. Oh, whoa, okay. Waiting seems wrong, okay. Hey, Jorge. Welcome back, Jorge. Happy Tuesday. Simon, likewise. Welcome back. Welcome back. What's up? Down, unfortunately. What's... That's okay, Simon. We still here. Oh, boy, it hopped. All right, I probably just missed a whole bunch of shit. Whatever. I'll try to come back later to it. Did I lose everything? Yeah, I lost everything. Oh, okay, whatever. Keep going. Fifth answer. If y'all comment that I'm at where Justin's saying why, I'm sure they are. Wasn't there a rebuild plan, projected turnaround for 2023? Lower it goes from your upside. Volatility is an opportunity to add. That's cheers, Robert Stewart. Welcome back, mate. Eduardo, cheers. Happy Tuesday. Yep. Offering, frustrating. Trying to scroll through. Heard her. Welcome. Okay, so Philly Stakes is saying, yeah, Ryan Cohen's letter makes a lot more sense after this release. He went in there, talked to them. I saw they had nothing. Well, or as far as the game plan, maybe. Yeah. Then they resisted him. Yeah, okay. I tend to agree that he was like, what's going... Yeah, okay. Oh, is his Twitter? EO, welcome back. EO, I don't know if I said what up. Is Ryan Cohen's Twitter blowing up? Maybe I'll tweet out to him. So goes the credible. Yep. I think are there two board seats coming up this year? I think there are two board seats coming up. I was surprised that they kept them on. Hey, Jonathan. What up, Jonathan? Welcome back, Jonathan. Important to call the meetings. Hell of a call. Oh, do you think someday we'll be live streaming during a GameStop conference call? And we'll be like, damn, that was a sick call, huh? Damn, that was awesome. Cheers, everybody. We'll be popping champagne. I don't even know if is it physically possible in the universe as we know it for that to happen. I'm not even sure. Man, every time I'm trying to, I'm like, oh, that was a hell of a call. Speaking of this, we're moving on to beer 2. What time is it? Yeah. I'm getting to beer 2 earlier tonight. Let me tell you. Let me do this for the mic. Whew. Hell of a call is right. Tell you, I mean, I'm joking. It's how you get through the position. I'm kidding. Man, I messed up my pour too. Jeez. Oh, okay, Justin. I did not see that. Justin said, "Here we go, Justin." With the I love this analysis. Justin says, "Look at the signatures on the S." Hey, doesn't this anyone? The S3 ASR doesn't that remind anyone of a Call of Duty gun? What's that gun? It's like the the S3 ASR reminds me of that Call of Duty gun, at least from like Black Ops or something. I don't know if they still got it. I haven't played the new one yet. My nephews played it. They said it was sick. what this means. Well, let me jump ahead, Justin. Shit. Oh, it just jumped ahead. Thank you, Chris. Chris says it was a good Modern Warfare 2. That was it. Not Black Ops. Modern Warfare 2. Okay, that was it. I'm 30 minutes behind EO. Okay, EO, I scrolled down. I scrolled down for answers. Scar H. Oh. Oh, yeah, they're usually... Oh, what do you think that means? Is that uncommon? I actually don't check the signatures all that often. One would think has been signed. This registration has been signed by the following. It is odd that they're not there. Using what the money is. Modern Warfare Warzone. Yeah, but the Scar was gone. Yeah. I use the Scar too. Are there any? What's the latest Scar H silencer? I use that. What was that? I use that. I can't think of the name. My friends would kill me. It had that sick aim in Modern Warfare 2. It'd do the 3 bullets. You know what I'm talking about? No one ever used this. Like too heavy. It slows you down. It takes forever to aim and everything like that. I would use that when you try. I would use that instead of like the sniping ones of it. No, it wasn't the it wasn't the M16. It was what the hell was it? Maybe it was Black Ops. I think it was Black Ops. M16 with silencer, right? I think I used M16 with the silencer when I was trying to be all stealth-like. But it was the one no one ever uses it. It's like that big. It was like a rectangle type gun. Nah, FAMAS is a go-to. Nah, FAMAS. Is it FAMAS? Is that the right pronunciation? I've called it FAMAS my whole life. I don't even know if that's the right pronunciation. That's embarrassing. But that was my go-to gun too. My sound effects need work. No, it wasn't the FAMAS. It wasn't. That was my go-to gun. That was like my default, the FAMAS. Sometimes with the... No, Galil. Oh, Galil was my silencer one. Galil was my silencer. I do that one real quick. When I was trying to be all stealth-like. And then FAMAS, when I wasn't... No silencer. That was just my go-to regular gun. But then I was like... I didn't... Sniping would take too long. But this gun, it had such perfect aim... it wasn't the M60, I don't think. Was it the M60? It could be the M60. I don't remember, Chris, actually. That didn't ring a bell, but I can't remember the name, so how could I know? But it would shoot a 3-bullet burst, and it would be perfect aim. It was like a rectangle-type gun. Nah, I don't think it was Steyr. Johan, what up, Johan? Ooh, M14? Yeah, FAMAS is French. I did... Oh, Johan. Yeah. Johan would know. Nah, not M14, not M14. What was that other one? M60. Let me see M60. Hold on. Nah, that ain't it. Hold on. Black Ops guns. Hold up. We need to put. Hold on. I'll catch up on the stream. With the really important stuff. Hold on. Oh, G11. Yes, it's the G11. Eric got it. Eric, you got it. Yes, Eric, that's right. G11 is what I was thinking of. No one uses that gun. Now, they always make fun of me. Justifiably. Yes, that's it. G11. I didn't use it all the time. You know what I liked it? I liked it in Jungle. Y'all remember Jungle? Jungle was the best one. The Jungle was, whenever I play Jungle, I'd do G11. It's kind of the only one I could use G11. You couldn't use it in any other. And then Command, but it used like AK when you just really want to mess shit. You do the AK-47 when you want to mess shit up. You know what I mean? But usually it was, I think, Galil, Silencer, and FAMAS. I hope that's pronounced right. Commando, then you get up. And then when you rank up, bump. And then you can get up to the Commando. Commando was a good one too. My nephew really liked Nephew's like Commando. Okay. Oh, yeah, so they didn't sign it. Oh, sorry, Justin. Okay. Let me go. Way behind. Okay. You don't write this letter, see the stock drop, and think they're doing their job. Yep. Well, the stock price, I'd also argue, Jordan, just the stock price is also up even after the sell-off from when he sold his letter, I think. You know what I mean? That's one thing. So if it's down 20%, but it's still up since he wrote his letter. But I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying. All right, so Jonathan's still super bullish, it looks like. Interesting. Yeah, so at least I missed this conversation, but you're saying, hey, I think they're capable of collaborating too, right? The letter maybe suggests maybe it decreases that chances, but it's definitely possible. And if they do, it could be the best upside. It could be the best outcome for shareholders. It could be. I don't know. Yeah, Hesty. We haven't heard from Hesty yet, but they're on the board. Yeah. Trey's saying they're not offering guidance. Yeah, my base case is almost always what the management team said they were going to do. That's all. I'm trying to scroll. Here we go. The Nordic. Welcome to Nordic. Welcome. Happy Tuesday. That's right. So they were saying that if the stock ever squeezed or something, but I don't know. I don't think that's the likely thing either. It's possible, but yep, same thing. Lots of questions. Could be for credit rating too. That they need that to get the Yep, I lots of questions. I would group that in there too. I was talking about for vendor reasons, for inventory reasons, they might want to have that optionality. For paying off the debt, for lenders, they might want to have that optionality. It could just be for the credit rating. If they were told, hey, well, we want to upgrade you to investment grade, but you're going to need this or need that. It's going to be close. I mean, I don't know if those conversations actually happen, but those are the types of things, lots of questions that were going through my mind. It's just not that much. 100 million is just not that much. It seems for $1 billion company, I don't know. It's not nothing. I don't mean it's nothing. It's just not that much. Right, the shelf is 300 million. Yeah, I saw that. That's the full shelf. That initial one. But even still, why not just the shelf is for 300 and do the full 300 right here? I don't know. Like come right out the gates. That it's a shelf. I don't know. Yeah, where's that 300? I did see it. Oh, they know. Didn't they say it's the 300s here, right? Oh, they don't go into the numbers here. Oh, it's 300,000 shares. Oh, is it 300,000 shares? Oh, their charter. Blah 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 blah. But is the offering itself a full 300? Not the offering, but Is it just shares? Oh, 300 million shares. Justin, sorry. What the hell am I doing? 300 million shares. Yeah. Keep it nice and big, and then do 100 million at first. Sorry. I was just thinking 300 million in my mind. I'm like, oh, I know that 300. You meant 300 million shares. Yeah. Pull that back up. That's their charter, right? But the offer, oh yeah, 69 million. Yeah. Okay, keep going. Johan, welcome. Better than expected. Last question in the middle. Yep, 300 million. Sam, welcome, Sam. Oh yeah, but Justin, is this new? The charter hasn't the charter always authorized them, or was this a change? I didn't know that this was the shelf. Was it? Oh, I thought this was related to the shelf. Oh, the shelf is up to 300 million. Okay. Is it the full? All right, I didn't click through everything. I got all my filings mixed up here. Yeah, where are you saying 300, Justin? I mean, I see the 300 in their charter. James Brennan, okay. Daniel, welcome, Daniel, welcome. Oh, they're better than you feared. Okay, okay. Oh, okay, okay. So Justin, I just think that their charter, that what they have on the books as a corporation and stuff. I think that's that boilerplate stuff. They just pick some. Hey, we can have up to this many shares. They can issue up to 300 million, but I think this particular at the money offering, I think it's just for $100 million. But they can always do another one down the line, right? Until they get up to this 300. But I don't think this is part of this recent the recent shelf. This is that. Yeah, you don't. Oh, and Cleese is saying that too. Okay, you don't either. Yeah. I don't think they're offering. Yeah, and Super Saucy said this is just part when you're first starting up the corporation. You got to put down, hey, this is how much up to we can offer. 300 million of the Class A common and 5 million of the preferred stock. You just toss down some numbers, and then that's just in the back, and that's just what's on the books that which you can use at different points. And then now they're leveraging it. Say, all right, well, we're going to issue like 7 million or whatever, up to 100 million worth, and then that chips away at that 300. But this wasn't a new number, I don't believe. Like if we had looked at the charter a couple of months ago, we would have saw that 300. I don't think that there was any change there. I didn't dig through this, but I just assume that was my assumption. Thank you, Trey. Cheers, Trey. Oh, what am I dead wrong about? It is a poison pill threat? What? I know. I like when I'm dead wrong. I'm not strongly holding some of these opinions. My quick interpretations. It's a poison pill threat. Could you elaborate more on that, Super Sassy? If you could elaborate how it's a poison pill threat, that'd be helpful for me. Yeah, maybe you already did and I missed it. I apologize, Super Sassy. Okay, so you're going back on foot. Yeah. I think the 300 million is it's not really related to the at the money offering. It's only. Yeah. So yeah, Jonathan's got it. 100 million at the money offering with 300 million shares authorized, right? Cardboard. Well, so what's interesting about this, Super Sauce, you talk about the poison pill and stuff. Is the poison pill mentioned in this one? This one. Oh, it would be anti-takeover, right? Is that in their presentation, which I can pull up here. I feel like sometimes I can Command F on this. Other times I can't. Where the hell? We just brought this up a couple of weeks ago. So, nope, too far, right. Nope. hope. Is that it? Okay. So here, this was their presentation for May 2020. No poison pill. No poison pill. Right? Here, it says our charter and bylaws may be deemed to have an anti-takeover effect. Like this, what was already in place may be deemed to have an anti-takeover effect. But what was already in place, they said they had no poison pill. You know what I mean? What was was there a change that I missed? Our charters and bylaws, the same thing, that 300 million shares, blah, blah, blah. Like, this was already in place. I don't think that there was unless there was and I missed it. They're saying, like, this is what it is. But they already described it as, no, this doesn't count as a poison pill. You need some attorneys to review this stuff to be totally certain of it, which I don't have to be for my style of analysis. But, and I don't know that this has triggered. I don't think a shelf offering has anything to do with this. I don't think anything has changed with regard to their charter. If I missed it, I don't think anything has changed with regard to their charter and bylaw. This is kind of laying it out. But that's why this is confusing to me, because their presentation made a point to say no poison pill. You know what I mean? So that's where I'm curious. I may have missed something super saucy, but where are you getting poison pill from as far as a change to their yeah. Okay, so I agree with Jonathan says too. That's been my take. I wouldn't read too much into the at-the-money offering. It's not just definitely discussion worthy. Make no mistake. I think the market's going to overweight its importance, though. Time to take Reggie off. Yeah, Clee says, yeah, $2 down. That's not even just an earnings thing. That's a weekly thing with GameStop, you know? There you go. So I agree with Jonathan, right? You kind of have to. So Jonathan says at-the-money offerings are fairly common, and I take them at their word when they say they want optionality. Because there's two things. Number one is my analysis suggests that's the case. I don't think that they're going to need like an extra 100 million. And so at some points you just have to you have to trust management. Like I say, what was it I was thinking about? What was I just? Oh, someone had been talking about how GameStop was offering, like, if you buy up to $75 in one order, they give you, what is it, free shipping, whatever it is. And I think that's the type of thing I have no insights into. I gotta trust management to know that that's a good idea. I'm thinking through how sometimes I'm just like, I don't always know what's best. I'm like, as long as the management team's competent and they're not totally oblivious to how to run the ship, I'm like, I gotta kind of trust them to make the move. I'm not saying, not so much to say I completely trust what they're doing with the at-the-money offering, but like, at some point, it can be problematic to distrust what's coming out of what management is actually saying. Not that people are saying that here, but I kind of just be like, all right, that's what they say they need it for. That aligns with my analysis. I don't think you need an extra 100 million. I've probably even laughed about that on previous stream, talking about that issue in shares in the context of them having bought back so many shares. I don't remember, and I kind of agree with the optionality side of things. But the optics of it, I understand the people critiquing, like, oh, think of the optics, how this looks. I get that. Oh, that's where we ended. 759, 1406. Ooh, ended at the low. Oh, was it the low? Nope. Oh, we did break 14 on the super low. Okay. %90 certain Cohen will buy out GME. Well, I disagree with you on that one, Jonathan. Optionality to fend off Cohen. I don't know, 100 million just doesn't strike me as enough to do that. And I think it would just be easier to just do the poison pill. I think Cohen has to speak up now too, Steve. Yeah. Yeah. What's Ryan Cohen's response? I'm curious about that too. Is it buybacks? You can sell. So, John, welcome. Oh, better soon. Yep, might get. I'd like a public response at the very least. That'd be nice. Okay, I'm back to the gun discussion. Okay, I'm not that. Let me see. Okay, I'm not too far behind here. Not too far behind. Scar H silencer. My sound effects need work. Oh, it's the right pronunciation. Cheers, P-Sid. Thank you. My whole life, I don't know if I knew. We all just called it FAMAS. Okay, thank you. Galil Silence was awesome. See, Trey knows. I'm not a total doofus. I'm not a total doofus when it comes to Black Ops. Maybe the newer ones, I'm a little bit behind the times, but that was oh shit. Oh no, my mouse is about to die. Shit, that wouldn't be good. The AUG, AUG, I used to call it the AUG. Hey, Russ is back. Welcome, Russ. Welcome, Russ. This is nostalgic. I know, right? Is the new one as good as some of the old ones? I heard it was. Oh, it popped on me. There we go. Oh, okay. I'm behind. I'm behind. Make no mistake. But I'm like in the same. I'm in the ballpark. Closing in. Commando was the go-to. Here we go. G11. Oh, this brings me back. This is nostalgia, huh? We would have a stream dedicated to this shit. Like the 90s TV shows and 90s movies. Oh, Steve Stunk, did you see? I did. Oh, I did get a copyright. I mentioned that. I saw it live. I did get a copyright claim on that last on Steve Stunk's video meme, but it was fine. The chat still worked and everything. No big deal. Costing the jobs. Play defense with the wrong piece. Defense. Okay. Cheers, Kazuya. Welcome back. I think this was shorts. I know. Shane. Welcome, Shane. Cheers. Happy Tuesday. Someone, I think Trey may have said that too. Need a soundboard for some of these calls. Let's go. Beep, beep, boop, boop. I think Trey had a recommendation. My thesis stands. Oh, that one's great, Shane. My thesis stands. Someday it might not. As long as we're all on the same. But until then, my thesis stands. Damn it. Oh, that's funny. There's so many. Hey. Basically said Cohen's letter was right side with him. I agree. Yeah, that was kind of if you were trying to combat. I didn't think that they were going to use this conference call and this earnings release to, like I said, it's like not possible to accomplish, to satisfy all of Cohen's claims or requests, all of his requests. Like you can't do it in a conference call. That's not the platform to release that type of stuff. But if you were at least going to chip away at it, you didn't do it. So that's what Gatz is saying. He's like, well, the conference call is effectively, here you go and do what you got to do. Who knows if they had a choice? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Definitely could use. I could have used that Stone Cold one today. I could have sworn I saw I could clash the two beers together. Start chugging them. Like today's the type of day. Oh, that seems more celebratory though. I don't know. That's. Go up to the shorts and be like, yeah. Could you describe how you have such high conviction in the short thesis? Could you let us know where you come from? How does that make any sense that you could be over 100% sure that this stock price is going to go lower? Can you just explain? It doesn't matter what you think. Oh shit. Okay. Never let your queen go. Rookie move. That's right. You got to protect that queen. Yeah. Y'all were telling me? I know the Queen's Gambit, but that all chess stuff was crushing it lately. Makes sense. An Elgato Stream Deck. Thank you, Trey. Yep, that's what Trey mentioned before. I had the Elgato. I was looking at Elgato stuff for. It was all sold out at the time. Stream Deck. Thank you, Trey. I know Elgato seems to be that higher end types. Like they got it all. That's what they do, you know. In fact, maybe GameStop should sell some of that stuff, right, Trey? Okay. Of course, the Nordic. Happy Tuesday. Just toss it right back at you. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing, though, Eric. They said they weren't gonna offer guy. They sacrificed the queen for the pawn. Okay. Unless checkmate. Yeah, it's on the. I like all the chess references I have. Oh, I got two episodes of Sopranos left. I got 2 episodes to go. We're not gonna do it tonight, but maybe we're say let's hold off on the last 2. We'll do them back to back, and we'll see. I just finished the third to last one. A lot going on here. A lot happening on the Sopranos front. I don't know if it's not really a cigar day. It's not really a cigar day, so I won't crank that out. But that's Jane. And add to the I'm so far behind. Oh, that's a good one too. Oh, you got a meme idea, Trey? What do you got? The GME management, like that old Pixar short with the guys. Oh yeah. Chess speeding. All right, let me look that up. I'll see if I can. Sometimes I'll look them up after. I saw like Space Burrito was tossing some out, and if I think, oh yeah, I could do that quick. But I don't pay attention to that stuff. Oh, these are hilarious. Chris. Yeah, they're both funny and like embarrassing at some of these things. I'll start 13. Okay, got your plan. My base case remains unchanged. Oh, damn. Of course, client's house. Hey, Dusty. Welcome, Dusty. Happy Tuesday, Dusty. Caucus set. Yep. I know you can't. Jen says you can't look away from that. You can look away from the stream. You can't look away from that chat, though. Should be managed. Oh, so Uber. Oh, Uber. You can't scroll up either. So y'all can't scroll up and see the beginning of the chat. What's up with that? So none of us can. Oh, I think you can only see it in hindsight then. Okay. Well, at least, okay. Hey, Dan Sapp. Welcome, Dan. Welcome, Dan. Well, that's the thing. Short squeeze type stuff, that's really dangerous to bet on. It's rarely a base case. It's an unusual setup with GameStop with the short interest as elevated as it is. But at the end of the day, you need a reason to close those shorts, and you need a reason for folks to buy in masse. And until that happens, the short interest can stay elevated. It could be at 150%, 200% of the float. If there's no motivation to close, there's no incentive to close. They just keep it there. Obviously, they think their analysis is right, but until it's definitively proven wrong, in which, I mean, I think it could be proven wrong just by folks getting on board and driving up the stock price, getting people interested. But it's dangerous to bet on that stuff. So what you bet on instead is like, is there going to be fundamental information released, fundamental news that kind of is like, oh shit, we got to close this position. And that's kind of, that's what we spend most of our time talking about in the chat. Like, what are the fundamental drivers of the stock price? And if a short squeeze happens, that's great, but it's a bit of a sideshow. We bet more on that long-term rising stock price because of the valuation rising over time. That's just easier analysis. And if something crazy happens on this to get some mother or short squeeze type stuff, yeah, that's the thing. I wouldn't classify it as inevitable. No. You know what I mean? It's too difficult to say that. There's too many moving parts. I also think, yeah, okay. Okay. Just basically giving up. Okay, so Uber's saying that concludes the tender is off the table. Control will be seized through a winning shareholder vote. I still think maybe it could come to some sort of resolution. It depends what he wants. It'd be nice if we get some clarification on what he wants in there. I have no reason to think that we would, but it'd be nice if we did. But if he needs to make a move and get a shareholder vote for it to happen, then yeah, we get some time. Why is the tender off the table? Yeah, I mean, Dan, I don't even know what the buyout impact could have on the stock price. Yeah, as people call back shares, some people have been saying that if he made a bid or made a tender offer, that's the thing though. Like if you're short, you kind of know that that's a legitimate risk, and it still hasn't impacted their position. It appears as though they haven't trimmed, or the lion's share short position hasn't been trimmed. So I'm not so sure. It causes me to discount the impact that might have on the stock price. But I'm out of my element there. Make no mistake, I'm not claiming to know exactly what's going to unfold. I don't know. I've never been in something like this. Different type of analysis, no doubt. No cap. Let's wait after today. Super salty. Depends on his mood. Yeah, super saucy or super salty. It just depends what the news was for the day. Hey, Search One. Welcome back, Search One. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Aloha, mate. Super saucy. How is it a poison pill? Threat is to issue 300 million shares. No, that's not what that is. Super saucy. That's not what that is. This is like when you're a corporation just getting started, you need to you jot down like some crazy large number of shares that you could authorize down the line. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just assuming this is already what their charter was authorizing. Maybe since GameStop, the corporation, was founded. If there was a change here, I haven't looked. I missed it. But I believe this 300 million is just, hey, it's just what's in their charter. And now what they said is we're going to issue $100 million worth. This isn't the threat. This is literally, I think, what's been in their charter this whole time, Super Sassy. I don't think anything has changed on this front. This is what's changed, is this offering. Where the hell is it? Is it this one? Where's that nice little table? Oh, there it is. That's what's changed. Oh, search around after the bell. Yeah. So Jordan, I had that same question. Why would a tender offer not? I think Uber was just like tossing it out there. Where are we? Just quick. Poison pill. I don't see. Am I missing poison pill stuff? Yep. Oh yeah. Okay, talk about timeline. Super Saucy, I missed this question, but I think maybe what Super Saucy's talking about is this. There's a timeline. Super Saucy, let me know. I think maybe this is a good timeline. So this was a presentation from Hestia and Permit back in May 2020. I think this is where that timeline is. You can get this on the Edgar SEC Edgar. What I should do? Where's that timeline? I think there's a nice one. Oh, is that it? Okay, could be it. No, that's not it. It's in here, I think, somewhere. All right, I won't keep scrolling, but I think there's like a timeline type thing in there. If it's not here, it's somewhere else. Okay, I agree with Jonathan. That's the thing, Jonathan. So, like Jonathan says, a poison pill is a specific mechanism, and I'm not seeing anything that's poison pill. A lot of people tossing out poison pill. I don't see any poison pill stuff, unless I missed it, because I haven't had time to go through everything yet. But I lean toward that there wasn't anything because I feel like it would have been more prominently discussed. Other measures can be used to mitigate the risk of a hostile takeover. That's correct. And I'm not convinced that this is an attempt to mitigate that, just to be clear. How is it a quasi-poison? I don't understand how... You know what I mean? Like if you're really trying to stop it, you do these preferred shares that have tremendous voting rights and stuff. You don't deal with issuing shares that you just issue the preferred equity. Boom, you're done. You don't jump through hoops and navigate it this way. In my experience, I haven't. If it has happened in this manner in the past, I haven't seen it. It could. I haven't seen everything. But you just do the poison pill and be done with it. Give some preferred shares that have tremendous voting rights, and you're done. That's how you stop it. You don't do 6 million shares, 7 million shares. That doesn't stop anything. Oh, Johan talking about a Belgian forum. Okay. That's a good point. I like this. Eric says we're only down 10% over the week. I like that, Eric. Yep. That's the type of shit. You know what I mean? So simple, but a nice reminder. Is this weekly? Where did we close last week? 1635. I like that. Let's say 14, just hypothetically. Could keep on going, make no mistake. Oh, I see 14. That's just not that much. Stocks like this, that's what they do. That's not a move. 14% is just not a move. It's a move. I mean, it's not like a meaningful, like, oh, what to do now? What's the new story here that we might adopt? It's like it's just what these stocks do. Look at this move today. Is at low 16 and went above 17. What's that move? That's a 6% move in 1 hour. This is what they do. That's what they do. Yeah. I can't trust, won't trust. Well, that's kind of funny. Okay, so there's Jonathan trying to just explain it to me. And at the money is a poor man's poison pill. Jonathan, Cohen and his lawyer can definitely find a way to take over this company. He can divide and conquer the current board to favor him. I agree. Like, hey, Jonathan, if you have any examples of an at-the-money offering being used as a poison pill, I would love to see that. I hadn't seen it myself. Not saying it hasn't happened. I just hadn't seen that because it just seems like a highly ineffective way to prevent someone from a takeover. It just seems like it's not. So if you got it, I'd love to just review it as like just a very quick mini case study. And my second point is what you said, Jonathan. Like that ain't gonna stop if he it depends what his goal is. We still don't know what his goal is, but that wouldn't stop him. It's just not enough. Maybe support a public campaign. Yep. Yep. Jordan calling bluffs all the time. It's up to 300 million shares. The charter allows them up to 300 million shares. Just to be clear. I wish I would caught up. I'll try Super Sassy. I'll try to get caught up. Okay, well, I'm still in the ballpark, but now I'm behind. Keep going. Yep, so Jonathan says, overarching belief is that Cohen is watching GME's management team with the familiar feeling that he can do it better. I think he's chomping at the bit to create a company that aligns with his vision. And Snow Carver agrees. Yeah, I agree with that. And the question is, Jonathan, like, how does he affect that change? Does he need control? Does he need a majority board slate? Can they come to some other resolution that we haven't talked about all that much? I don't know. But that seems to be the case from my perspective, too. Okay, makeshift likes Cold War. Okay, sick. Good to know. Oh, the PPSH is your favorite? Okay. Yep. Frustrated with the status quo. I agree with that. Oh, am I getting near 500? Cheers, Trey. Thanks for the heads up. Yeah, all right. Closing in, closing in. What is the next move? Yep. Yeah, esports. Like that's the thing, Jim. We haven't heard about esports all that. That was when I should have mentioned esports, the advertising platform. I mean, I don't even know how much you'd actually offer up on this, but for folks like for individual investors, it's if you're gonna model that seriously, you need a bit more information. At this point, maybe it's too early. And then and like we know they're exploring PC gaming, but we don't know to what degree. They're so many different. Just show me the attendees, all those things I was listing. I'm like, all right, how much will this actually impact stuff? Yep. Snow Carver saying, we know from written record, Cohen has a very strong feelings about e-commerce should be done, especially in higher specialized niche. Yep. This is definitely his type of a company. Rob Wolf made it. Cheers. He made it. I see you getting caught up. Beep, beep, boop, boop, Rob. Oh, Jordan likes Steve Austin. Yep. That's a throwback. The next poster, will he or won't? Oh, is that a movie? What is that? Lots of questions. Will he or won't he? My thesis still. That's bullish. I need to get this thing. What's it called? I need to get this stream deck. I need to get this shit. Just save me the trouble. Save my voice. Save my voice. Hey, T-Tree, welcome back. T-Tree. Yeah, that's what it's doing. Almost 20%, just about. Yeah, Stone Cold Soundtronic says, yep, effing things up. Our coach, welcome back. Cheers. Happy Tuesday. Business streamers, corporate structure, yep. Oh, culture, yep. Yeah. The sound bites, yeah, Rob. GameStop does. Oh, they do sell the Elgato. Thank you, Dusty. I didn't even realize that. I was gonna say, you'd think they would. Marginal analysis. Show me the tendies. Yo, I think we got a good list. Oh, I gotta revisit this stream if I get one. Hey, Jordan. Welcome, Jordan. Oh, that's a good question. I wish I could tell you. Who knows? Who knows how low? I just keep an eye on these charts right now. There was a little bit of a breakout at the end of the day there, but how low it goes? I mean, in theory, in my mind, it could keep falling all the way down to 10 and 11. I doubt that, but I could. And because a big change that has happened since then is the whole Cohen stuff is heating up a bit. But yeah, that stuff's tough to forecast. That's short term. Hey, how far could it keep on going? Who knows? But I think this chart has held up pretty well so far. It's a good indication. Okay, John saying 1250. 13, okay. How long the dip lasts? Yeah, could be stagnant. Hopefully, be covering tomorrow. Just trying to scroll through quickly. 918, come on. Yeah, I agree with Justin. Generally, I wouldn't overthink this stuff too much. Let's just see what happens tomorrow, and then again, one day though, I don't overweight one day's action too. Certainly don't overweight one after hours price action, right? See what it does tomorrow. It could keep falling further. That's okay too. See how it ends the week. See how it is like 10 days from now through the end of next week too. That's the stuff to keep an eye on. Like, is there a change in the underlying? Is there a change to the story? Very frequently, there's a change in that short-term outlook on the company, right? That all of a sudden people are like, oh, I'm not that super near-term bullish because the squeeze isn't going to pop off in the next 2 weeks. Then you see a sell-off. But like, no, nothing's really changed. If you have a different type of investment style that's unlike some of ours, no problem. But for our style, like, nothing's really changed all that much. It's like this stuff is difficult to predict because Mr. Market type stuff, you know what I mean? But yeah. Anyway, see what it does over the next 10 days or so. For some people, that's too long. Understandable. But for our style, it's not a big deal. The good thing would be like in that 10-day period. What is today? Today's the 8th, so like through next week too. It's like what could happen in that time period. It's like Ryan Cohen is the most prominent thing that could happen at that time. And I'd be curious if that's what I'll be watching. I could bounce tomorrow too, but yeah, I have no idea. Does seem an odd. It seems odd. Well, like I said, give it some time. But like this is a weird area to be in. There's a little bit of support here at that 15. Look at that $15 range. But where are we? 14. Like right there. We're right at the what is that? Right at the 20-day. Right now we're right at that 20 or just above that 20-day. I'll be curious if we just stay in that box, whatever. But nah, you can't overweight technicals either. It's helpful for like. You'll know my thoughts on that. Wow, Jonathan, you think the short squeeze is inevitable? What? But the timing is impossible? What? Even I can't say. I can't say that. I can't say that. How can you be so confident in inevitable? Oh, wow. I'm sure I was talking about Jonathan. You probably responded to something I was saying earlier. Oh, I can't get there. I mean, I don't know enough about this shit. I don't know. Oh, I don't think anything is inevitable. I mean, I want to make. I mean, hey, I'd be a huge beneficiary of that. But I'm like, what suddenly is going to cause people to want to buy the stock and or shorts to need to close their position? The big thing is a Cohen-related announcement, but I'm still not convinced. I still don't know. I know everyone, and y'all be like, hey, Ryan Kitty, you just don't get it. If they can be closed in a systematic fashion over time. Is there going to be a sudden urgency? Or can they just close out over time? I've said this before, but I was just surprised by that language. Okay. Oh, thank you, Justin. We're going to get a short update tomorrow. Okay. Wednesday. That's right. I mean, everyone. So Snowcarver saying it seems like a Q3 dip was always on the sidelines as an opportunity. Oh, as an opportunity, a trading opportunity. But like everyone was saying that, and why don't you know it happened again? Sometimes the prevailing viewpoint is correct. Just like it's not always a good thing to take the contrarian perspective, right? Oh, well, everyone's betting the sun is going to rise tomorrow. Oh, whoa, take the opposite, right? Right? No, it's ridiculous. Sometimes it happens. It's something I'll just note. Like so many people were kind of betting on a pullback. It happened this time. It happened. It just that type of stuff always sticks out to me. Let's like I said, let's see what happens over the next week or so. That's why Q2 was just so funny. But yeah. If it's then with time we'll tell if it's a dip. So Jonathan, yeah, GameStop is undervalued. Yep. Simply adds gasoline to an unusually irrational situation. That's how I have viewed this, right? What Jonathan says, GameStop is undervalued. The short squeeze simply adds gasoline to an unusually irrational situation. If you've seen my videos on GameStop on the Roaring Kitty channel, that was what I said. I think in the latest video uploaded, I said something I talked about the fundamental thesis, but like, if you see the chart setup and then the short interest, and it's like, yo. I mean, it's already undervalued. And I rarely do I deal and have high conviction in an undervalued stock like this and also have tremendous potential explosive power by way of short interest. Usually, I mean, in 100% plus. I mean, I've never dealt in any stock like that. Usually I see that I get, it's usually there's tons of hair on it, blah, blah, blah. And in this case, I'm like, what the hell's going on here? So that's how I feel. It's like you're pouring some gasoline on something could happen. But I just don't know how likely it is, the timing of it, or anything like that. I just don't know enough. I just thought, wow, well, I feel as though I have high confidence in the fundamental thesis. So if something happens, some weird structural type thing that causes it to accelerate, all the better, all the better. Oh, is it at 52%? Oh, it got there. Thanks for the heads up, Mike. I had seen the 49%. Hey, y'all got any more of those shorts those shares so I can close? 52%. Wow, that's no joke. But it's been high before. Nothing's happened. Look at this. Look at this early, just a couple of months back. It's been high at times. It was a little bit of a it was a bit misleading in the past. Like the stock price started to run after that high level. Right before this, right around earnings, it was high again, and it kept on rising, the fee rate, and then that's where the stock price started to run, around the Cohen stuff too. But wow, Uber saying high 60s in that short interest. Wow. And they probably won't be closing a meaningful portion based on this conference call. Yeah, I'm with Jordan. Hopefully he provides more specific details. Yep. Hey, Uber. All right. It finally rolled over. Oh, it's been a saga in itself, Uber. Cheers, just in time. Holy hell. What perfect timing. It's about time, Uber, Jen says. Oh, good timing. Good time. Aren't you glad it got delayed? Hey, Kazi, welcome. Welcome. Yeah, that offering probably, it should be in place. It should be in place. And the annual meeting. Okay, that's what the annual meeting was. Okay, we'll build off the PR campaign that already began. Yep. I think it's early. Okay. Okay, so Nordic says it has at least the potential to be used against a hostile takeover, and it also has the potential to be used. But I guess the Nordic, my point is that it used to lock in cash from selling. So that part, the second part, definitely. I don't know how much this management team would. I don't think this management team would actually try to take advantage of some sort of short squeeze. They don't seem like the type that would. But it's a possibility. I'm on board with that one, to Nordic. That's a de facto way that this. It's a de facto de Nordic possibility with this at the money offering that if the stock price ever rose, they could issue some shares. But it being used as against a hostile takeover, there's just so many more efficient ways to go about this. It just strikes me as such an inefficient way that I doubt that. But it also ineffective too. I don't think it stops them. But I gotta keep looking at it. I don't know. A learning opportunity for me too. Okay, James says this team not gonna make it to 2030. It's probably a safe bet. Peak the first week of May 2020 per eyebrow. Oh, okay. Thanks for that, Uber. Oh, right there. So the Uber's talking. Look how high this rate got in late April, early May. Oh, 200%. You think 50% aside? Just bear in mind how high it can get, and no crazy short squeeze happened at that time. It got bid up, but nothing. Well, it doubled. But a double from here wouldn't be bad. Yeah, Chris. Stocks like this, it's just what they do. Oh, shit. Yeah, I do expect some upgrades tomorrow, Dan. And the question is how would that impact the stock price? That's the thing, is that, yeah, you get the after-hour sell-off in light of what wasn't a super sexy earnings release, but if you pair that with upgrades, you know what I mean? The market's kind of like, the market's like, whoa, trying to figure it out. And you don't blame them. Like they don't know what to do, just like us. And but I think you get upgrades. I don't think you get downgrades. You could, in which case I might be tweeting out about something like that. But just because expectations were kind of low on that analyst front, right? I mean, if you were to get any, maybe from the ones from last week that got up to 1960, but I doubt that. Just didn't break it, but other people have different ways of viewing things. Oh, man. Okay, thank you, Jonathan. Cheers. Jonathan hasn't seen the at the money use as a poison pill, but it does seem timely. I'd agree with that, Jonathan. I'd agree with that. The timing with Cohen at 9.9, it's interesting timing, but I haven't seen that either. Appreciate you sharing. And okay, Gats hasn't either. Okay, Kazuya. Doesn't see Cohen to be another icon. Yeah, to a degree. This letter was more aggressive than I was expecting. I got to say that, but Cohen's still young. What was Icon like when he was this age? I don't know. I know Icon now. Maybe he will be like. I got to say, based on, I mean, I'm happy Cohen's shaking things up because and this was many of our takes on the stream here based on Q2 and Q3. That again, I feel as though management's doing a good job at what they were supposed to be doing right now, but now that nuts and bolts type stuff is kind of, it's fading away. And that Gats was saying this earlier. It's like now you need to be focusing on what that long term you got here. The consoles are here. What is that long term future look like? And I haven't been getting that on these latest conference calls. I'm like, I need more than this. And so it makes sense to me that a shareholder has spoken out about this stuff. I was actually surprised someone hadn't spoken out earlier about this. Maybe I said this in some of my early streams. I can't remember, but I had said how I thought a PE firm might potentially get involved in here, and no one really stepped in. No PE firms. There were no rumors. No big investors stepped in. No major 5% investors. I'm like, I was kind of surprised because I felt it was a tremendous opportunity, and no one really stepped in. So then Cohen finally stepped in very late in the game, and it appears as though it was very well timed. So props to Ryan Cohen because I didn't think the stock price would stay as low as it did. And so I'm not surprised. Like Ryan Cohen's doing a good job. You got to shake things up. If you're not hearing what you want to be hearing, like individual investors, you don't have that power to do that. Ryan Cohen is like, yo, you got to be doing this. You got to be doing that. And so who knows, Kazuya, what type of activist he's gonna be. This was pretty aggressive. Like, yo, we're just calling him out hardcore. And it has an Icon-esque type feel to it, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Oh yeah, JR. Cheers, JR. Asking about forward guidance. So JR, just a heads up, they haven't been providing guidance in any recent quarters. They said they weren't going to do it, but it's because it's really difficult to provide guidance in this environment, and so they haven't been doing it the past quarter. I don't totally blame them. It would have been nice today to get really bullish guidance for Q4, but imagine if they gave guidance and it was really bad guidance. Then we wouldn't. That would suck. But they said they weren't going to offer it because, I mean, with store closures and stuff, I don't blame any retailer who's just like, I don't know what I'm doing here, because that's not, if you're really trying to increase the value of your business and satisfy all the different stakeholders, the guidance can be a bit of a sideshow itself. So it's okay for someone like me. Like, you want to focus on this stuff. You don't want to be focused on getting the precise forecast. And imagine if you surprise or you're disappointed. It's just like, let's just focus on executing type stuff. I don't remember. Has Buffett said something to that effect? Like, it can be, I'm not saying it's a bad thing to provide guidance. I'm not saying that. It's just like you can understand the justification for it. It's why some folks prefer to go private. Okay, so Cleese got there. To not break their own back, they are stoically wrong on guidance. They were wrong a year ago. That's true. Okay, a lot of companies, Dusty says, yeah, okay. I mean, I'd say Gats. If I was at I'd say buybacks are pretty much off the table at this point. Can you imagine if they did it now? But it's really low probability at this point. No doubt about that shit. I don't think they said it though explicitly. Under promise, over perform. Yeah. Yeah, I did see that hesitation with the guidance, Chris. Yep. Eventually have to perform, though. Yep. It's a threat. Where's the answer? Okay. Yeah, I did see that, Jen. When Credit Suisse was asking about that year-over-year growth, he was really pressing him, huh, Jen? He was really pressing him. If you're really looking for a specific answer, you have to do that because management teams will kind of be like, oh, this and that. But if it's integral to your analysis, you press. And he did a good job. He's like, just to be perfectly clear, is this not just the year-over-year revenue growth, but also profitability growth? I picked up on that too, Jen. And even still, he was satisfied with their answer that it did indeed tie back to profitability growth as well, but oh, did they say they were on their second pillar? I missed the pillar word. That's true. I mean, I don't know what you're referring to, Cleese, but Cleese saying, hey, it's not so simple to just say, okay, we've changed at one point in time, change is liquid. This is true. It's fluid. It's constantly evolving. There's no finish line. Reboots can't last. Well, reboots can't last forever, right? I kind of got that impression. Did you kind of get that feel from the presentation that there was kind of optimize the core? I mean, I don't even see the 4 pillars in here. I thought this was kind of interesting. Stabilize, optimize, transform. I think those the letters, the words. Stabilize, optimize, transform. You know what I mean? Now we got a new. Cat says, my PC takes 4 years to reboot. I'm buying a new PC. Oh, that's good. Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm with Uber. Uber says, I can't reconcile how they said nothing about their digital advertising forays, progress on partnerships, or anything about the store refresh. I'm with you, Uber. That's my big thing, man. That's my big thing. How can I need to model this. I can envision the upside path. I'm relieved that Ryan Cohen can too, because you've heard me say, if you've seen the GameStop videos too, I have had to heavily discount that possibility because I had so little to model. I'm like, I don't know how likely this is, but if they pull it off, there's tremendous upside. But now I'm getting to the point where I'd love to model it. I want to take this seriously. I want to ascribe some future positive terminal value to these these future potentially high margin revenue streams, right? I can see it happening if you execute successfully, but I need more information, and I didn't get anything. I didn't get anything. And now it's December 2020. We got like the Microsoft stuff and all this other stuff they've talked about for a bit, and I didn't get any additional insights. And I'm like, all right, maybe on the conference call, just not enough. So I'm with you, Uber. I'm with you. Okay. Okay. So Uber struggling with, yep. Okay. JK for Q4 revs 2.5. Okay. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. So Jen's saying the analysts were told not that has to be. There's like, even though I don't know for certain. Excuse me. That they didn't ask in this conference call, they had to have been told. You don't ask about Ryan Cohen. We're not going to answer you. We'll also kick you off the damn call. You know what I mean? Like, they're not going to do that. It's their job. So almost certainly they were okay. So they were saying that too. That's right. I agree. Uber saying faced with it is that this is still a 5.5 billion plus revenue company, even at a cyclical trough, trading at a massive discount. And I know the fair market value is higher, but can this team achieve it? That's the execution. This is why Cohen being involved is helpful for someone like me, because like otherwise I'd be like, am I just crazy? As I've thought many times over the past year, I'm like, am I delusional to see this optionality here? But the good thing, Uber, as Uber already knows, is like Ryan Cohen is wondering the same damn thing, and that's why this letter is big, because we're not alone in that. Yep, I agree with Rigo too. Sherman's a marathon, not a sprint type person. He doesn't really care about these quarterly readouts and stuff, and that the people might be pessimistic on what he's saying and stuff. Like folks on the stream is like, I don't give a shit. Whatever. I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. But this is the thing. That can only go on for so long before you get investors start pounding the table like, what the hell are you doing? What are you doing, right? And so that's what Cohen's doing. Maybe they respond accordingly. You know what I mean? It's but that's the thing. That can only go on for so long. Eventually, you get some bigger investors who get pissed off, and they're like, no. That's you can only play this game for quite a while. You either need to successfully execute, and we need to see, and it needs to be readily apparent that value is increasing, the value of the company. Otherwise, expect us to shake shit up. And yeah, better transformation, faster, still undervalued. Yeah, hey, Robin Hood Hustle, welcome. That's right. Betting on that short squeeze. If that short squeeze itself is your thesis, you be careful. That's a dangerous play. It's just and there's many highly shorted companies out there that go bankrupt. I don't think that's the case here with GameStop, but that can be the case with highly shorted companies. But they don't result in short squeezes. You know what I mean? In the case of GameStop, what's odd is that the bullishness of the bulls, the level of confidence of the bulls juxtaposed with that short interest, but whether or not it results in a short squeeze, it's such tough analysis that be weary of that type of a thesis. I think most of the reasonables, you all hear the same thing. It's like, well, there's a fundamental thesis here. Hey, if short squeeze happened, that's terrific. That would be great if it happened. But you don't really bet on that. It's my money and I need it now. It's my money and I need it now. Titan, that's why he's here. Yep. Ooh, Sam. Good eye, Sam. The chair's great. The chair's great. So it's a Secret Lab chair. Here, you can see this. I got the Game of Thrones chair. What do I go? This way? You can't see it, but it. Oh. Hear me roar. Nah, it's good. It's legit. I actually hadn't gotten anything from Secret Labs before. I like it. I like it that you can do this. I mean, a chair that reclines. Can you believe that, Sam? Who knew in 2020 you could have a chair that reclines? Oh, shit. Yours is right for the next one. Oh, you got the Titan. Yeah. I remember I know the Titan. When I ordered it, Sam, it took like 3 months to get it. It took like 3 months to get. In fact, the video, the Roaring Kitty video at the start of the stream, I was waiting on this chair. It still didn't come in yet, so I just used my other chair. Oh, the Titan. That's nice. Oh, let me know how it is, Sam. I'd be curious. I forget. Well, I just went with this one because it's kind of a kitty on there, right? Lion, close enough. So yeah, Jordan talked about what happens to the stock when Cohen responds. That's the thing, that none of this. If it were true what Ryan Cohen says, that a big part of this run up were him, as he says in his letter, and many of us disagree with that it was strictly him, but he's trying to make his point. If you agree that the big part of this run up was the Ryan Cohen factor, this had very little impact on the Ryan Cohen factor. You could say, oh, well, now it is more likely he's going to leave. But on the contrary, I think many people would say, no, he's more likely to get more involved, which could increase the chances of GameStop successfully turning around and becoming this e-commerce titan down the line. You know what I mean? I think that's the more reasonable take. And so, you know what I mean? Like this earnings release, like many of us are saying, like it might just increase the chances that Ryan Cohen takes action in the near term. In which case, yeah, how does the market react to that, right? If this were the reaction of just him taking a 10% stake and maybe speaking up a bit, what is it if there's a resolution? I think that the stock, my personal opinion is that the stock should pop because I think it does increase the chances. You get this guy, he's telling this sexy story. He doesn't lay it out in great detail, but I have a plan to get there, and we know people value his opinions, his outlook on this shit. They do. So I agree, Jordan. That's why I say that's my. If there were some near-term type stuff that would be a bullish potential catalyst, it's that. I'm not saying you get it, but I tend to agree that you think, why is Ryan Cohen going to drag his feet? It's such a valuable, it's such a critical time period right now for GameStop. It just doesn't seem, I don't know. I don't know how the stock price pops, but I mean, I don't know how and when the stock price reacts, but I would think that it would respond bullishly. Yeah. I would say that if this, assuming we end down 15-20%, whatever, Denoric, this breaks that cup in hand. Yeah, now it gets messy, but I agree. Nah, then you don't really have that cup and handle type stuff going. Okay. Okay. Oh, Patrick. Cheers, Patrick. Happy Tuesday. Discourse like this did not exist here. Hey, this is awesome. Cheers, Patrick. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Happy Tuesday, mate. Sick. It's definitely great for, I always say this, Patrick, but like rounding out our thoughts on a thesis and sharing different viewpoints, especially if we disagree on shit. I'm glad you like it. And it's educational, for myself included. But Uber's saying, yeah, they had the right team to stabilize the ship. Then COVID hit and made it clear that digital was coming faster than ever, and they didn't have the skill set to prioritize, execute here. I generally agree with this, that they seem to be doing a good job of stabilizing that ship, but now it's like that long-term future type stuff, and COVID had an impact on that. I sometimes wonder, as I'm sure Uber does too, where would the stock price be right now if not for COVID and the store closure and stuff, which also dramatically increased gaming demand, right? But it's a question that I don't know the answer to, but I wonder about it sometimes, as I'm sure many people do. Oh, okay. So JK saying this earnings release proved the fundamental thesis wrong. And I don't see how you can argue otherwise. We are all banking on Cohen only now. But here's the thing, JK. This is a big part of the fundamental thesis. That's why this is a big. Ryan Cohen sees what many fundamental analysts have seen, which is that there's tremendous upside for a company positioned as GameStop is. I'm not sure I follow. I mean, Cohen is a fundamental. He's effectively a fundamental. He has a fundamental thesis here. And unless you think it has broken Ryan Cohen's fundamental thesis, how could it have broken? How could it be wrong? You know what I mean? I'll keep scrolling. Man, how far behind am I? Oh, 946. Oh, I blow it. It's our biggest stream, and I can't even keep up. I just wanted to read everyone's comments, and I still missed some today. Okay, and Cleese is saying the transfer of the business model has to be handled by someone who knows the former better than the latter. Yeah, okay. Yeah. And Gats says, don't get me wrong, I like what he's done so far, management in general, but I feel it's time to pick up the pace. I like that, Gats. I like that. You gotta go. It's December 2020. Let's go. Or a bit more of a roadmap. How can I can't model this stuff. I can't model this stuff with a high probability with more info. Yep. Uber's got it. Yep. Gad's okay with Uber's okay with Sherman. In the 18 months since he's came aboard, a lot has changed. So much has changed. This is true. E-commerce piece is vital. And this might not be the team equipped to shift with that. Yep. To be digital first. Yep. I like it. Well said. Cheers, Uber. And this is where Cohen's coming from. Oh, DeNordic, if you want short interest percent, you can go to Wall Street Journal. Look up GameStop at the Wall Street Journal. That's one. You can. That's the one usually I'm going to. I think Justin had mentioned that's where you get the most recent. They do a good job of updating it ASAP. That's right. So Jordan says, imagine having a strong e-commerce with brick and mortar mixed in. It's like Best Buy on crack. And who as if we haven't done this before, what is Best Buy's market cap? 27 billion, 26 billion versus GameStop's now sub 1 billion, I assume, tomorrow. And that's the thing. Like, if people saying brick and mortar, I mean, fortunately, not as many people are saying it these days. You saw retail sentiment is bullish right now. Small caps, blah blah. You saw me tweet that out. But like, look no further than Best Buy that this can be a successful model. It can be a successful model. So I agree with you, Jordan. Yeah, can't disregard brick and mortar. Yep, absolutely not. Make the transition so Shem can write a line of code. Oh, Eric thinks they need a technical background. Interesting. Yep. Tone is not confident, clear, and compelling. I feel like they're trying Uber. It's like sometimes I'll pick up on like they're trying to do. I'm like, it's not landing. It's not landing. No to the tone. Oh, Gats. Okay, so no to the tone too. Ugh. Okay. Oh, shit. Ugh. We are crushing it on the chat tonight. Let me tell you what. I feel like I'm getting caught up, and then it pops. I'm like, oh shit, I'm more behind than I was before. All right, my bad, y'all. My bad. Staring the giant ship. The market is like, whoa. Big catalyst for GME. Yep, 35% e-commerce. Just but you can do that. E-commerce growth. Not for offering a completely different narrative. Beat on the EPS growth in e-commerce. Yeah, I don't know about that. Wait, it was store profitability? Oh, right. As opposed to the e-commerce stuff. All right, that part is true. All right, that's a good point. Talking about that the same store sales were still up 16.5% when so many people were shopping, leveraging e-commerce type stuff. That's true. Maybe. I don't know. I still think it wasn't big enough even still. But maybe. People saying that if they weren't for the at-the-money offering. But I don't think that this is too big. This is too big of an impact for just the at-money. That's what I'm thinking. Keep going. Jorge. Hey, thanks Russ with the likes. Oh, John Lawrence, good. GME back on the threshold securities list today. I still don't know what to make of that, but I appreciate you saying that. A lot of people were talking about that a number of months ago. They could make up for consumers go online. Say shrink. Q3 was fine. Oh, hey, Otter driver, welcome back. Yeah, saying Q3 was fine. Now we're heading to Q4. I think for some folks, Otter, it's that the November year-over-year stuff wasn't maybe as bullish as some people thought. But as some people just said, as well, the e-commerce stuff. But even still, why not toss out November e-commerce stuff year-over-year? Could have done that, right? Oh, Jen, were you cringing? Were you cringing at the, was it the line of questioning? Was that what it was? Oh shit, I did too. It did. You're like, you can just feel it, Jen. You're like, ooh, yeah. And then he like doubles down on the question, like, just to be clear, the revenue you said, but what about the profitability? I'm like, oh, damn, good luck. I know, Matt, good question. We're two beers deep, but I almost regret not bringing down some hard alcohol. You know what I mean? Meeting consensus, fourth quarter revenues, made money. Defensive. Hey, Struts. What up, Struts? Welcome back. Yeah, of course. Or as Uber says, sometimes you need. It's better. It can be helpful to listen to the call to actually hear the tone and how. Yeah. Get him punked. Yeah. Oh, that's a throwback, huh? Y'all remember Punked with Ashton Kutcher? Whoa, Struts. That seems like something I might say. Ashton, where are you? Oh yeah, Justin said he was working on our article. Yeah, well, I'm pumped for it now too. I mean, I was already pumped for it, but now to kind of piece it all together. Yeah, Matt, no more updates on other deals and stuff like that. Supply chain issues, yep. That's right. As Jordan says, yeah, no one had any price target above 10 a few months back. It's a moving goalposts with some of this shit. Uber. Hey, any order numbers tonight? Cheers to that, Uber. Respect the grind, baby. Hey, Dr. Crip. Welcome, Dr. Crip. Inventory build means company is fine on cash. Yep. Oh, revising the base case. Oh, I'm eager to see your revised base case, Uber. Yep. Wait, they did? Someone asked about the letter sent to... Did I miss that, Shane? Shane says, did someone ask about the letter sent to the board of directors and they dismissed it? What? How the hell did I miss that? Oh, yeah, as Sam says, yeah. And someone, yeah, that 16.5%, a lot of the stuff was sold online these days. Yep, bonds are pricing in bankruptcy in the past. Hey, Achilles, welcome back, Achilles. Cheers, mate. That would be excluding all online. It does seem like that's the case, Achilles, yep. But that's the thing, that how come, why not release the November year-over-year e-commerce stuff, you know what I mean? Online sales. Especially in light of the Ryan Cohen stuff. That's what's unusual. I don't know about unusual. Maybe unusual is not the right word, but it stuck out to me. Hey, peace out, Russ. You have a nice night. Cheers, 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 mate. Yo, Jorge, that's a good line. Jorge says, does the chair recline as much as GME? Yo, that's a good line, Jorge, kid. Let me see. Let me do 17 degrees. 17 degrees right there. Oh, shit, it kept on going. Oh, that's a good line, dude. Rigo said with GME or 50 next year. Yeah, it still won't come on. I know. How much of our thoughts are impacted by the stock price, huh, Rigo? It's true. It's true. It's true. It's true. massively hard. Oh, it's 10. I'm not even caught up. Oh, we going long tonight. We going long tonight. Oh, a Billy Madison quote too. Struts. Welcome back. You know, that's in who would steal 30-sec lunches? I saw Billy Madison. I was like really young, and we thought it was like the funniest movie ever. When we like, oh man, how come movies aren't like this more? Who would steal 30-sec lunches? Who would issue $100 million worth of stock? Oh damn! We need some humor tonight. We need some humor. They liquidate a lot of stuff, so maybe they didn't have much sales because I don't know how much the inventory. I mean, it could be. They probably wouldn't talk it up, Hugo. That inventory limitations could impact revenue, but probably I like to think not too much. One of those I trust management not to mess something like that up, but management teams have in the past. I know. Jen, did you hear them say they said laser focused on this? They definitely said we are laser focused on that. Just to be clear, I'm pretty sure they did. Jen says they're laser focused on the wrong things. Yeah. Oh, that's true. On the bearish side, Cohen reducing the stake too. So Rigo, I talked about how Cohen getting more involved and in some sort of resolution would be a big blow. I mean, if he left, that would be bearish at this point. Yep. I don't think it's likely, but it could happen. That's a legitimate risk. Make no mistake. Oh, is it stock twits bearish right now? Uh-oh. By crumbling under pressure. Oh, okay. Who knows this movie? What? Oh, did I already ask this one? I don't even know. Maybe I asked this one recently. Maybe I asked it to my wife. What do you know about pressure? Hold on, let me scroll ahead. Anyone get that one? Let's see if anyone gets that one. Any Cohen will be like any company founder, companies that are run by founders tend to outperform. That's true, Space Breed. I do like to see when founders are involved with the company for sure. Especially if they have a huge ownership too. Yep. I'm like GME can't seem to hold it together. Be helping horrible news. Yeah. Why do they provide? They always provide it. Oh, it just jumped ahead. Batman. Oh, no. Oh, Ace Ventura. Eric M. Danny, cheers. You got it. Yes. Shane got it too. Sick. I say that quote maybe too much, I think. There's some quotes that just like... There's some quotes that like you watch some movies when you're younger, right? And you've just watched them. You ever watch like when you're younger, like maybe I'd say between ages like 10 and like 16, where there's maybe it's my age too because you only had so many VHSs, which I know I'm dating myself now, but you only had like a handful of them. But you just watch them over and over and over again, like the same thing. There's a bunch of Sandler movies and. But like Ace Ventura was one of them. There's like a handful of other ones too that just stick up. And like you remember all the quotes and stuff. And that's always funny when people recognize them because not many people would remember them. What do you know about pressure? Oh, did you all Google it? Oh, hey, cheers on being resourceful. What can I say? Hey, I give you props for that. Okay, Chris with the movies. Nice. Absolutely. It's like it seems like there's a handful of them. You know, you just watched them so many times. Okay. Oh, last payment is helping with constant on the other sales. Man, I'm still behind, huh? Damn. Good news that they're turning around. That's true. So Jen's saying how the good news is that their turnaround story has met their expectations thus far and is going at the trajectory they anticipated, even with a 9-month-long pandemic hurting their business. That's the thing, is that they and many other retail managements have been dealt quite the hand, and that's why I lean toward they've been doing an okay job so far. They've been executing, and if they succeeded on a number of other items, especially this turnaround stuff, which Cohen is kind of questioning right now, but if they did, we'd view them as an all-star team. Because so far they have been executing to get to this point. Now people are questioning, can they keep on doing this? But I felt like they've been kind of meeting their expectations. I agree with you, Jen. But now there's like, can we have some more to the story, to this aspect? And now people are starting to, what's going on here? What's going on? I know. Jen, yeah, how many times is this guy gonna ask this questions? And that's the thing. I like that though, Jen. You know, I like that when they're like, I want an answer to this, because you know what I mean? Like sometimes you just want give me the answer. Just tell me the answer, because some management teams try to like, oh, but this and that. No, it doesn't include that. But like, just give me the answer. I like when he rephrases, because you don't see it that often. Usually the analysts could kind of just like, okay, that's good. Thank you very much for the answer. So when they press, I'm like, oh yeah, nice. It's just get pursuit of truth. Okay, hyperbole, then it drops down. Yeah, they were talking about that, how when the store's closed. Yeah, no nuclear bomb, yep. No nuclear bomb. Not yet. There was nothing on that call, I'd say. We talked about that as a possibility. Modern Day Explorer, welcome. Nothing about Europe, yep. Dismissed the letter. Oh, I missed that. What the hell? Well, now I gotta check that. I mean, I'm trying. I'm listening. I'm doing other stuff. I always know in the back of my head, I know I'm gonna review the transcript too. So. Okay, GME Cohen got some thinking maybe best case scenario. Okay, modeling out some stuff for this Q4. One thing that stuck out, and I was glad they said this because I feel like that hadn't been talked about enough, is that they talked about how what do they say? They use the phrase that you frequently use in this, claw back market share. Like that's an important part of, I think, the Cohen. Like you're gonna take back some market share, right? By way of customers having just a terrific experience shopping at your store. And so they maybe they mentioned it before, but I couldn't remember. But they mentioned it today that we're gonna claw back some market share. Like for that upside optionality, you have to claw back some market share. You can't. You just have to. That people will prefer to shop at your place, just like many people prefer to shop at an Amazon right now for many different reasons. But you want people to shift, to be like, you know what? That GameStop account that I have, that Power Up account, Power Up Rewards account, I get all these different perks, all these different benefits. I get that same day delivering. I can pick it up at store. I have a physical place I can go to. I want to shop there. And if you are going down that path, you better take back some market share. So that was one thing that I'm like, all right, at least they're like, it's integral to part of that upside. So I was glad they said that. Someone asking a question hinted at the Ryan Cohen letter without saying his name, and they dismissed. Oh shit! Oh man, I missed it. Smash. Okay, thank you, Smash and Jen. I must, like, sometimes I just zone out, and I must have missed the question, and they dismissed it, so I missed it. I don't know. Okay, thank you, Jen. There's a guy from Baird who asked about the letter in regards to their transformation process and reboot, and they wouldn't comment, and they just talked about all the things they're doing. Thank you, Jen. Cheers. Appreciate that. So it did come up. Maybe they didn't mention him by name, but the letter came up. Okay. It was on a clear down. Yeah, I agree, GME Cohen, that that's part of. That's why I think that even without the at the money offering, this wasn't quite as bullish as a new console cycle might otherwise indicate. So I think that maybe the market would be like, whoa, what's going on here? That doesn't void the potential for reinventing yourself and what Ryan Cohen talks about. You know what I mean? But it could, as far as like free cash flows and estimates, you're like, okay, how is that actually going to impact this? That's right. The market, as Hugo says, market prices for the future, right? Not the past. Are we going to get another cup and handle Rigo? We might. Presented as a two-point question. They didn't acknowledge his first point where he referenced the letter sent to the board. Didn't say Cohen saying, okay, thanks, Shane. Widgets are gone. Okay, so GME Cohen thinking that it's the upside is might be capped with this management team. That's interesting. At this point, it's Cohen or bust. Maybe I wonder. So that makes the timing of his letter. We talked about this, I think, on recent streams, where it's like getting this out right before that week. It was going to be a week Q3 earnings, but now that November guidance too, we were like, oh, wait a second. That's what I think. I think this has opened the door for Cohen if he's still motivated to effect change on his end. And it's trying to entice him to mention Cohen, yeah. Best humor is looking at our daily performance. Oh, sadly, Eric, sadly. Yeah, I agree, Jeff. I wouldn't say that the upside is capped. That language is too strong for someone like me. But it may have someone already said this. I think was it Cleese talking about how you might temper expectations. But I'm not sure how much the management team should be blamed for that. You know what I mean? At some point, it's it's some of its business model, less cyclical, right? Because November that's a big month, but business model management type team, like how much do you attribute to each? But I still wouldn't sell the management team too short on potentially reinventing themselves. It's so easy in light of the Cohen letter to just be like, oh, they're done. Cohen's better. But I'm like, they've done an okay job so far. And even if this November wasn't as strong as many people were hoping it might be, it doesn't mean they're dead in the water. I don't think that. I understand tempering expectations, but you know what I mean? Like let me keep going. Oh, they did say laser focus. Cheers, Jen. Thank you. I did. I had a laugh at that. I've used laser focus too. I just had a laugh when they said that. Oh, I'm down to okay. Oh, Khalees was guessing Batman. Okay. I don't know that there's enough, GME Cohen. I think there's not enough that they can't execute. A big thing for me has been their storytelling, because I feel like that's super valuable, especially for a company. Take Tesla for example. I keep on coming back to that one, but like if you need to tell a story because people are having a hard time modeling types of like I don't know what the hell's going on here. You need someone to tell that compelling story. That's been my big thing. So that's like if you're at the vanguard of some new industry or anything like that. But then for a turnaround story too, you need to convince me. How many times have I said add that to the deck too? Is you need to tell a good story. That's probably that might be my big thing. So they even if they can still execute, I'm just like, oh, you need to. I don't know. Oh, Ace Ventura. Yeah. Okay. I made Ace Ventura. Oh, was that 10 minutes? Eric Googled it. Okay. We all Googled it. Okay. Let's get this chat. Like I said, Yep, about execution, so important. Yeah, they didn't. Yeah, no what was there no update on Europe? Yeah, no formal update on Europe. Definitely not. I would have noticed that. I liked. Hopefully, I would have. Oh man, I'm way behind. I'm way behind, kid. All right, let me scroll back up. Am I missing some important ship? Okay. We have a chat bot today. Didn't Google it. Same with the movies. Okay. One of the most American things you can do is close your European stores. Australia, yeah. I think they said on the call Australia was still crushing it. Rocket Man. Rocket Man. Oh, they put the conference call? Thank you, Rigo. Oh, cheers, Rigo. You nailed the timing 5 minutes ago. It was updated. Cheers, 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 Rigo. Sir. Okay, number one, laser. Laser. Taser. Movie. Alright, there you go, Jen. Laser. What was the other one? I forget. Hey, Chris is out. Have a nice night, Chris. Have a nice week too. Let's see what happens here. Okay, GME Cohen's a lot that goes into e-commerce than what meets the eye. Logistics, analytics, efficiency. Yeah, probably pure optics across the board. Yeah. Oh shit. Oh, what the hell do I do now? Can I even still use this? My mouse died. Uh-oh. Oh, man. I can't even... Wait, can I do this? Oh, I can. Okay. I'm going to scroll with my arrow keys here. Good thing I was in the chat. Yeah. So GME Cohen talking about how e-commerce is seriously competitive, and I don't know how you can possibly think this management can pull it off. So, yeah, it's a great argument for Cohen. It is. I get it, and it's a great point. Like I said, I was willing to give the management a bit of a benefit of the doubt because I had felt that they were executing. But how do I deny that? How much has changed since they originally took over the reins? And we know Ryan Cohen has had tremendous success in this e-commerce world, but also people care what he thinks and what he does. And like I say, I feel as though I assign a higher weight to this storytelling and explaining what it is you're trying to accomplish. That stuff is important, I feel, and I just think Cohen, just based on these articles I see and people writing about what he thinks, what he does, what he says, I'm like, oh wow, people really buy into this stuff, and on that alone, I'm willing to tilt in that direction. And you're right, I don't know if management team can pull it off. I just felt as though they have been doing an okay job in this other stuff, but you're right, it's not the same. It's a different type of execution. It's a fair point. I mean, how do you not at least tap? How do you not at least? This is the thing. When I talk about a resolution, how do you not at least tap Brian Cohen? I don't know what he wants, but you need to at the very least. He needs to be tapped. That's the thing. He already said no to the board seat, but as an advisory role type thing, or if it's a collection of board seats, at some point you would think give him what he wants. Why would you fight him? I think it's a mistake. Even if I were the man, that's the thing. He really called out Sherman. So if you're Sherman, you're like, what the F? You're like, what are you doing? If it was less aggressive, then maybe I wonder the impact that it would have on negotiations or whatever it is. But otherwise, I'm like, get on board. We want to tap your expertise. you don't fight that type of a shift. You know what I mean? Like but maybe they're really confident in their own abilities and what they can execute. I don't know. Yep. Some of the stuff was shifted out of Q3. Yep, Justin thinking GameStop will soon be U.S. only. Those filings look like we've heard so little on that game on that, Justin. You know what I mean? I thought we would have. I'm kind of surprised we hadn't heard anything about that on this like it was kind of speculation, and then they updated the filing and that 10Q. I'm like, okay, so maybe they're working towards something, and then no update, no questions about it from the analyst too. That was too bad. During the last console, yep. Okay, so GME Cohen doing a great. Thank you for bringing up how this compares to the past couple of years. I haven't had an opportunity to do that. GME Cohen talking about how if that's what they get to for the quarter, they'd be lucky to just meet with the revenue that they had 2 years ago during the last console cycle's last breath. That's right. That's what I was talking about. Like the year-over-year type stuff. Like these were gonna be weaker. Although, did you have some Switch? Was that 2018? Some Switch type stuff that was a boon for a bit. I don't know. I forget the timing off the top of my head. Good from all those consoles. International month behind. Yep. Oh, so Kazuya says Best Buy is sitting at 2.5. I don't think these are right, Kazuya. 2.5 times revenue, and GameStop still trading at but well below 101 times revenues. No, Best Buy's not at 2.5 times revenues. Isn't it like 0.6 or point? Isn't it like 0.6 or 0.7? I think. But yeah, but your point still stands. GME is trading at a fraction of what Best Buy is trading at, which has always been, it's always stood out to a lot of us. We brought that up a lot, Kazuya, right? Okay. All right, some nice back and forth on this. This is good. Well, Dr. Crit, I think there's some short-term catalysts. It's the Ryan Cohen related stuff is the biggest one, I'd say. Long-term is a true transformation of the biz, which will take at least 2 years. It's going to be a bumpy ride, and management will not go quietly. Well, that could be true. I'm not so sure. I don't know. But yeah, the question with when stocks are undervalued, or as far as what I think, sometimes they can happen quick, that revaluation. But as far as tremendous upside, Dr. Crit, if that were to happen, they successfully execute it. I agree with you on that front. That shit takes time to execute. The market needs to see more of a fundamental developments, and I can appreciate that. I feel the same way, but then it just becomes a degree of re-rating. Oh, did I miss your Sunny reference? Did I miss your Sunny reference, Chris? Oh. Oh, I did see you comment on that, Chris. Yeah. I was glad we got a fellow Sunny fan, out there. My bad. Did I see it? I missed it. My bad. I'm trying to think of. I can't remember. I'm trying to scroll through quickly. Oh, Uber's out. Uber, peace out. Have a nice night. Okay, gonna post a revised model. Thank you, Uber. Base case $3 on the dot. Okay. And that's a bit ahead, I think, of analyst expectations for what that's worth. But I was keeping an eye on what Uber was forecasting. Oh, the shares outstanding too. Yep. But that will be, yeah, should be small. Oh shit. Well, I hope it charged. Hope it charged. Oh, it connected. All right, I'm almost caught up. There we go. Here we go. Closing in. Closing in. Okay, and then GME insists e-commerce makes up 25% year to date, far greater than last year, and it's still that hard to beat 2018 4Q. There's some nuance here, right, with the timing of releases. But even still, I get your point. Omnichannel. Monorail. What's that from? Monorail? Frictionless digitally led omnichannel. Wait, they don't get it? Let me see. Oh, no. Okay. Good one. Minus downgrades, good receiver base. Allocation. So Andy's saying how the plus 16%, yeah, not as strong as some of us thought it could be, but with what it comes down to, Andy, too, is, I mean, for many of our theses, is how much free cash flow they'll generate in this quarter and then in the subsequent quarters, and how that translates. What is that relative to the prevailing market cap, right? In the balance sheet, blah blah blah. As you know. But then there's like they'll have, you know what I mean? Like I personally, for better or worse, I don't even focus on this quarterly type stuff too much. I know this stuff, like I was saying, 16% wasn't quite as strong as I was hoping for as someone who's bullish on GameStop. But the question is, even if it bumps up a little bit, or even if we are on back to where we are a couple of years ago, whereas how much free cash flow are they going to generate over the subsequent 12 months, and what is that in relation to the market cap? And then on top of that, if possible, if they do successfully transform their business model, what does that look like if Ryan Cohen gets involved? How much do we increase our probability of a tremendous upside if Ryan Cohen can just crush it from this omni-channel experience, and that people want to shop there, and they become this behemoth that he thinks that it could be if they succeeded, right? And that's when I'm like, that's that kind of optionality type stuff. But I hear your point. I think on some of this, you know what I mean? Like I can almost agree at some point that maybe Q4 is not going to be as bullish as some people might have been modeling, right? Or as we were thinking, like, all right, maybe it's not quite as bullish. But then at the end of the day, that's that undervaluation. It's like I can always fall back to that. Well, it's like, all right, even if it's 50% lower than what I was thinking, then it's like, all right, well then maybe now the downside protection might comes into play. And then what's Ryan Cohen's move, right? There's other variables that I have to assess. I'm like, okay. But certainly I'm taking note of this stuff. And I appreciate the dialogue going back and forth. I like this stuff. Okay, so James saying that they were treating the analysts. Well, I'll give you a heads up, James. They're always, I feel like a lot of the management and analysts are back and forth. They're kind of like what you heard tonight. Boomer platitudes. Oh, CLF. Was it you, Matt? So, were you talking about CLF recently? Someone was talking about that recently. It might have been you. I apologize. I forget. Oh, it's running. It's running nice. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Hey, Eduardo, I'm against Ryan Cohen taking over at the wrong price. I don't want him to take over at some discount price. I'll tell you that right now. That's been a risk of mine. Yeah, so I know. Yeah, Cleese, I think you're responding to what I was saying, just at least an advisory role. I'm just saying, if you're a management team, at the very least, get it to that point. But indeed, that letter kind of makes it seem like he wants to steer the ship. This is true. This is true. This is true. Yep. But you never know. You know what I mean? I don't want to. I have opinions. I have opinions on this letter, just as you do as well. But at the same time, I don't know. This is, I like I. Maybe I more than tilt with this my interpretation of this letter. But even still, I might only be like 70% sure. Who's saying this? Cleese. Like I only maybe 70% sure as to what Ryan Cohen's intent, what would satisfy him. I'm not like super good. So there's 30% chance that maybe he's gonna surprise me with, or surprise you, even with like an advisory type role. You know what I mean? Like I'm open to that possibility, and maybe you are too. But I have the same interpretation of you. But I'm just like, what if this happens? What if that happens? Then what? Omnichannel, omnichannel, omnichannel. Oh, did you just Command F omnichannel 19 times? Super Troopers. Wait, did I say Super Troopers quote? Did I? Oh yeah, James. Oh, James, was it you? So Trey had sent me that SNL. Trey had sent me that SNL stand parody too. Was it you, James? I think James, you may have sent it to me too. Trey had sent it to me. I watched that in the morning. I was dying. I was dying. I remember that music video. That was right around my time, you know. That was great. And then GameStop got a shout out. Oh, there we go. Thanks, John. Best Buy was 0.65, GME 0.23. Yep. Hey, Xenium, welcome back. Welcome back. Oh, Omnichannel gets pistol whipped. Oh, because they're saying the same word. That's Super Troopers. Oh, I don't know about that, Andy. Unless there's a miraculous turnaround in the next couple of months in 4Q, the Bulls thesis were wrong. It's no. I like I said. Well, I mean, I don't. I guess I wouldn't strongly disagree. Like I said, 4Q, an underwhelming 4Q. It could be that my thesis. I don't know about wrong though. I guess it depends. It depends. Look no further than the numbers, along with the. Okay, yeah. Well, the numbers will dictate that for me. You know what I mean? If Q4 and Q1 are like way underwhelming, I'm like. Pfft. Then indeed, and there's still the upside potential. You know what I mean? Like there's still what Ryan Cohen sees isn't so much tied to Q. You know what I mean, Andy? Ryan Cohen's thesis here isn't tied to Q4. This has been the benefit for someone like me, is that I had a thesis about what free cash flows would be over these early quarters and years of the console cycle, right? But I didn't know I didn't know this. I couldn't take this seriously. Watch my GameStop videos. I said that. I'm like, I don't know what to ascribe to this. If they did it off, if they succeeded, it would be tremendous upside. But I couldn't ascribe a high probability to it. But Q4, Andy, maybe you would agree with this. Q4 is not going to impact Ryan Cohen. That's not going to impact what Ryan Cohen thinks. Unless you think maybe it would. Maybe you think it would. That's cool. That's cool. You say Ryan Cohen's misguided here. Not everyone's right about this stuff. I concede that. Just because he's Ryan Cohen doesn't mean he's right. That's fair. That's fair. But I just think like a Q4 doesn't break his tremendous upside. I think the tremendous upside that he sees, but it could have an adverse impact. That's fair. That's fair. But you know what I mean? There's kind of two things that are happening here. There's this free cash flows in the near term that was always supposed to support that downside and subsidize a potential turnaround into the future, and then there was the actual turnaround into the future. And the Q4 would maybe question, hey, how much cash flow are we actually going to have here to transform? But it wouldn't break the potential transformation. I don't think so. It could impact it, though. I'm not saying that. These are great points. These are great points. Okay, Andy, you already said this. Look at this. Silver lining is Cohen. Better setup for him to step in. Okay. As an investor, it's not wise to bank on one person that may fail. That's true. It is. It can be risky, too. So Jen saying they want various verticals. Yeah, that's a common term, too. In the gaming industry, and not to be known as just a console retailer's fancy for revenues. Yep, fancy schmancy for revenue streams. That's right. This is true. And this is true, Andy. You're right to say Cohen was never a part of my 3 GameStop videos. Never mentioned Cohen. Didn't know who he was. Didn't know who he was. So I can't. This is true. But I did mention in I forget which game. At least the first GameStop video I uploaded was like an hour long. I apologize. It was too long, but I was kind of just showing you some of the basic stuff I was seeing. And like I just quickly ended with, if they succeeded on this tremendous potential turnaround, whatever it is, I was kind of leading on those concept stores that at the time they were kind of talking up a bit, but obviously COVID impacted that. If they succeeded, there'd be tremendous upside. And this was before Cohen got involved. Now Cohen has gotten involved, and it validated that potential upside in my mind. And I'm using Cohen as kind of a proxy for that potential turnaround. But you know what I mean? Like so Cohen specifically, that's fair, but the potential upside, I can't agree with that because I had seen that even before Cohen got involved. It had surprised me that, I uploaded those videos in late July and August. It had surprised me that we were there at that point in 2020 and still no one had stepped in. I'm happy someone did, and these would be different streams if no one had stepped in, because I would have been like, shit, I don't know, because I'm not an expert in that stuff. But it had surprised me that no one had stepped in up till that point. I'm like, there really seems to be something here. How is no one else? It knocked my own thesis. I'm like, oh, maybe I'm wrong about that. I could kind of see the optionality, but it wasn't validated by any outside major investors like this. I'm like, oh man, I don't know. So Cohen for me is a proxy for a successful material turnaround. I'll just say that. Uh-oh. Okay. From the last watch. Oh, I missed your Super Troopers quote. Okay. I had sucked expect to bounce back this way. Okay. I had snuck a Super Troopers reference in the GameStop McGuire. See if you can see if you can check that out there. Well, actually, it was a number of them, but yeah, I was hoping for stronger than 16.5, even all things considered. Yep. Oh, Danny, you crushing it. Danny, didn't you also get the Ocean's 11 quote from last week? Danny, you crushing it on these quotes. That's right, it's Simpsons. And actually, I remember, if I recall correctly, like for some reason, I think Conan O'Brien wrote that episode. That was like his first episode or something. Like I always remember Ryan Conan O'Brien was like tied to that episode. Oh, it's beer getting to me. Monorail. Hey, Dimitri. Welcome, Dimitri. Stuck in. I didn't even see you there. Cheers. Happy Tuesday. As happy as it can be, all things considered, you know. Oh, okay. So, Andy, this has caused you to turn bearish. Interesting. I appreciate you sharing. But I'm agreeing with some of your points, so That's the thing. It didn't break my thesis, though. So is it breaking your thesis? Interesting. Oh, because you mentioned the Ryan Cohen stuff, and you said you didn't feel comfortable with the Ryan Cohen. Okay, okay. Oh, I think I'm getting caught up. Here we go. Here we go. It's only Friday at this point that I'm caught up, but yeah, I agree with you, Cleese. I agree with you. Cleese saying, hey, why have such a large stake just to advise? He seems more bought in emotionally than his percent owned. The letter shows that. I agree with that, Cleese. Wouldn't surprise me. I thought he might buy in even more. You know what I mean? He did buy. Like I remember thinking at the time when he first filed the 13D, I'm like, oh, he's probably gonna buy some more. He did end up buying more, but only technically, right? He stopped at 9.98. It was only a couple more. So I was like technically right, but I was thinking that he might buy. He might even buy more into it. Maybe he still will. Now the price has jumped a bit. But yeah, this letter suggests that he's kind of emotionally invested. Now it's a bigger stake, right? Because now it's more than doubled. So 60 million stake, but I don't disagree with you, Cleese. I was just trying to think of different potential outcomes, different types of resolutions, but I'm on board with this. He wants something more than just, certainly more than just one board seat, because he said so, but maybe even more than a couple of board seats. If just an advisory role, that's the thing. I agree. That seems like that's inadequate too. What if it's a yeah, I'm open. I'm open to ideas, but I agree with you, Cleese. I don't disagree. I'm just trying to lay out the different potential outcomes and then assign probabilities accordingly. I don't know about worst case scenario. Worst case scenario? I don't know if I agree with that. No, yeah, no, James. Yeah, we talked about that earlier, James. How Jeffries is managing the shelf. Yeah, yeah. What a coincidence, huh? Is it there? It's somewhere. There it is. Boom. You'll see this. It's not uncommon too that a firm that publishes research on a company that will kind of direct these types of offerings. I've seen it before. I've been in companies where it's happened before. Yeah, I agree with you. Like the worst case scenario, $18 million Q3 loss. Like I actually I didn't get a chance to do too much like checking around on social media as people's takes and stuff. I did see one person. That's the type of analysis I do. Talked about what free cash flow was over the prior 4 quarters. That's the type that rolling 4 quarter type thing, and it was still positive free cash flow. And that's the type of stuff I do. It's like it's the final in the final year, right before the console cycle, they still had positive free cash flow. And I think worst case scenario was that they were like number one, they didn't even make it to the console cycle, right? But even if Andy's point, well, they made it there, and then Q3 is still kind of weak. But I'm like, it could have been a way worse quarter. If they weren't relevant, nobody would have been shopping there. They wouldn't have even cracked $1 billion in revenues. At least they're still relevant, and that relevance is what can contribute to the possibility of them turning around. If they weren't relevant, you'd still be seeing the year-over-year declines. Yes, it's a big catalyst for GameStop, and we can discuss what should be. I don't even want to get into that, but like what would be a proper year-over-year type gain in light of everything that's happening. It gets to be a messy discussion and not worthwhile in my opinion. But a big part of my thesis was just that GameStop is relevant. And my worst case scenario would have been if I were wrong about that. Check out that first GameStop video I uploaded. I'm like, everything I see, GameStop is still relevant. So I'm like, oh, if they're not relevant, I'm screwed. But they are. So It ain't the. It's not like it's the best case scenario. Oh, okay. Jen. Jen. My first thought, awkward. A lot of awkwardness tonight, Jen. Cheers. Cheers to awkwardness. What are we going to do? Hey, Alex. Welcome, Alex. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Tuesday. I don't know what projected EPS is for the next quarter, but let me know. It's probably... Do they already have it out? It'll probably be out soon if it's not. We'll see. Oh, no, I know, because I was thinking. I thought it was around like $2 or too low or something. Usually I don't know that stuff, but in this case I do. I think it's like too low. As in $2 low. Man, I cannot get caught up. This might be the latest. Is this the latest I've gone where I can't get caught up? I think it is. Makes sense. Makes sense. So much to talk about, you know? Yeah, Dusty. Yep. I appreciate you sharing. Hey, Arugas. Welcome to the stream. Just in time to see GameStop become a computer hardware store. I've seen those memes, yeah. Danny. Yeah, Danny, you know all. You know all. This is good, Danny, that you can get some of these quotes, because sometimes I'll toss out the obscure quotes, but I'm like, all right, at least if Danny's on the stream, Danny will get the quote. Danny will get the quote. Just need one person. If just one person gets that quote, it's worth it. It's worth it. There was another one. That I was saying recently. I'm like, I wonder if people on the stream would know this. And I say it like so much. And like, did my wife know or didn't know? And I'm like, I say this quote way too much, but it's so obscure. Do y'all have those quotes? I mean, you got the movies, maybe like Chris Roth was talking about how you got the movies that you watch so much, but like super obscure quotes that just always pop up in your head. There was one recently. I'll see if I can think of it. Oh, okay. The episode was written by Conan. Mono means one and rail means rail. That concludes our 2-week course. Oh, you said that earlier. I forgot that quote, Danny. That concludes our 2-week course. Simpsons are great. Especially those early ones. Hey, Blessed Spear, welcome back. Hope you're having a nice night. Autonomous. Oh, I think I said what up. Autonomous. Welcome. Yeah, well, yeah. Obviously, Cohen's well off. He's got a reputation. You know what I mean? He has a reputation. He's actively building a reputation. He's young. Something to bear in mind. Yeah, Wild Night, Blessed. You get that right. Okay, so GME Cohen thinking the same thing. That he doesn't think Cohen walks either. Just wonder what the next move would be. I'm with you. What is that next move, GME Cohen, huh? I don't think this quarter, like many of us think. I mean, I don't think this quarter breaks his thesis, doesn't interfere with that. But what the hell is the next move? I personally just want some sort of a resolution. That would be really bullish for my thesis, because it's tough analysis for me otherwise. Because I'm like, I don't know. Does it go to a vote? We don't get a resolution till later. Which seems like that wouldn't be a great idea for Cohen if he's serious about affecting change. You want to do that ASAP while you know what I mean? But I think the market would interpret that as the most bullishly as well. I mean, that's probably why it's my preferred outcome, is because I just think we can just move beyond it, get beyond the activism, and just see what the next step is. And someone like a Cohen, I think, has good ideas. But I know he might want more than management is willing to allow, for lack of a better word. I don't know. Oh, look at this. Okay, I like this, Cleese. This is okay, so Cleese says, I think the ideal scenario is they give him complete control of online infrastructure, retain Sherman, retain the board, and let him do what he wants to do and work together. All right, I like that. So I hadn't really seriously entertained that, Cleese. I like that. That they bring him on board, and it's not just an advisory role, but an official role of you're in charge of e-commerce. First of all, I like that. Number one. Number two, and you might agree with this, Cleese. I'm like, this letter, it kind of seems like he wants maybe more control than that, than just the e-commerce. In that, what'd you say? They all want to see retail have less footprint, but just different versions on it. But I like this. I appreciate you offering that up as another potential one of those. Hey, what about this opportunity? What about that opportunity? I like that. And then we can say, okay, well, maybe it's less likely because of X, Y, Z. That's cool. But I like that as like, let's put that on the table. Let's bring him on board. Keep Sherman. It's more than just an advisory role. He's an executive. He does kind of, I mean, other folks have said this before. He does kind of seem like the type who would want maybe even more control. Oh, what about this, Cleese? What about this? What if they keep Sherman? That's the thing. If you're Sherman, if you're not CEO, you leave. You know what I mean? If you came on as CEO, do you really care enough that you'd bring Ryan Cohen on to become CEO and you would stick around? I'm just tossing out another one, Cleese, to run with what your line of thinking. Bring Cohen on board, keep Sherman, but swap the roles a bit where Cohen is the CEO and Sherman is more advisory. But if you're Sherman, you probably don't. I don't think you do that. I think in the corporate world, if you're Sherman, you just leave. You got to go somewhere else. I don't think you can accept something. You'd have to be really passionate about the company, and based on how much. I mean, maybe Sherman is, but based on his ownership in the company and that he was new to the company a couple of years ago, I probably not. Oh, okay, I like this. Dr. Crit setting the over-under line at 15 tomorrow. Ooh, I like that. I like the 15 line. I like the 15 line. Do I? I like that. I like the 15 line. What do y'all think? Let's see. We got an 8-ball, too. Don't forget. Which, the 8-ball, what did we say? Above a 20? Didn't get above a 20 before hurting. So, 8-ball dropped the 8-ball this time around. James under. Justin over. Oh, Alex over. Okay. Tomorrow under. That knee-jerk reaction is tough, right? Over Thursday, I see Steve Stonk saying you get the bounce back. Ooh. Oh, I like that phrase. Andy saying Ryan Cohen is thesis drift. Well, this is the thing, Andy. I mean, I don't know if you're responding to me, but no, I'll keep on scrolling. I do have. It's a good. I like the phrase drift. Where's Q3 release? Cheers, Tristan. Everyone's off that too. Oh shit. Oh, am I almost caught up? Man, am I not? Threshold list. Fee jumped over 50%. Yep. Yeah, GameStop. Yeah, Eduardo. GameStop's been on that threshold list off and on. Not as big. Notable. I appreciate everyone because I wouldn't have seen it otherwise. So it's good for me to know. But hasn't had much of an impact on things. Yeah, I saw that Rego. Did I update the chart? Talking about that cup and handle. I thought the cup and I saw a cup and I saw people like kind of questioning that cup and handle. I saw a pretty, not perfect, not the cleanest cup and handle, but I saw a clean, relatively clean cup and handle. You know what I mean? Like it was right. Excuse me, but it was right there. But even if the stock price sells off, that's okay. Like that's what more can you ask for? That's what you want. You got the bullish setup and everything. That's all you can ask for. But at the end of the day, this is why I tweeted that out yesterday. It's like what's going to dictate stuff are the fundamentals, any guidance that they can provide, and then just the general storytelling. That will trump it will trump the chart. It will trump anything. Because if it can be so heavy, this can serve as a bit of a support mechanism, if you will, or even a bit of a tailwind on an upside because people are like, oh shit, fundamentals look good and we got this strong chart. You know what I mean? But that's the stuff that trumps the storytelling stuff. Not particularly compelling. The guidance based on November not as bullish as some were hoping it might be, and then the fundamentals are kind of just your typical run of the mill GME fundamentals, where it's like, all right, that's how the quarter went, that's what the balance sheet looks like. Same old, which has been a big part of my thesis, that downside type stuff. Is just to make sure stuff is keeping it together, right? I've dealt in companies where they're burning cash and they can't keep it together, but blah, 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 blah. Wasted a good cup and handle. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, Justin, you think it? Well, yeah, Justin. If there were an announcement from GameStop, what do you think it would be? If there's a near-term announcement from GameStop, what do you think it would be? That they wouldn't announce on the conference call. I was trying to think about this. Like I'm talking about Ryan Cohen type stuff. Could be a near-term potential catalyst, sentiment catalyst. But I'm like, I don't know about GameStop. Like it seems like if they were going to announce something, they would have announced it right here, right now. Right? All right, I think that's... Wait, GME Cohen, you think it's to fend off Cohen too? Wow, I think I'm in the minority again. I think... That's right, yeah. So Danny's saying the same thing I was thinking. Why not announce during earnings? If they were gonna, like, if they maybe later down the line, maybe. But I think the next announcement from GameStop is the holiday readout. I think. Yeah. Like James is saying. Yeah, exactly, Eduardo. They didn't really announce much of anything. I kind of been hoping. I'm like, again, the base case should be how management has handled conference calls in the past. Forget GME. In the future, how has management acted? What was their tone? How have they responded on conference calls? That should be your base case moving forward. But I was hoping. I'm like, come on, now it's Q4. You're in December. You had said last year how you're definitely going to be crushing it a year from now. You're looking okay, like you're on the right path. Tell a better story. Tell a more compelling story that gets us excited about what we're invested in. And then I was like, I should have. It's the base case. You shouldn't be surprised by the base case. You could be disappointed. Be like, I was hoping for something more. That's cool. I'm like, anything? Okay, so Dimitri saying time to tout will be Q4 earnings release. Perhaps, Dimitri, but I still wanted more by now. You know what I mean? Like I feel like even it gets to a point where it's moving goalposts. You know, Q4, what was that, March? I'm like, all right, then Q1, and then we're dealing with tremendous uncertainty. But then we're like Q2, I'm like, consoles are a couple of months away. Can I get a bit more insight as to like those other couple of pillars? Now we're in Q4. It's like, all right, I'm not so much strongly disagreeing with you, Dimitri, But it could be, I was thinking like a time to tout something would have been right now. The consoles just came out. Everyone, you got people sleeping outside your store. You know what I mean? It could be. Now, the odds have actually obviously increased that if they were going to announce something, that it would be a Q4, not Q3, right? Because Q3 is past and it's behind us. But if you had asked me that a month ago, I would have been like, oh, announce it at Q3, right? Now, when everyone's talking about your company. But it could be stuff isn't finalized. Maybe they just don't have it, and that's right. I mean, I agree with this GME Cohen. You know what I mean? At some point, you just got to take what they say at face value, and yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, okay, European type stuff. Yeah, yeah. What would they say after this quarter? Yeah, yep. Europe partnership response to Cohen. Yeah, I like those, Justin. I mean, those are the types of things, right? And I'm like, well, like the Europe stuff partnership. Like, first of all, I would have hoped that they would have been announced before Q3. Like I thought just one other one besides the Microsoft stuff. I'm like, is that it? And then it's not even announced here. I'm like, well, this could have been an opportunity to announce it. Maybe they do though. It's true. They could. A response to Cohen. James, I don't know about Simply Mac. Oh shit. Okay, so you agree with that, Cleese? Yep. CEO is the top of Sherman. I don't see them retaining him for something along the lines of director, brick and mortar. Yeah. He probably wouldn't want to, right? I agree with you, Cleese. To a degree. Cleese saying how replacing a CEO who has driven the past 18 months with someone else basically resets the clock to a degree. And this is why I think some institutions, Cleese, would vote for Sherman. I think that some of the large institutional investors would vote for Sherman to stick around. Maybe we'll see what the price actually does tomorrow in light of this. Maybe they feel differently, but it doesn't totally reset the clock. It's like the new consoles have kind of been another way of resetting the clock, and it's like here's who's coming in to get the ball rolling on the next evolution of GameStop. You know what I mean? Like it was kind of like two different types of a thesis. Get to the consoles, make sure you cut costs, make sure blah 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 blah, manage the debt situation. Then it was like, all right, now reinvent yourself. So for me, there were kind of like two types of clocks that were running. That's how I think about it. Yeah. So this was GME. Yep, GME Cohen saying maybe they don't give explanations because they don't have any. Yep. I know what you're mad. Yeah. Oh, forming the hand tomorrow. Where's that chart at? Oh yeah, let me. The daily would be the better one. Yeah, we could be. It drops down here. We'll be forming the handle, a volatile handle on that cup and handle. Thanks to you. Hey, Jen. Cheers, Jen. Have a nice night. I hope you enjoyed your first conference call. Thank you for sharing all your insights tonight. May shoot some more with the board. Okay. Not buying back bonds. I don't know how much. I don't know how many bonds, Justin, they could have bought back at a discount. They would have driven that price up. I feel like it was just a thin market. Yeah, Sherman's better than the last CEO. I'm on board with that shit. Not buying back more shares. But Justin, here's the thing: is like maybe they bought back 37%, which is a solid, and then they and then they stopped buying back. And I remember thinking, like, maybe there's a good we've talked about, I mean, we've definitely talked about this over the past couple of months, like, maybe there's a reason they didn't, and now they're doing an at-the-money offering. I'm like, shit, maybe they were like, hey, we better be careful here. But at least they did buy back. But okay, sorry, Justin, you're sharing out a whole bunch of stuff. I shouldn't. Hestia board seat instead of fighting them. Yep. Shelf idea. This is not Sherman Bell. Yeah, those additional 2 board members. Ryan Cohen won't issue until proxy time. I don't know about that. You don't think Ryan Cohen's going to say anything until proxy time? I don't know if that's in his best interest. If I'm Ryan Cohen, I talk about this sooner rather than later, right? Oh, Jorge with his tickers. What do we got, Jorge? What do we got? Jorge, where do you get Jorge, are you from Canada? Are you Canadian? I feel like all the tickers you toss out, I can't even pull up. Yeah, none of them have really bought stock. The management team, the board. This has been a proper criticism by Hestia of GME management and the board. And I know Jordan has felt this way too, and I feel that way, is that all is equal. I want you to be buying a lot more. We've got to be on the same page. Your ass is going to be on the line too. That I feel as though that incentivizes you to do the right shit, and none of them really are. And Cohen is. Burry was. I mean, now we don't know what his position is, but Hestia was. Like, these are folks that had a good chunk of money on the line. Those folks were all aligned, but the board management less so. That's a legit criticism. And I was glad Hestia trumpeted that. It's like, I mean, that's common among activists. They'd be like, you don't even own anything. What the hell do you care? You just collecting the paycheck. It's fair. Even if the management team could be doing a good job, it's not to say they're definitely doing a bad job because of that, but it's worth bringing up. Goes down to, is that the path forward, right? That's how this generates excitement and a potential growth stock must ensure. I agree, GME Cohen. I mean, it's coming down to this, I don't understand. This earnings call was at least an opportunity to tell a sexier story. Even if you don't satisfy all of what Cohen's looking for. What the hell is he looking for? I don't even remember. Credible and publicly available roadmap for cost containment providers. Tell a story. You know what I mean? Like, even if you don't do this, and they didn't. And so now it's like, all right, well, what does Cohen do? How does he react? But indeed, if this, I continue to believe, if this were, GameStop is viewed by everybody as like, I mean, a deep value stock, but a value stock that some people still think is like going bankrupt, which is ridiculous. But they think it's a melting ice cube. There's just no future, horse and buggy type shit. If it, even at this point, even at the current market cap of $1 billion, if people shift their perspective to, it's a growth stock. It's like, I don't know. It's maybe it's a ways to get there, but if they do, it's going way higher. Period. That's how I feel. And if it takes a Cohen to get there, because I continue to believe, even absent a sexy story in these conference calls, the optionality hasn't gone anywhere. Maybe I still think that it's there. And I just think that if it does, and people start viewing this as the terminal value isn't zero. Looking out 5 years, the terminal value isn't zero, and that in theory it can even grow alongside the industry. I still think that's the case. I know maybe some people continue to think that that's crazy. I still disagree with that. Granted, it's difficult to model, and I'm not saying it's even the likely outcome right now, but I'm like, if we reach that point, even if it takes time, it's going way higher. To go from a bankrupt, to go from perception-wise, forget stock, and to go from bankrupt, this is a bankrupt stock. They're going bankrupt in the near future too. It's just cyclical headwinds and stuff, but they're gonna be able to at least bounce back due to cyclical tailwinds, and they'll be able to benefit from it too. All right, well, maybe it's just a value stock here, and they'll be able to generate some free cash flows, even looking out more than just a couple of years. It's a growth stock in a thriving industry. There's huge re-rating that happens all throughout that. That's not to say that it's all going to happen. They're all going to successfully execute. But I'm just saying, it hasn't happened yet. in that me, as someone who's invested in GameStop, I'm relieved that a Ryan Cohen type still sees that it's there, because it validates my thesis, that the upside thesis that I didn't have particularly high conviction in, because I don't have that expertise. And I just think if he succeeds, look out, it's going much higher. But the best, all we can do as investors, and be like, all right, well, what is it? How likely is it that Cohen continues? This was the thing. When was this written? It's December 8th. This was from November 16th. Like, granted, earnings was just released, but I doubt that this has changed Ryan Cohen's mind, that he no longer believes this. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like they just lost a whole bunch of their Power Up Rewards members. He sees a lot of value in that stuff, and the weakest Q3 right before Q4, it's like, it's just not a big deal. And so where the hell? Well, where am I going with this? Oh, the potential growth stock. That opportunity is still there in my mind. That's still there. Argue with me about it's less likely now, blah, blah, blah. But I just think a Cohen sees it. I saw it before Cohen, but now I see it with Cohen. And the question is, what now? What now? Ah, shit. Oh, I'm almost caught up. Holy shit, I'm real close. Yeah, I didn't see a rebrand, Justin. Any mention of it. I'm okay with that, because I mean, they could have, but I think it's not as big of a deal. I still would have, I might have mentioned it during the conference call. So I agree with this, Just. So I brought this up. Is that a separate announcement? Just odd. It almost feels like the board of directors wants a completely separate response to Cohen outside of earnings. So I had said this a couple of weeks ago. I was like, what is management's response to Cohen? I doubt it happens on the conference call. What does it look like? This was my thinking, is that you just can't. The conference call is about Q3. You got to focus on Q3. It's just, it's too much of an ask to give him what he wants, that they couldn't speak to it really all that much. I still thought they could have told a better story of their own, but maybe they're just like, we got to respond to him separately. That's what I would do if I were them. I'm not gonna group in my response within the conference call. It's like, keep the conference call. So then the question is, how do they respond? Is there a separate formal official response? This is why I was posing that question a couple of weeks ago. What does it look like? What's that response look? Is it a presentation? Is it and this isn't it. I mean, I'm happy they gave another presentation, but this ain't it. Or do they mention it on the conference call, or just mention it, even if it's not a big part of it? Remember I said, even if it's a couple sentences. My base case was they weren't going to go deep with it, but even if you say we're in active discussions with investors, blah blah blah, it didn't even come up. So I know I saw that, James. Oh, and there the project title. It says project title here. I've seen that on some presentations with companies. They'll. Okay, so you're saying Sherman has had a year and a half to prepare e-commerce and store closure management. Ryan Cohen will be coming in, hitting the ground running. It might not be as efficient. Oh, what I'd say to that, Cleese, is that Sherman's just one man. He's just one person. This was a concerted effort to roll out the e-commerce and the store closure management. He would have the resources from the other folks who had helped execute on some of those fronts. It wasn't just Cohen, you know what I mean? And but indeed, he'd have to come up. He'd have to get up to speed and all this stuff. But I think that's not that heavy of a lift. That's my personal take. I could be wrong about that. And also, Cleese, I'll just say that purely due to time in the ecosystem, it might not be as efficient. I think he'll be okay, in theory. But a big part for me is just being able to tell the story. Low-hanging fruit for me. I just want you to tell a compelling story that gets people excited about it, because no one buys. They've all brought this up, but the short interest in the market cap relative to where some competitors are trading, it's like, no one buys into this. Can you just get people to buy into this thesis and then eventually execute, right? But I mean, blah 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 blah. Allocation, do they have it? Oh, Alex, did you do a live conference call stream? So we talked about that, but I thought, well, did many of us think that? I was just thinking that to give us some time to digest some stuff, then we share. Although it sounds like I was way late to the chat. Were mad people on the chat beforehand? It sounded like it was because I think I missed the whole beginning. But the problem is that then you're trying to concentrate, trying to listen to what they're saying. Although we could have been doing that, Alex. You know, maybe I had the wrong idea there. We could have all. Like, maybe I would have been listening, right? I would have been listening to the call, but y'all would have been, like, chatting and sharing, like, oh, that was an interesting point. Damn, maybe that would have been a good idea. I was thinking that we would listen, review, digest, share our thoughts, but maybe I should have been doing live stuff. Okay. All right. Maybe next time. And we doing the omni-channel show. Oh, yeah. Every time they mention omni-channel. At least shots of beer. All right, okay. Maybe next time. Maybe I should have gave that more thought. I know. The Dutch auction was stupid, Justin. It's one of my like top 3 stupidest things that they did. I don't even get me started on the Dutch auction. I'm pissed about that. I'm like, you serious? What the? Dividend, blah blah blah. It's like, it was so dumb. So dumb. It was an inexcusable decision from a capital allocation standpoint. It's like objectively wrong. It was like the objectively wrong move. Everything else is kind of nuanced discussion. Oh, they could have done this. They could have done that. Well, it depends. I'm like, the Dutch auction was objectively the wrong move to do. And I was kind of skeptical. First of all, they said, as you know, Justin, they said they weren't going to do any buybacks. Knock number 1. What the hell? What do you mean you're not doing any buybacks on that conference call? Your stock price is actively dropping 40%. In their defense, they ultimately ended up buying back 37%, so I'll give them a pass on that one. But I remember thinking, are you kidding me? You're not buying back any shares to announce? We don't have any plans to announce buybacks or some bullshit like that. And then I'm like, all right. But then they announced, all right, okay, well, we're going to do them, but it's going to be a Dutch auction. I'm like, why? Why? And that was stupid. And then they didn't buy back the rest of that quarter, but they did buy back. I was still happy with how much they ended up buying back. They still should have. I remember Burry quoting 25 million shares. If you had a different management team, they might do that more effectively. That's a missed opportunity that you do not get back, period. That's what sucks about that. And then there's arguably more missed opportunities this past summer, maybe. It's not, that part's a little bit less clear to me. Because of, obviously, with the COVID impact, maybe they needed that cash for reasons I've already touched on so many times on the streams. But that, I'm with you, Justin. So stupid. So stupid. From our perspective, right? From, like, corporate world, they have their rationale for doing that. I just don't agree with it. It's, from a capital allocation point, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, compensation, Eduardo. Compensation. There's probably whole books dedicated to this. It's a big part of some people's fundamental analysis. Not as much for mine, but indeed, compensation packages. What are the incentives that are driving you? You know what I mean? It is important. Okay, Jonathan's back. All right, call him crazy. Call Jonathan crazy, but he's optimistic. How dare you, Jonathan? How you see this? How could you say you're optimistic in light of this? How could you say that? Oh, you thought it was a decent call. Well, this is the thing. Okay, I mean, if you elaborate, I didn't think it was a terrible call or anything like that. My critiques have been with like the tone and the lack of storytelling, really compelling, exciting storytelling. Yeah, Steve Stone here to tell you, you're not crazy. You're not crazy. I'm very optimistic about call. All right, so Patrick says, if you're perceived dead, you're buried and in your coffin regardless. Yeah, Q3 was okay. Q3 was okay. This was okay. It was just, it was okay. And remember, it was always only supposed to be an okay quarter. We had hopes that, hey, maybe they could surprise. Maybe they could surprise in the quarter because everyone was kind of pricing in. It's only going to be an okay quarter. It's only going to be a shitty quarter. But there's that upside opportunity, right? Didn't happen. Just got your okay quarter. And then what else we going? Yeah, the offering. I would, even though I think the market's, I think focusing on too much. I still think it killed the mojo a bit. I agree. I don't think it's up in the absence of the at the money offering though. I don't think that, and I say that because of how GameStop has reacted to all the other previous earnings releases. And this earnings release seems like very similar to all the other ones, where that it's just not sexy enough. Market don't. When you have short interest at that large, market wants something really compelling, really sexy, because they think, oh, you are in secular decline and nothing has changed. Oh, congratulations on cutting your SG&A costs. Who gives a shit? You know what I mean? That's important stuff. But for that really long-term bear stuff, no one gives a shit. They don't care. And that's what this earnings release struck me as. So Q3 was solid. I agree with that. Offering kind of interfere with the mojo, even though good thing operational-wise. So I kind of agree with that, Dr. Crit. From my perspective, that gives them some optionality. But indeed, market is knee-jerk reaction. What the hell are you doing? You need that cash. I didn't listen to the conference call. What are you doing? Confusing. Yep, Eduardo was expecting more too. Yep. Hey, Chris Roth is back. Hey, Chris Roth, we were waiting for you. We said, Chris, we were going to shut down the stream like an hour ago. We said, whoa. Chris Roth may check back in later. We better just stick around just in case. It was worth it. Autonomous. Yeah. They might not use that shelf. They might not use the shelf offering at all. Might not use it at all. Maybe they sell 1/3 of that. Well, yeah. Well, that depends. I don't know. Hey, Cheyenne. Welcome, Cheyenne. You made it tonight. We still here for now. That's right. Yep. I agree. So here's the thing, Jonathan. So that's my biggest gripe too. When I talk about that storytelling stuff, we didn't even get much to run with as far as our upside models. Jonathan's frustrated with the not mentioning about vendor deals. Well, I don't so much mind that they didn't mention the Microsoft deal. I didn't think they were going to go deep into that. I don't think you dive deep into those types of partnerships. But what about other partnerships or other digital opportunities? You know what I mean? There was nothing. There's nothing to announce. I'm like, And but that's the thing. Maybe they just didn't have anything to announce. Is it a critique of management or their situation? Yeah, messaging was positive, but messaging was in line with how they're always messaging. I didn't get anything new out of the messaging, you know. Did I? I gotta review that. I gotta review the transcript, but I don't remember thinking like, oh, okay. I don't think so. GameStop, right? Omnichannel. Drink. Yeah. They're not gonna. Yeah, Eduardo. I really doubt that they talk about that Microsoft deal. Seemed over conservative. Okay, so Patrick thinks live stream next call. Agreed. All right, I might have dropped the ball on that one. I should have thought that through more. Are people around? Would people be so on the East Coast wise? What's that? 5 p.m. So it'd be midday for some people though, right? Yep, I agree with this. It is true that GameStop has made major strides to compete digitally. Yep. I agree with that. Yeah, I hope you're right, Rigo. Last bad quarter in a while, right? Okay, Cleese, you agree. Yeah, I guess Cleese, huh? I mean, how we're going to make money? They're insulating themselves. Hey, Justin, cheers. Peace out, Justin. Have a nice night's sleep. Let's wake up refreshed. Track this price action. shit. Oh, omnichannel 12 times in the slide deck. Great call for sure. More revenue, yeah, I kind of lean toward revenue being more important too. Top line was higher. Probably would have. Yep. November sales. Yep, that was part of it too. Easy comps. Right, should be. Hopefully, it should be easy comps, right? Oh shit. Oh, I'm so close. I'm so close. I think I'm close. Come on. Before 11:30, let me get caught up. Yeah, 90 viewers. Hey, cheers to everybody, huh? Big night. We got, yeah, we're still at that, Johan. That is good. West Coast, 3 p.m. Mountain Time. Definitely down for live. Oh, okay, we'd have to, yeah, maybe we got to prepare for it. Oh, someone made a stream show on the conference call and had over 1,000 people. Oh, okay, so someone actually did that. Oh, okay. Probably, yeah. Makes sense. Oh, was it on Twitch? And especially because people couldn't get into the conference call, right? That was big. That was big. Hey, Smash. Cheers, Smash. Yeah, we'll see what actually happens tomorrow in the next. I was thinking like 2 weeks. Smash. Let's just see what happens. Oh, you watched it on YouTube. Okay. Oh, YouTube stream. Sick. All right, so someone did that. Cool. Well, that's that. I'm glad people were able to hop on there too because it sounded like they were at capacity or some shit. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I agree, Steve Stunk. I saw that 25%. Was it 25% year to date? Was that what it was? Yeah, 25% year to date. That's no joke. Remember, we were at 20%. Now we're at 25% year to date. And only it was 18% net sale. You know, 25% year to date, which of course their stores were closed during some of that. But indeed, that's a good chunk. What's Best Buy? Anyone know? I gotta look that up. Yeah, that's right, Dusty. Right. If we know we're gonna do it live stream during the call, we have to do take the day off. You know, prepare for it. Yeah, might get upgrades tomorrow. Well, you never know how much that is gonna impact stock price though. Hey Ryan, let's go. Let's go. Yeah, the price to sales comparison. And the reason the price to sales comparison is so compelling is because of the secular risks that GameStop has that some of its competitors don't. But that doesn't mean GameStop doesn't have a position that they can leverage and kind of turn shit around. That they can be a stronger competitor in this. I thought I saw gaming and entertainment space. Is that what they were saying? Gaming and entertainment space? Yeah, all things gaming and entertainment. I thought that was a new phrase. Be the digital-first global and omni-channel retailer for all things games and entertainment. I don't remember seeing that phrase before. Optimize the core business to drive efficiency, blah, blah, blah. Transform GameStop into a fully customer-driven, digital-first omni-channel retailer. Omni-channel. 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 Build a comprehensive product and service offering to meet the games, toys, and entertainment needs of consumers. I thought this was the one that stuck out to me. It just seemed a little bit different. I mean, do they think this is a response to Cohen? Do they think that? Maybe they think it is. That can't be. No way. No way. That's the thing. Yeah, Andy, if they had the November sales on the in-store, why not announce e-commerce November year-over-year sales? Do they not have that or something? That's the first thing. Line sales. Okay, Johan's. Oh, Johan. Cheers, Johan. This might be the latest. Is this the late? Johan up at 5. He's going to good night, 5:26 a.m. You have a nice brief morning sleep, Johan. Great to have you on. I think that's badass. Like I used to, I mean, maybe not as much these days, right? But I used to go to bed mad late sometimes, like that, or early rather. Yeah, we'll have to see. Search talking about how that price action, the chart is still in a bullish uptrend. That serves as a bit of a tailwind with this. So I'm always curious, just not even a forecast, just something to observe and say, let's see what happens from here. And we had a little, maybe, I mean, what if it pulls back to that trend line? What's that trend line? $12 roughly? I didn't extend it. I thought it was, I didn't know if it was still in play. You don't want too much. I don't like, even right now, there's too much stuff. It's too much stuff going on. Pull back to like a 12 type thing. You're right back on that. Pull back to the, what is this? The 20. There's too much stuff. Let me just do this. It's usually just easier to just do. Nice and clean. Nice and clean. There you go. Here's what's happening. $15 would be interesting. It would be right back there. Is that where it is right now? 14, right where it was. Can you imagine, like, for the long-term bulls, you get like a 20% pullback. You were still above, if you were still above where it happened, you were still above the Microsoft announcement. That was a huge Microsoft announcement. It was up 40%. It was exciting. I was like, holy shit, what's going on? Imagine pulling back 40%, and you're still above that price point where it closed at that day. I'm not saying, maybe it keeps on falling, right? Just to keep an eye on that. But I'm like, that ain't that bad. It ain't so bad. Hey, insurance detectives, have a nice night. Stay yeah. So far, you can stay patient. Stay patient. If things change, we can reassess. That's the way of the markets. You never be so dialed into it or so attached to it that you're unwilling to change your mind. You can adjust your. This is like model adjustment type earnings release, but not. I agree, and if it still seems that patience is the way to go with this with GameStop. Oh, yeah. What should we do after hours? Flat. Okay. But I did see they were reporting too. Yeah, I would think a credit upgrade soon, right, Chris? You would think. I wish they had no short-term debt. That'd be nice. Actually, even they still have the short-term debt on the books because it's going to happen after the closure of the quarter. But I would think soon, at least credit, maybe not investment grade. I don't know. One would think an upgrade soon on that front. I don't know how much that impacts investors, though, generally. Maybe security upgrades, equity upgrades by some of the analysts could have a bigger impact. Do we get a CEO grade, Jasky? Cheer, welcome, Jasky. Oh, Patrick, you out. Cheers. You have a nice night. Oh, thank you for sharing. Have all these new trailers, less zombie. All right, great. I'm glad you liked it, Patrick. Great to have you here. Great to have you on. There was a big night too, all right? So it was great to hear your thoughts and everyone share each other's thoughts on this, right? A lot of stuff to think through, and it just feels like some of this analysis, right? Like especially for folks if we have similar, everyone has different investment styles, right? But if you're like value investors or contrarian type stuff, usually you do this stuff in isolation. And it's lonely. It's a lonely gig. That's just it's the nature of it. I'm like, it just seems like it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be because probably some folks out there who share the line of thinking on certain theses, and even if not, they can bounce out. Even if you disagree, you got some folks disagreeing with stuff. It's like, that's great. Pursuit of truth. You can bounce shit off of each other. So I'm happy to hear that, Patrick. Thank you. Andy for CEO. Yeah, Andy Andy's making his case on the chat tonight. Oh, they both up. Were they both a 38% beat? Oh, wait, what's up? Oh, there must be Chewy 357, right? Okay. I know, autonomous. Now we're getting into wishful. That's saying the 100 million cash to buy back stocks. Now that would be not impossible, but that would be something, right? Oh, thank you, Sabu. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Huh? Always great to have you on here. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, that's even if like it can still be educational or even entertaining. It's that can be good too. Thank you, Sabu. Ryan only sees the good days, not the bad ones. Hey, they can be good, right? That's the thing. So today, it's good that I mean, we're analyzing stuff today, right? I can understand this, but it was good. We still had folks tuning in those 2 weeks. These 2 weeks right here, right? Oh, it's just 1 week. 1, 2, 3. Well, it's really just 1 week. Oh wow. That 1 week, because those can kind of be the more educational from like a keep your shit together. But hey, it could be something to that. Only stick around for the good days. I'm not knocking that. Okay. Oh yeah, Dr. Crit said the over under 15. I'm hoping over. That would be nice. If I had to bet, look, I like the 15 because you're right there on that line. I'm okay with that. If you have to bet, I got to go base case. I got to go under, right? I mean, although the VWAP. 1541, 1538. See, I would just go by. I keep it simple. This isn't because of my interpret. This almost has nothing to do with my. In fact, I'm going to make the claim that my forecast has nothing to do with my analysis of the quarterly earnings. But just because I see it's down at 14 after hours, I take the under. But indeed, a more difficult question for me would be, where is it at end of week next week? You know what I mean? Where is it at Friday next week? That's a bit tougher. Even still, I lean toward that just because that's my default from a probabilistic standpoint. You know what I mean? But analytically, I would think higher. You know what I mean? When I interpret this stuff, especially in light of any Cohen response, because that would be interpreted bullishly. That's how I think. But sometimes the market drags its feet with some of this stuff. Drags its feet. Stocks only go up, yeah. That's right. I agree. I mean, I kind of agree with this. Rigo says, hey, next month we're not even going to give a shit about this earnings report. Like, yo, I kind of agree with that. And that's why it's a bit of a cop out, some might say, but you just say, hey, that's the benefit of having that longer term outlook. Unless it breaks, it's okay to update your model, but that's the thing, that if you're still quite a bit undervalued, it's still okay, because it's like, all right, it still seems likely you'll revert to that fair value. But unless it breaks, it's like, it's cool. Maybe stuff takes a little bit longer. It's annoying, you know what I mean? But in a month from now, it may be like, yeah, whatever. Like Cohen's, they've got a resolution, blah blah blah. We'll forget about that. But in the meantime, we just watch what's unfolding. Oh, search. Same for search. Cheers, search. Oh, okay, Matt, you checking out a head and shoulder pattern? Let me check that. The middle of a head and shoulder pattern. See. I see that this is the shoulder, that this is the head. So the one thing I'd say about this, so you got a bit of an edge here, Matt, is that because this is a fundamentals-based thesis, so you kind of get a trump card that, in my opinion, trumps the technicals. This is why, like, the turnaround itself is what's more important. It will trump any head and shoulders. So it's a heavier influence on the stock price. So for me, I'm tracking this stuff to gauge sentiment, but I think GameStop, my opinion is, we're on the upswing now. This is with many of the plays that I deal in, is that you'll be first of all, you're in you're in a downtrend, right? Downtrend. That's why you got to be careful when you're averaging into a position when it looks cheap. If you're in downtrend, you be careful. It's like you kind of want things to settle down a bit. Not many plays I get into, it's V-shaped. Sometimes it happens. If I miss out on that, I'm like, whatever. That doesn't happen all the time, so that's great. But I might be averaging in over time, and then things stay. Let me just do this shit. What am I doing? Come on. You might see this, right? Like I never even had a position in GameStop this whole time. Couldn't touch it. It stabilized a little bit, but not that much. It didn't look that cheap. Then you're like, oh, and then I'm like, oh, okay, what's happening here? Then it starts to get disgustingly cheap, right? When you're at this like sub 4 range back then, I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. Then I can start buying more aggressively. But then things are settling down, and this is why if you have the long-term time horizon, you can kind of assess this stuff. Okay, and then it's consolidating a bit, selling off down at the low side, you're kind of buying into it. Then you're at that, okay, that going to zero thesis doesn't look like it's going to take hold. So then you're kind of just waiting shit out. And that's why I feel as though July and August were buying opportunities, because it seemed like, all right, now it's going to tilt back in, and we're going to be on the upswing. Now we're in the upswing. And I feel like it's in the upswing, and that upswing, because it's grounding in a fundamental turnaround, is heavier than any technical chart. It's heavier than Head and Shoulders. Matt, first of all, Matt, I appreciate you mentioning the Head and Shoulders thing. I look at this stuff too. I check out the technicals, but I think I'm not too concerned. Yeah, you're saying hopefully we're not looking. I would say you probably don't need to worry about that too much. Because indeed, but sometimes the charts can be a manifestation of what's happening behind the curtains, right? I kind of buy into that too. So maybe the market's a little bit, hey, what's going on here? But like the Cohen factor, just as a quick example, that trumps everything that's going to happen. He comes in, he says, even though I don't think this is likely, but I'm going to buy out the company. Then the charts obviously go the wayside. Who cares? Or then they change their tune. The market changes their tune on GameStop because he's more heavily involved. Blah blah blah. But that's the thing with other stocks that I might be not so dialed in on, Map. I'd be like, oh shit, Head and Shoulders happening here. Yeah, what now? But when you're really dialed into it and you kind of know what's unfolding, I look, but I discount. Oh, Rigo, same. Cheers, everybody. Yeah, 2021 year-over-year comps, it's gonna crush it on the year-over-year comps, right? I mean, these are gonna happen. The question is whether or not it will be priced in. Okay, search one, learning about patience, right? And that patience front, it can be, as I said, it can be beneficial to average into a position over time. It can be beneficial to average out of a position over time, even removing GME, the ticker, right? Just giving general educational tips. And so if you feel from a portfolio management side, you're like, all right, this has run up pretty quick. Maybe I'll take some money off the table. You can still have high conviction, but it's okay. Like there's always trading opportunities with these types of stocks. And so you still might have patience, but at the same time, you got to assess your risk exposure, how much you have, and what the size of the position in the context of the portfolio, blah, blah, blah. But indeed, patience, the importance of patience, search. Especially with a stock like GameStop, we've had, many of us have been dealing with this patience for over a year, and this is just another example of the patience. But that's the thing, is usually when you're in the upswing, there's in the case of GameStop, there's a lot of factors that kind of could accelerate things, most notably the short interest, where patience, like things are moving a bit quickly, but that's because it was so slow at first. But indeed, patience, that it can be important up to a point. But if thesis change, you change your mind. Make no mistake. Just generally don't get too attached to any particular stock. But as long as it still remains intact, patience. Yep, Leo, welcome, Leo. Yeah, that's right. So Q2 is very similar. It sold off, bounced back. That's not to say there's probably minimal correlation to this one, but maybe a reflection of how the market kind of interprets GameStop's quarterly earnings. I'm more just in a like that. Wouldn't that be hilarious if that happened again? I mean, I'd be dying. Oh yeah, just to be. Oh yeah, some people ask. There's no Discord for people who are asking. There's no Discord. I kind of agree. It's so simple. Leo says, "Hey, the market in general knows Q4 and Q1 performance should be much better, so I don't foresee the stock price taking too much of a dive for too long. If the fundamental analysis, the fundamental investors, I mean, but like, how good is Q4 and Q1 going to be? How much free cash flow they actually going to generate, and how much is it a reflection moving of the subsequent quarters?" You know what I mean? But market wise, I think kind of like the same thing, Leo. I think people know that we're in the middle of Q4. It's going to be a really strong quarter. In that there's a question of whether or not they beat forecast and everything like that, but it might be that it could be they could tilt a little bit bullish in that regard, and then you get the strong chart kind of supporting this as well. Even a drop down to 14 this week, the chart is still kind of intact. Sounds so simple. It sounds like frustratingly simple. I realize that, and it may not even hold true, but like I'm like that's kind of the stuff I think about. It's like the simple story here is its thesis didn't break. There's a very strong bullish uptrend that we're in right now, right? Even if we pull back to the 50s, we are still in a bullish uptrend, right? And the fundamental thesis didn't break. And Ryan Cohen is an unknown variable. That's like, who even knows what the hell can happen here? Especially if for some reason the shorts needed to close, even if it's not likely. It's like. Yeah, and then just the upside optionality, blah blah blah, still intact. It's like, and then strong quotings coming up. I'm like, that's a simple thesis. That's a simple story. I feel as though it remains intact until proven otherwise. If the chart really started to break down, like if we're down at 12 and 11, I'd be like, it's still within that my box, but I'm like, that's kind of a strong pullback. Where I'm like, damn, it's still. Just to be clear here. I want to reiterate one point. You see me draw these boxes on here, right? This was a breakout, but you know how I like really strong breakouts. Like we are in a new box. You had that intraday move, but it closed right above. It closed like right above the box right there. And then it spent a couple of days there. That's not a super powerful breakthrough. So all else equal, I like to be above the box going into earnings. Make no mistake. But now you all right, back into the box, and like. I'm kind of still in this. We're still in that like 10 to 15 range. They didn't get the market didn't get the news that it wanted to like break out to that new level. So I'm not surprised by any of that stuff. But I'll be like, damn, if it pulled all the way back in light of the Cohen stuff, because that's the big thing that changed is Cohen. So I'll be like, damn, even they're pulling back that far. But I'll reassess. You don't want to place too much importance on these charts. But these are public, by the way. I should reshare the link. I tweeted it out a while back, but I can reshare it. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. So I see people might trim, people might add. It completely depends on so many different variables. That's why I always say this. As y'all know, stream is just educational in nature. You can't provide any recommendations because it so much depends. Depends on your personal situation. Depends on the general portfolio. Blah blah blah. And so it kind of just so much of it depends. Hey Matt, cheers. Of course. Great to have you on tonight. No problem. Oh, let me check that now. Let me check that now, Eduardo. Authorized. Yes, okay. So this is kind of what I was talking about earlier. So, I don't know. Oh, what did you say? The existence of authorized but issued. Oh. So what I'd say to this, Eduardo, is this is technically true, right? Any company that has, do I still have it up? Whatever, must be. Any company that has the authorized shares that they have in their charter, they can technically always issue up to that amount, right? look up, if you can track down the charter of other companies, you'll see this. There's just a very high number of shares that they, in theory, could offer. And so this is my point, is that, Eduardo, nothing has changed as far as I can tell. They had always had the opportunity to potentially issue up to 300 million shares. And that is very common. That's usually the case with all publicly traded companies out there, where the number of shares authorized is significantly higher than shares outstanding, right? They give themselves some flexibility. But the decision to issue those shares of the authorization, that's a bigger decision. And it doesn't appear to me as though anything has changed. I think, I'll have to check, but I think that GameStop has had the authorization to issue up to 300 million. I don't think anything's changed here. And so my point is that this has been the case for GameStop this whole time, right? This isn't a new thing. And that's, I think, what people should be focused on. What has changed that is like an anti-takeover type thing. I think this has always been in place. This is boilerplate language where you say, hey, well, technically we can offer up to 300 million shares. Well, sure, but you're going to have to jump through hoops to actually get to actually issue those shares. It might need to be it's a bigger discussion, whereas you know what I mean. And another thing too that I think about is that, like, sometimes I just feel as though there's a lot of wiggle room. Like, I just feel there's so much wiggle room on these things that I rarely will read this stuff and think, oh, that's ironclad. As an individual investor, I rarely think that. I always think that if someone is so incentivized, or it's at some points maybe they are ironclad, right? But it's kind of tough for me to analyze. But I think technically, if they wanted to find a way to combat that they could find a way, even if it's not this way. You know what I mean? But so if there was no change to the authorization and blah blah blah, I come back to they said there was no poison pill. They said there was no poison pill. So either this was a misdirection. Was this misdirection in their May presentation where they said no poison pill, which has kind of given us the impression that that they couldn't really prevent a takeout? Or did something change? And it doesn't appear to me as though anything changes. I'll check quickly. It shouldn't take too long to just see how many shares were actually authorized in the past. But this is just boilerplate. Thanks for calling this out, Eduardo. But this is usually just boilerplate language that you'd say, hey, in theory, we could do this and we could do that. We could offer up to 5 million preferred shares, right? But until you do it, until you enact a poison pill type thing, it's less of a imminent risk from a takeover perspective. Hey, Third Dimension, welcome. Oh, not a recommendation to buy a 10. No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying only education. I'm just saying from a technical thing, this is kind of what I'm watching, and that as it turned out, it was an adding opportunity, right? Not a recommendation. I'm never gonna recommend that anyone on the stream do this or do that, because so much of it depends. You'd have to sit down with a financial professional, learn about your situation, but from an educational standpoint, technically speaking, technical analysis, I mean, you know what? It's too soon to say for sure. It's too soon. I need a little bit of time here. I want to see some price action. Like this, how does the market react? What if we bounce right back above this box? Is this box even still in place? You know what I mean? Or has this quarterly earning? I don't think it's changed it. So in my mind, my quick thing is, that it could be a potential adding opportunity in theory. But maybe we have more, maybe bearish news comes out, and that's part of the reason for the drive down if it falls down to 10, right? And then in which case it may not be a good idea. There's always it depends. That's right. So T-Tree saying the issue with patience is that your capital is better elsewhere. Not a lot of upside for the risk at the moment. So this is always a question to ask with any stock, and this is part of the reason I've kind of adopted some more technical analysis, because I would be invested in stocks, and GameStop is now one of them, as well, where nothing would happen for a long time, and it was kind of frustrating because I'm like, man, I don't want my capital to just sit there and not do anything. I kind of want it to grow rapidly, right? Everyone does. Now I kind of feel like charts can help with that. No, it's not like it's foolproof or anything like that, but I was kind of thinking like maybe it could help me time things better, but the big wins themselves come from fundamental analysis. But as far as the timing like when to add, when to trim, when to pile on more. I've been trying to lean on more technical analysis, just testing stuff out. We'll see. Maybe that will prove to be a mistake in the future. I say that, but all right, T-Tree, yeah. So there's gotta assess. Yep, risk and return. Yeah. No problem, Chris. Nothing. Yeah, Cheyenne, I agree on this whole story type stuff. It could be that they didn't have the stuff to announce, or they're not storytellers themselves. I don't know. I don't know. Could be tremendous uncertainty on their end, but I that's what I mean. It's a missed opportunity. So then I'm like, all right, maybe they didn't have the stuff to announce. Oh, look at this! Look at this nice line! Look at this! Man, they kind of bounced off. It's a great question, Cheyenne, and that's part of the reason I think for the sell-off. Right, Ryan Cohen might probably respond. Yep. Yep, could do the sideway dance for a while. Yep, absolutely. That's not uncommon. Oh, is DoorDash going public? Oh, why hasn't my thesis changed, Cheyenne? Why hasn't? Oh, yeah, Q4 and Q4 and Q1. I still think that my thesis. Well, I apologize because I'm probably sound like a broken record because I said this so many times. But Cheyenne's asking. Cheers, Cheyenne. I'll add. Number one is I still feel as though there's quite a bit of downside protection. That downside protection is supported by the free cash flows coming up over the next 4 to 6 quarters in particular. And Q4 and Q1 will be a pretty strong indication as to how hefty those free cash flows will be. Because if they're not as strong as I think that they can be, that will make me start to question, well, wait a second, maybe there's more downside here than I thought. So that's the first thing. If Q4 and Q1 came out, the free cash flows that came out, I'm like, oh man, that's it? That's all you were able to generate during this huge quarter? I'll be like, all right, well, maybe I got to reassess that. But at the same time, there's also this kind of I'm using Ryan Cohen as a proxy. There's also this Ryan Cohen variable where there's tremendous upside if they can successfully reinvent their business model, where you get the free cash flows right now from what I classify as their legacy business model, right? And but if they can just repurpose what they do, and they can be, just to use their language here, seems apropos. Ooh, apropos. How often do you use that word? And where's that language I was just saying? If they could become the digital first global omni-channel retailer for all things games and entertainment, then there's quite a bit of upside. And that needs more information too. Like, I need to see a better story from management. At this point now, I want to see Ryan Cohen's involvement. You know what I mean? Like, I just need more information. I will say I did not get as much as I wanted on Q2 and Q3 conference call to really seriously price this into my model. I need more information, and right now that's declining. But at the same time, Ryan Cohen is like combating it. You know what I mean? Like, without the Ryan Cohen, I'd be like, well, there's not much I have to run with. You know, what choice do I have except to discount this eventuality? But now I'm like, well, let me see what Cohen says. Let me see what Cohen does. So those are the two things, Cheyenne, is how they perform in Q4, Q1, maybe Q2 as well, but Q4 and Q1 will be the big indicators. And then on the other front, at this point, what does Ryan Cohen do? Because at this point, I'm not sure about the management's ability to sell this story to someone like me. I'm really skeptical deliberately. And Cohen has kind of like, I'm like, oh shit, okay, if he sees something there and he's making a move, then let's reassess. So the other one would be just an update from Cohen. If I feel as though that's reasonable, but let me know if you don't think that. I'm okay with that. If you think, no, I want something more than that. You know what I mean? That's literally my working model. Oh yeah, Cyberbum coming out soon. Yep. Oh, the authorization. Yeah, I don't think so, Eduardo. I think that authorization has been in place. I know. Are we going? It's a good question. I'll be watching. Are we going right back into the box? Could be. Yeah, but how bullish it would be, just as it was back then, when we retested support back here, it was very bullish when we broke back out 1 week later. So that's the thing. That's the thing. If we're back in the box, we're back in the box. It is what it is. But it would be extra bullish if you fall back into the box and the market and then breaks back out, because that means the market digested that uncertainty or even that the negativity, whatever it is. It means the market absorbed it and was like, I don't give a shit. Boom. And then it's like, and then you're at new near-term highs. You know what I mean? So it's not always like, no need for the sad face tea tree. That's all I say. It's like, let's just reassess. Let's just, all else equal, you want it higher, but. I know, that's right. Yeah, what if the sharp run up was some major investor like Cohen buying into it? You forget about all that shit soon, no doubt. There we go. Okay. Oh, crap. Oh, I'm almost caught up. I didn't even get caught up. That's a record. It's midnight. East Coast. I didn't get caught up. I never got caught up the day of the stream. And not to mention, I have missed. How much did I miss beforehand? Okay, Dr. Crit says live next time. Okay. I probably should. I only asked on Friday if we should do Tuesday. I should have asked if we should do it in real time. You know what I mean? Okay, next time. Okay, Dusty's out. Cheers, Dusty. You have a nice night. Catch y'all on the next one. Also, maybe sorry. Hey, what's up, William? Hey, Smash. Of course. Nice to have you back. Okay, so make sure. So it seems like most people want real time too. I kind of dropped the ball. That's my bad. Like I mean, it could have been done. I kind of made the wrong assumptions. I didn't know if people. Yeah, because we could have just been sharing our thoughts in real time, and I would have missed less stuff. I could have just been dialed into the chat. You know what I mean? Like I could have just been watching that, and then we could have just reviewed it all as it came out. Damn. All right, next time. That's okay. I'm learning as I go here. I don't know. And then I know some people couldn't even got on, so that then we could have even just been. I mean, I talk about the copyright warnings, but there's no copyright warnings on a conference call, right? There's no way there's a copyright warning on a conference call. Give me a break. You said, I mean, y'all said someone was streaming, so I doubt that. Who cares? Also, what's the big deal? Unless it gets, I don't care. Unless it get, except for that one time where they were like, you can't even have the video up. I'm like, oh shit. But that ain't gonna happen for a conference call. Come on. You're waiting for the kitten music. Johan's still here. Okay, well, I'm probably I'm gonna wrap up. I apologize. Like I get caught up. As soon as I get caught up, I'm like, oh, I think I gotta call it a night. You know what I mean? Oh damn. I get the kitten music. Which kitten music should I go with tonight? Let me think. I always forget. I'm not sure. It's because I need to compress my cell range. Okay, so that's the impact that it had on you, Daniel. That at the money offering. Wow, that shelf, yeah. Hey, of course. Thank you, Search One. I appreciate that. Thank you for sharing. Oh, I'm glad you liked the intro. Yeah, aloha, aloha. I spent a long ass time on that. Oh shit. So I appreciate that. Exactly, Makeshift. I did know that. The Elgato, I was like, oh, this would be perfect. They were just sold out at the time. They were also more expensive, but I'm like, I mean, I got, it's not Elgato, is it? It's not, I don't think it's, no, it's not, I don't think it's Elgato. But I would look, it would have been perfect though. I should just say that I did get, no, of course, I gotta do that. But maybe some other. I didn't. And then Elgato had the what else did they have? The lights and the cameras and stuff. But I think I ended up not going with them just for one. Everything was sold out at the time. This was like 6 months ago, and I think everyone was buying the stuff. And I'm like, oh shit, that looks like those are the top rated ones. But I just couldn't get. It's like the consoles now. You know what I mean? I'm just like, shit. So I just went with some other one. But I'm pleased with the other stuff that I went with. It seems to be working out, so it's chill. Oh, thank you, Alex. So cheers to everybody. Makeshift, it was great to have you back, Makeshift. I know it's been a while. Of course, great to have you. So cheers to everybody. William, Alex, Search, Chris making the second round. Daniel, Johan still chilling. Smash, peace out. Rigo been busy tonight. Cleese as well. Cleese 2. Dr. Crit, Steve Stonk. So, Steve Stonk, you were still here. Okay. I'm just scrolling up. Eduardo was around too. Busy night. This was sick. Space Burrito still here too. Thank you. Yes, you get some sleep too, Space Burrito. So, actually, that's a good... So, Chris, I was thinking we'd do stream Friday. I was thinking we'd do stream Friday. I was thinking we'd go back to we'd do stream Friday, kind of like let's feel out the price action these next two, and then kind of reassess the week's price action. That's what I was thinking. But I'll tweet it out. You'll see it come from me. You'll see. That was my thinking. Kind of get that have the market diet like that weekend price is a little bit bigger. Let's give it a couple of days, see what happens. Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, less is more sometimes about the creativity. Thank you, Serge. Thank you. Hey, Aaron Velasquez. Hello, goodbye, Aaron. Hello, goodbye. We're on our way out. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, Eduardo. Cheers. Down massively. Yeah. GameStop Ray, peace out. GameStop Ray, Smash, peace out. Please. Well, we still get everyone still on. This is sick. I'm thinking Friday, Eduardo. I'm thinking Friday. You know what I mean? Like, let's give it a little bit of time to just primarily because sometimes that knee-jerk reaction, we don't want to overreact too much. I'm thinking let's just see how it goes for a couple of days. That's what I was thinking. But keep an eye out for the Twitter. Let me reassess. I'm kind of just doing real time. Let's see what happens type stuff. Thank you, Chris. Cheers. Yeah, Aaron. Well, I'll upload it. I think it uploads automatically, but I'll share it out on Twitter soon, Aaron. Peace out, Rigo. Later, Daniel. Okay, Makeshift would like the Friday stream. Johan, peace out. Oh, yeah, Chris, you get the Twitter now. I did see you on there. Peace out, EO. Okay, all right. Peace out, y'all. Okay, let me finish this beer. Somehow I still have a little bit of a sip left. Don't know how I made it. Good thing I had 2 beers, but I think it could have been a 3 beer. And maybe it should have started with some hard alcohol. You know what I mean? Just kidding. Just get it. Okay, let me get I go over there. Okay. All right, let me see. Let me switch. I always forget which one I did last. That one. Okay, I'm gonna do this one. Okay, everyone have a good night. Keep an eye out on the price action. Keep an eye out for. Remember, there's the knee-jerk price action. You don't want to overweight that stuff too much. Let's kind of reassess. Let's see what happens the rest of this week, and even more importantly, over the next 10 days. You know what I mean? Like even if we give it a bit more time, keep an eye out for analyst upgrades, or even analysts maintaining their price targets and their analysis or whatever it is. That's the other thing you might get in the next day or two. And then if there's a Cohen response, that'd be dope. That'd be dope because it would really help me. Like, how is he thinking about this stuff? How is he analyzing it? in relation to how many of us are talking about this on the chat. That'd be the other thing. I think those are the big things, and let's just see how the market digests some of this stuff. But cool. All right, peace out, everybody. Cheers. Have a nice night. Adios.